up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local. Bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank. Proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, June 8th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up?
What up? Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hello, everybody.
And look who's back in studio. It's Eric Carlton Bickle.
Hey, morning.
Hey,
How are you guys?
back from Chi-Town.
That's right.
Do you actually go in the city in Chicago, or is it suburban?
No. We just go to Oak Brook, Illinois. It's kind of like the Potomac of that area. Yeah.
What did you play 3 rounds?
No, it played 27 holes on Wednesday, 36 holes on
Jeez.
Thursday, and
All right,
18 holes on Friday.
All right, so 4.5 rounds. Did I do the math right?
Whatever it is. Yeah. I think it's like 81 holes.
Jeez.
81 holes, and we were there for fewer hours than we were holes.
And the weather was good?
Weather was good until the final day. Rained a little bit on Friday, but we still got it in. Mm-hmm. I absolutely played horrible. Of course, just is relentless, and if you don't have your A game, it's tough.
Chewed you up and spit you out.
How
That whole deal.
many guys went out?
It was a
4?
total of 4 of us because my buddy Tom
yeah.
lives half the year out there. But we had a
We saw
great time.
Healy and Dewey.
Yeah, we had a great time. We mostly hung out at the club. There's not a lot of time for much when you're playing that much golf. You're just kind of hanging out.
Right. And then you go to sleep.
Then we went out. We did go out to dinner to Ditka's on Friday night. That was a really nice dinner.
Is that in the city?
No, again, it's all in the suburbs.
Okay.
I've been to the city a million times. I've
Yeah,
stayed in the city.
You're done with the city.
I know it's fine, but I don't need to go there. I was just there.
I just don't know
ago.
the geography. You don't need to get upset.
I'm not upset. It's just that I'm in the suburbs. Yeah.
I think Illinois State
Illinois.
that I have not been to.
Really?
We went through because Bob Carpenter crossed
Yeah.
all 50 states off, and I think I've been to about half, but Illinois, never been.
I mean,
Never
it's a
been to
cool city.
Chicago.
I would go if I was going to go to like Wrigley or something.
Yeah.
You know.
Been to
I don't know.
Chicago?
Go to see the Bean again. I've seen the Bean. I mean,
I don't even know what that is.
yeah,
but
exactly. Just some touristy
Been to
thing.
Chicago a couple times when we went to Notre Dame football games.
Did you do Sears
Stay-
Tower?
Did not do the
The
Sears
cool
Tower.
thing is the Chicago Highlands, Tom's course, when you're on the 9th green, you have a beautiful view of the city in the Sears Tower. It's really, really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Sweet.
yeah. It's an awesome spot. This course is always immaculate. Clubhouse is amazing. It's just fun to just kind of hang out, even when you're getting your teeth kicked in. So, yeah, good time. Came back Friday. Spent some weekend time with the fam, so it was all good. You guys?
I actually played
Western.
golf on Saturday for the first time, and it's so funny. So I play with my cousin, my buddy Giovanni, and we're not members of a club, so you got to pay, right? But if it's about to rain, you could play in golf 17 holes, and you get a rain out and get all your money back.
Well, it depends
And
on the course, I think.
Oh, really?
Well, over at Laytonsville,
They're
they'll give you
good.
your money
Man,
back.
that's-
You get a rain check.
That's wild.
And we just started joking. We were playing so bad. We started joking that if we got, because rain was on
Yeah.
the forecast, I had paid no attention. My buddy goes, if you look at the radar, he's like, we're not going to finish 18.
Yeah.
And my cousin started saying, I think Giovanni's going to slow play the last couple of holes to wait for the rain
Trying
out.
to get a rain
But
check.
we were on 15 and just the downpour. I would probably say this weekend it probably rained an hour.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was just while we were on like the 15th
What was
hole
that?
and just got
Saturday,
slammed.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, Saturday evening we were at my brother's and we were all hanging out, had cookout and everything, and all of a sudden, yeah, it just started
Saturday
storming.
came through, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a picture.
you
You
see
guys
the-
had a crew of like
Did you see the storms
25.
in Morgantown, West Virginia with the Super Regionals?
Tents blowing all over the place.
That was
yeah, it looked
nuts.
pretty crazy.
I didn't.
That's the same storm that came through here.
Yeah.
Started out there.
If I'm running a golf course, you've played 9 holes, and then the skies open up, I'm sorry, you're not getting a rain check.
Probably not going to get a rain check.
I don't know the exact
Kinda
rules.
them.
17 and then you get a rain check? That's the world's
I think it's happened.
worst business people I've ever heard of. I mean, what are we
Well, that was
doing
run
here?
by the county, so they don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so you're back from Chicago.
Back. It's good to be back. Although I'm going back in 2 weeks because we're going to spend some time with Coop's fam. Going out to dinner. We're going to play some golf. I'm actually going to take him out to the Highlands.
Are they based in? Is he from Chicago?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, they live like 30 minutes suburb
Yep.
of Chicago. I don't know the exact suburb, but very
I'll
close.
tell you what, Navy Yard was crazy this morning. I saw a woman walking down the street in a bikini when I was parking.
Was she baldy?
It wasn't bad. But there were some cops behind her with their lights on, so something was going
Something
on.
weird
going
was
on.
afoot.
Yeah.
It was a bikini, not like bra and panties.
Looked like a bikini, but could have been. I mean, I
knows?
wasn't that close, but I mean, who
Maybe
knows?
she was headed to the bullpen super early.
I don't know. I don't know what she was doing.
I mean,
where
it's been
she
hot.
was going.
Pool season is back.
I mean, it has been.
It's going to be really
It
hot
has
these
been
next
humid.
couple
That's
weeks.
true.
Summer's in full swing, even though my kid still has 3 days of school, really 2.5,
It's
I think a half
brutal.
day
That's
on
brutal.
Wednesday. The swim meet season has started. I'm back to doing the announcing bit.
Oh,
Yep.
It is
gotta
a
get
bad
out of that.
beat.
terrible. I lived through that. It's a terrible dark time. But I
think
made it
Saturday
through to the other side.
Was 7 a.m. till 11 a.m.
Yeah, just a big time suck.
And that was just time trials. There was no other team.
And
Yeah.
because of the line of work we're in, everybody just that's becomes your job because you talk on the radio.
I avoided it.
Yeah, I mean, I got stuck with it a few times.
I
People
avoided
always
it.
go up to me and go, good job, good job. I'm like, I'm just reading names.
Yeah.
That's all I'm literally doing. I go,
Yeah, but you're
all
doing
right,
it.
25-meter breaststroke.
You're just reading names,
12
but-
and under, and then I read 6 boys' names or
Yeah.
6 girls' names.
But you're doing it. You're standing there for 4 hours. I thank God Mike Wise was a member of the same pool as me, and he loves attention.
Yeah, it's his thing.
And so he was doing it for years.
Yeah.
I don't even know who's doing it now.
No, there's another guy. I'm actually JV. I'm the B meet guy. But because we're going to be in Outer Banks next week, I swapped with the other guy who does the A meets.
Right.
So I only have 2 more, but we're in swim meet season.
Yeah.
Finished
What they
off
always-
the soccer season this weekend. It's just hot.
Well,
Yeah.
it's going to be really hot Thursday and Friday.
Was it just
Today.
gonna, it'd be in the 90s, kind of like all
Yeah,
week?
and like heat index will be way up, and it's not going to be as bad today and tomorrow, but then it'll start coming in on Wednesday.
Oh, I owe you $6.50,
Yes,
Cakes.
you can ship that right
Yes,
to the
you do.
Venmo.
For
Knicks.
The Knicks were laying 6.5.
No.
No, they're getting 6.
I mean, getting
and a half.
6.5,
And
sorry.
I said that's too many points. I'll take it all day long.
Yeah. Yeah, we're a big winner.
I'll take it.
This is why I don't bet in real life.
Yeah.
Because I would have bet a lot that the Spurs would win the series.
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's not
Let's
over
get-
yet, but it ain't
doesn't
looking
look
good.
good.
It ain't looking good.
Not
That's-
looking good if you're a Wemby fan.
That's
at
for
this
sure.
point.
Well, you know, my daughter, she lives in New York City, and she walks by Madison Square Garden
Yeah.
every day.
Okay.
And she's already a little bit anxious about how she's going to get home today
Right.
after work because it's just a legitimate circus.
Yeah.
Legitimate circus in the city preparing for all this. Mm-hmm. She'll have to take a little detour. It's
Well,
fine.
especially with the
She'll
president
manage.
coming in. I mean,
Well, yeah,
that's-
and the
I mean,
president.
It's going to be a nightmare.
The Knicks up 2-0. You know,
Oh, silly.
New York people are fired up.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
I don't
I
have
It's going to be crazy.
That was kind of distraught there wasn't a game last night. I was kind of pumped and ready for the game last night. I mean, I realized in the morning that it wasn't on, but
Yeah.
I was hoping it would be on Saturday.
Well,
night.
you got tonight to
We got
watch Game
tonight.
3.
Yeah.
But,
But I
you're-
was well rested.
But it's going to be nuts.
Yeah.
Well, there's no chance you watched the Belmont Stakes, right?
I actually did.
You did. Wow.
I mean, I just watched the one race.
Is that a double crown winner, Cakes?
It's a double crowner.
Sure. Yeah.
But I did not place any wagers on it. I didn't have any.
Look at you staying away.
Even though I texted Neil Greenberg, I said, give me some fatties.
Huh? Did he give you a couple?
Well, he didn't give me the winner. He didn't give me Golden Tempo. Is that the horse's name?
Yes.
He gave me Renegade, and he gave me a couple other ones. But yeah, I mean, they did it again. I watched it for about 3 minutes.
I would have watched it, but I had the golf on.
I was
I
watching
had
golf
the
too.
Memorial. And then I watched the Women's Open. Watched Nelly
Yes.
kind of close it out,
Yeah,
which
watched
was
that.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Now watching the golf this weekend was cool, just because it's a big tournament. It's the second to the last signature event. Travelers is the last one, but JT Poston and Ryan Gerard, a couple of North Carolina boys,
In a playoff.
and in a playoff, and then JT Poston. These guys have so much money, and he wins $4 million for winning it, but the money doesn't mean anything to them.
It's nothing.
You saw the emotion. I mean, the guy's almost crying on the 18th green when he's being interviewed after the win. Just talking about how it's been a struggle. His game hadn't been great, and people doubted him, and he's got his wife and his kids out there. I mean, it's just means so much to these guys.
Yeah, you're chasing a dream.
Yeah,
it's the realization of a
especially
dream.
that particular event, because it's a big one with Jack there.
Should mention on the show today, Darren Ravel is going to join us, sports
It's always
media
fun.
expert, founder of Collect Media. He'll fill us in on what's going on in New York with the ticket prices, Madison Square Garden, the craziness of the Knicks taking a 2-0 lead. So he'll jump on at 8:25. You want to get in touch with us throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Junks Radio. Be right back. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Time now to open up the Junkie Sports page. Brought to you by Open Road.
Yes, sir. Open Road. Love that place. Love their vodka. Love their gins. Love their maple old fashioned. Love the Eagle Eye Rye. And of course, you can elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, all locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. And of course, you can check them out over there. And they've got all their bottles in the ABC stores in Northern Virginia. So check them out.
By the way, Rhonda thanks you for the bottle of Open Road.
Yeah, I saw that text.
I sent you a text and a picture. And,
That's very nice.
That was cool, man.
She thought we were kidding. So no, we weren't kidding.
No, we were not. No, of course not.
Yeah.
I'm never kidding about that.
Yep.
Just make that bottle last for a while.
I don't-
Let's sip on that thing. You don't need to hammer it. Just sip on it.
2 nights max cakes.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right, so you've got Game 3 tonight in the Garden. Knicks
big one, man.
Spurs. And of course, Game 2, I actually stayed up and watched it.
Look at you.
What'd you think of the
Sorry.
last play?
The
Wemby had a
you
good
mean
shot.
You mean Wemby's miss?
Yeah, Wemby went for the
it was
win.
it was a good shot. I saw your text. You thought that maybe Fox should take that, or maybe Harper or somebody else. I don't even know if Harper's in the game at that time. I can't remember.
I just think Wemby's offensive game is not polished.
It's not, but he is their best player. So I don't have a problem with him taking that shot. 17-footer or whatever it was. But the turnover was horrible.
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty
The
gross.
turnover was
Yeah.
bad.
the turnover was worse than the shot. Mm-hmm. But I almost turned it off when the Knicks were up 12 or 14, whatever they were up in the fourth. I almost just said F this. Just wanted to kind of see it play out, and then Brunson was missing everything. Couldn't hit a shot late. Then they had a bad turnover too, and then the Spurs just kept chipping away. End up taking a lead, but that turnover was bad, and of course the missed shot there at the end, and they steal it, 105-104. So they're up 2-0.
What's crazy is Brunson looks like the best player on the court.
Yep.
It's not crazy because he's the best player on the Knicks, but he's shooting 33.9% in the series. He was 12 for 31 in game 1,
Yep.
7 for 25 in game 2.
Yep.
But there's nobody you'd rather have the ball in their hands at the end of the game than Jalen Brunson.
I agree. And De'Aaron Fox did play a lot better than he did in game 1. I mean, he was a lot better. But it's one of those things where you've got to just you can't let the road team come in and get a big lead and force your way into a tough deficit, and especially in the fourth quarter, having to make shots and relying on Brunson missing threes. I felt like the Knicks were kind of forcing those. I don't know why I understand it's tough to get into the lane when Wemby's there, but I just thought that they could have managed some better shots in the fourth quarter than they did. And they kind of allowed the Spurs to get back into it with some bad shots. But they got the win, and it's Game 3 tonight. Do you, as an NBA fan, JP, do you want to see this series go deep, or do you want to see the reaction and the emotion of the Knicks players and crowd and fans win it at home at the Garden? Or do you want to see it go back to San Antonio?
I'd love to see it go 7 games.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the drama.
Yeah.
I think every year I'm in Outer Banks, there's usually Game 6 or 7 of the NBA Finals.
Might not be this
I'll be in
time.
Outer
Yeah,
Banks
might not.
next week.
Good chance it's not.
At least we'll catch one game during vacation where I can stay up and not have to worry about waking up. But it's interesting because Victor Wembanyama, the conversation before this series after they beat Oklahoma City was, is Victor the face of the league? Is he the best player in the NBA? And I think that's coming. Mm-hmm. But when you watch him, sometimes when he's driving the ball, it looks awkward. And he just doesn't have that go-to move where you can just dump it to him in the post and he'll get a bucket. If he gets hot from the three-point line, he can score a bunch of points. But his numbers in the series, he's averaging 27.5. He's averaging 10.5 rebounds and 3.5 blocks. I mean, those numbers are pretty amazing, but it's just something's
he was
missing on the offensive side to get to the next level.
No, he's not polished, but again, he's young.
Well,
He'll develop some of that as he matures.
There's no
into his
reason to
career.
think he can't, right? I mean, he appears to have all the ability in the world. In fact, my son was trying to make the argument. He's home this week. He was trying to make the argument that if you started a franchise today, he would take Wemby over LeBron like at the same age. It's a pretty hot take, but he's like, Wemby's redefining the game, can do everything.
I think that his overall impact, I think that makes sense.
If
I mean,
LeBron's
Wemby would be
19 or 18 and Wemby's 18, who are you taking? Just you get him over the next 20 some years.
I mean, it's hard to argue against LeBron's results.
It is.
Well, see, that's the thing.
If
So
you know what you know about LeBron,
Right.
like
You got to
you would
project
take LeBron.
You
Yeah.
got to project though,
Yeah.
based on Wemby's ability and his size. It's just how he does things that no one else's size can do.
His impact on the game is phenomenal because you see so many times guys drive into the lane where they would shoot pull-up shots, get a layup,
Oh, yeah.
and then they just dribble right back outside.
For sure.
The thing about the Knicks is doesn't necessarily bother them because then they kick it out and somebody hits a three.
Yeah, I mean, and they weren't hitting those threes, especially late in that game, but
And they haven't lost since when? I mean, this is now
it's 13 straight, right?
13 straight games,
Yeah.
14 straight games, whatever it is. They haven't lost in over a month.
It's crazy.
And you're just wondering when is that coming, right? But it hasn't. And now
It just
they're
feels
going home.
It just feels like a sweep. I mean, if the Spurs couldn't get one at home, now they have to go into a viper pit of Madison Square Garden where the crowd is going to be insane. Like, I just feel like we're looking at a sweep. At worst, a gentleman's sweep.
no, that's,
I don't look at it that way because game 2 was so close. It's a 1-point game.
yeah.
And game 1 was kind of a stunner because we expected the Spurs to win that one. But it hasn't been a mismatch.
Yeah, but why are we expecting the Spurs to win these games at this point?
just because it's been close.
I mean, right
Well, because
now, I'm just not expecting the Spurs to win. I
I thought the Spurs were the better team going in. I'm being proven wrong. But during the regular season, they won 62 games. The Knicks weren't close to that.
right.
I think it's largely like a 50-50 game tonight.
And most people thought the Western Conference was better than the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I would be surprised if it was a sweep. I know why you're saying that, Cakes, because of just how the first 2 games have played out. But, I mean, they're too talented to be swept. It's the way I look at it.
And even kind of, if you look at
don't
NBA
know.
history.
But you're
Like
look,
the vibes I'm getting are sweep.
I
There's
know,
sweep
I know.
vibes all over this,
I know
series at this point.
because the way that they played on the road, hostile environment. Now you go to the Garden,
Right.
and that's going to be absurd.
But if you look at NBA history, when there have been mismatches in the NBA Finals, if you have a superstar on the losing team, they usually can elevate the team to win one game. So Allen Iverson makes the Finals for the Sixers. Nobody thought the Sixers had a shot against Lakers, but he was good enough to win one game. Mm-hmm. I think the Spurs are better than that. I think the Spurs have a chance to make it a series.
Now look,
Obviously, the odds are in the Knicks' favor because for the Spurs to win the series, they would have to win 4 of the next 5.
yeah, very difficult.
But they just won in Oklahoma City a game 7.
And I didn't
And
think
Oklahoma City was the favorite.
and I didn't think that was going to happen.
So they can win in Madison Square Garden.
But if they lose tonight, it's over,
yeah,
Johnny.
they better make that win tonight then.
Yeah.
They better make it 2-1.
Well, you can also win a game like a gentleman's sweep
Right.
along the way.
Yeah, but that kind of sucks. Just to get a gentleman's sweep. But there's going to be so many people there tonight, and all the stars are going to be there out there on the court.
And the ticket prices are outrageous.
Ticket prices, what
I
are
think they are going down though. as
Are they
get closer.
$8,000?
I saw
I
it
don't
for
know.
as high as $11,000.
$11,000?
I saw Josh Hart. He feels bad for the fans. He's like,
Yeah.
these fans have had to wait for so long, and now you can't get a ticket less than $7,000 or $8,000.
It is funny to watch Knicks fans, like the little minute-long vignettes they have on Twitter where they just stick the mic for the Knicks fans that are out, the watch parties out of the street. I don't understand 60% of the Jones, but it's fun. It's just fun. You get swept up in it, even if you're not a Knicks fan. Which I'm
What are the
clearly
Jones
not.
about? About the
I don't know,
Spurs,
just like-
San Antonio?
no,
or?
there's a robot that's saying F Trey Young, and they
Okay.
have animosity towards Trey Young, and they're just screaming their
Everybody's
heads
telling
off.
Wemby to get his
It's
golf clubs ready.
Yeah, one guy saying, "Dude, working out with the monks isn't going to help you, Wemby." Screaming at the top of their lungs. they're clearly into it, and it's reflected by the ticket prices, and obviously the president is going to the game.
He has to play better. Want to be shooting 40% in the series.
Yeah, I mean, as a team, they just got to play better. They can't get down 14 or 12.
I tell you, I'm
fourth
with
quarter.
JP. I'd like to see it go 7 games, but I can't flip flop and now root for the Spurs. So I get the sentiment. It's cool to have this series, but I got to still root for the Knicks.
I don't have a hard fervor for either team. I think I said I was rooting for the Knicks, and that's
Yeah.
fine, but it
It's
was like
changed.
51-49. I don't have a passion. Like, I wasn't upset that the
I just feel
Spurs
like,
lost
I just feel
game
like they're
2.
the dogs.
I wasn't super happy that the Knicks won game 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really care who wins the series either. I would like to
It
go
would be nice if it went 7.
if it went deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of the NBA, pour one out for Stacey King.
No, it's sad. Saw that yesterday.
Of course, he won 3 titles with the Bulls. He passed away age 59.
He was
It was
enormous
announced on
human.
Sunday. He was a big dude.
I know that there was some reference to him kind of like falling down in his home. I didn't feel like it was like he bumped his head and donked off. I felt like it was
Right?
my instinct
he had
was
a
like
condition.
a stroke or something or heart attack.
Yep.
But who knows? That's just pure
Too early to
speculation.
tell.
Pure speculation. But it's a terrible story. Yeah.
I mean, 59 years old. And the Bulls took King with the number 6 overall pick in the 89 draft. Big dude, 6'11", played at University of Oklahoma for 4 years.
I mean, he didn't get goofed on like Will Purdue kind of got goofed on,
Yeah.
but he also didn't have this unbelievable carear. I mean, he did in the
No.
sense that he got rings.
Yeah, right.
But,
No, he was just a role
He
player.
was a depth
Yeah.
player on that team.
yeah.
But, man, 59 years old, Cakes?
I know it's shocking.
That's why Bill Burr has his latest special called The Drop Dead Years. We're in that zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the danger zone.
If you can get past this zone, then you should be okay.
It's kind of crazy. Now,
I don't know that I fully buy into that, but okay.
No, I think there is truth to that.
There's like real like science behind
There
it.
is the data that suggests the 50s is when you're in real danger zone for heart attacks, strokes, that kind of stuff.
all right,
Those of you that don't really like get a little skinnier, you just keep ballooning. That's
Check
when it
your
hits you.
actuary charts, Cakes.
I'll be sure to do that.
I know you check stocks all the time. You
Yeah.
can check your longevity charts.
so Mike Moore was talking about the Stanley Cup Finals
I
and
watched some.
how these were must-watch games, and I'm sorry, I stayed up too late Friday. I just couldn't do it Saturday, and I couldn't.
Well, it's double overtime. I watched a good.
Well, I
chunk,
couldn't even watch any of it.
I watched a good chunk of that game, but
Yeah.
I missed the game-winning goal, and it was a wackadoo game-winning goal. I mean, Shea Theodore blasts a shot from the point. It bounces off the backboard, and then one of the Carolina players might have barely tipped it with his stick, and then it goes off the back of the goalie's pad into the net. It was a wild
So they stormed back from 4-0 and then lost.
yeah.
Would you rather just lose that game
Maybe.
than have the
least
emotional
you
capital
fought.
of
Yes.
It's 4-0 in the third period, by the way.
I'd rather lose that game 10-0 and just go home with my tail between my legs, and instead of being teased by potentially winning it.
So Carolina scored 3 goals in the blink of an eye,
It's crazy.
39 seconds, right?
and then they scored
That is
their 4th goal.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
They push it to overtime. It gets double overtime, and all for nothing.
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
they lost.
yeah.
Down 2-1.
Mark Messier and Subban were killing them for just the lapse of play and letting them back into the game.
Oh, killing the Knights.
Yes,
Yeah.
just destroying them for letting them climb back.
But they're up 2-1.
They are. And so game 4 will be tomorrow. Obviously, you got NBA game
Yeah.
3. So they alternate. So Golden Knights, but that's in Vegas. Has been 25 goals scored in 3 games.
It seems like a lot.
He seems like
Play those overs.
Mike Moore. Did you watch the entire game? And I'm
Of course.
guessing
I
you
mean,
did.
we're 3 games in, and this is already the best Stanley Cup Finals in history. All 3 games have been cinema.
How many
Yeah.
Stanley Cup final games have you watched prior to this series?
Besides the Caps.
I started watching pretty heavy in like 2015.
Okay.
So I don't know,
All
maybe 10 years of Stanley Cups.
You have some body of work there.
Yeah, just take the over. I mean, all 3 games, and you can't count any team out. Like this series is perfect for live bets as well, because teams are going down 2 and then coming back right away.
How'd your day party go with the Penn Staters?
It was incredible. It was a lot of fun, actually.
Why? Why
shut
was it so good?
Well, just more people showed up than we realized. Like friends brought friends, so it was like 25 people from 3 o'clock in the afternoon to probably like 1 in the morning.
What was the
Massive
mix?
Sausage fest.
No, it was a pretty even mix. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty even.
Kind of surprised by that.
Hey, you're joning. Drab and I went to one of his parties.
Yeah.
It's half and half.
Yeah.
It's not
Oh,
a sausage
really?
fest.
Strong.
Wow.
Yes, you're trying to Joan.
We're projecting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, how would I know? I'm just guessing. Just sounds like a bunch of
But it
Brads and Chads hanging out.
I'm out of the loop on it. So the party was at your house. It was
Yeah.
a house party.
Yeah, so one of my roommates is from Pittsburgh, and he had a bunch of his hometown friends come stay with us. Well, they didn't stay with us; they stayed at like a hotel.
Yeah.
but they were just partying at our house all day.
Right.
So a lot of fun. And then obviously the game was incredible. We started playing slosh ball. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that.
have
What is-
not.
what is
News to me
slosh
as well.
Please describe.
It's basically like wiffle ball, but like drinking involved.
Okay.
So instead of getting on base, you have to run to a table, flip your cup over, and then whichever team can get through 4 cups ultimately wins. We had that going, the bonfire, TV outside. It's
Yeah.
just a lot of fun.
Nice.
You were getting after
You
it.
spent a ton of dough on food and drink for everybody, or
Yeah, we went to Costco. Went to Costco, got a bunch of pies, bunch of drinks, and then Chick-fil-A platter.
right?
no
Nice.
Pupatella?
No Pupatella.
Really? What an upset
That
is.
is kind of an upset.
Karen T went there over the
It's a
weekend.
huge upset.
No, I think that's tonight.
Yeah,
That's got
tonight.
game 3 all over
yeah,
it.
yeah. It's a great call.
At my brother's, he had family over on Saturday, and he needed an emergency liquor store run. So I drove like a couple of the kids. They're 21, 22, whatever, and I drove to the liquor store. We picked up Super Lights. Super Lights are there.
Nice.
They are
Good.
there. The variety
Excellent.
packs. Yeah.
I'm sure they are.
They
Saw
were
those
hu-
in Safeway a few days ago.
Did you? Yeah, they're
Yeah.
huge hit.
They're everywhere.
Huge hit.
Hey, Mike Marr, you could help me on this, maybe. I went to a grad party on Saturday, and I don't know if this was just the high school thing, if it's a Loudoun County thing, if it's an Ashburn thing, but not every boy, but 85 to 90% of the boys have this haircut. It looks just like Ducky from Pretty in Pink. Do you remember Ducky?
No.
Yeah, John Cryer, yeah.
All right.
Let me see it.
I mean, that is like a 50s era type hairdo from
All right.
the
So
look of
I
it.
don't know what the deal is.
Yeah.
Maybe it's this particular high school.
Right.
All of the boys had this big wave on the top of their head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of faded on the side over the years.
Okay.
I don't know.
I do see some of that.
You do see it?
Yeah, I mean,
So
it
it's not
doesn't
just-
look like John Cryer, but it looks.
I mean, it doesn't look exactly like this. It's
I just
pretty
describe
similar,
it as kind
though.
of floppy up top.
Very floppy, but then it's all cut, faded on above the ears.
Yeah.
And then short in the back.
John Cryer wishes he still had that hair. He's team bald.
Oh, he's bald
Full
now.
on team bald.
He's also team rich.
He's team very rich.
But-
so it's fine. That works too.
So this is the
But
new
this-
do?
I don't know what the deal is. And I don't know if it's just a Loudoun County thing, but you're saying you see it sometimes too.
I mean, even Dylan's doing it to a certain extent.
This
Where
is
it's just
the-
kind of
this is the
it's just
style.
longer up
That's-
top.
this is the style for high school seniors
Okay.
at this particular high school.
Kind of surprising.
It was surprising. My buddy and I were just sitting down.
Feel like you're back in the 80s again?
Yeah, it was weird. It doesn't look exactly like this.
Yeah.
But it's very similar.
Just longer up top.
Longer up top, very puffy, and
Yeah.
then but faded right here. I don't get it. But that's what they do, man.
It's nostalgia.
I don't
It's
think
nostalgia
they.
haircut.
I don't think they do that in college.
I don't know.
I think that's just a high school thing.
I don't really look
I
at
think they do it in college.
That type of haircut, really?
I think John's son kind of has it. Doesn't your son have kind of curly,
just had-
longish hair?
Yeah, but it's not shaved on the sides.
Maybe not shaved
Kinda
on the
same
sides, but
length
it's a
all the way
little bit
around.
bigger and like curly
He's
up
got-
top.
He's got some flow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my nephews has got curls, and he like wears something special when he goes to sleep to keep.
Oh, yeah, like women.
Yeah, like what are you doing?
He's got to protect that hair.
Yeah, he wears like some sort
Got to
of
keep
like
that curl tight.
some sort of like head cover thing to keep the
nice.
curls silly. He said, "I didn't even know that was a thing."
I guess it's a big deal. I think Dylan at one point said he went to a haircut place. I mean, we always went to this family barber shop nearby.
Yeah.
And he didn't get it, but he was thinking about getting a perm. I was like, a perm? That's curls. So maybe curls are in.
So we were talking about getting your hair done and all this, and I don't know how it came up, but you guys know what your wives are paying for their haircuts?
Sadly, yes.
My God, it's like,
150?
dude, it's like $400 or $500.
Oh, my wife doesn't pay for that.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm 100%
My
sure.
mother, who gets her,
There's no way my wife would do that.
dude, my mother
Yeah.
pays $140 to get her hair done.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
And she,
distraught.
last I knew, she was going to Walmart.
Actually, sometimes my daughter will cut my wife's hair.
Really?
Yeah.
That's keeping it in house. I like that.
Yeah.
Like
dude,
that.
There's no
It's
chance
super
my
expensive,
wife
especially
would
if you
spend
get-
$400.
yeah.
You
If
get
you
like
get-
a keratin or something in
Right,
there.
and if you get your hair colored and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, it's insanity. What the scam women are running on their hair and their nails.
Well, the biggest
It's
scam,
unbelievable.
The biggest scam for women is like to get their hair blow dried on the way out is like $50 or $75.
Jeez.
Yeah, if you get a blowout.
Yeah, it's like-
Probably, yeah.
It's that's insane. I'd be like, no, you just keep it wet. It's fine.
Yeah.
You can blow dry it at home.
I don't know the exact price. I know this. My wife probably wouldn't like it, but she went back to blonde because it covers the grays better.
So
Okay.
charge more for that.
But I'm sure the getting going from brunette to blonde is expensive.
Dude, it's crazy.
But she doesn't have to get it colored as often.
I vote yes on Jess's decision to go from brown/gray to blonde.
I feel like I pay a lot, and I think my guy charges me like $26 or something.
I met a guy this weekend who came up to me and he goes, "I go to the same barber as EB."
Yeah. Right, because there's only a couple. Well, actually, it's like 5 or 6 in our neighborhood, but
No.
whatever. I
Your boy
talk about him.
Demetrius.
Yeah, I think it's like $26.
Who was that? I can't remember.
And I pay him $7 or $8 tip or whatever.
Solid.
And I feel like that's a lot. the women are paying so much more, 10 times that.
Yes, they are. But I know for a fact my wife doesn't pay that much.
That's good.
I was at the golf course.
You got her trained.
I think she just realizes that's outrageous just
She's
for a haircut.
pragmatic.
And her hair looks good. I mean,
Yeah.
my daughter does a good job.
Well, maybe she could do my family.
Your daughter's got a good side hustle.
She's got a little side hustle, yeah.
The girls went out the other day. They all went out to go get mani pedis, and I'm scared to ask how much that is.
Better do
I
some
got a
more.
pretty good idea.
Do some more live reads.
I do a lot more live reads, Case.
Yeah, stop for more live reads.
Hey, coming up at 7:00, we're going to talk about the latest video that Brandon Ayuk put out.
This guy's crazy.
You know what? I'll put up a poll today. Does anybody still want that guy? We're going to get to that coming up at
Oh,
7
there are a
o'clock
bunch of people still want him.
here on The Fan.
Every great team's got a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down the film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I think we've talked about this a little, but fill me in on this. I saw the headline. Mogging suddenly is everywhere. Is that a problem? Do you know what mogging is?
It's like when somebody one-ups you.
Yeah, like when
Yes.
you get overshadowed by somebody.
They were saying it even on the golf tournament. There was some big dude that was sitting next to JT Poston when they were on the back of a golf cart heading out to the playoff hole, and they're like, "My God, he just got mogged in his own golf cart by
Somebody on the broadcast said that?
No, it was like a social media.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Of
there's
course.
no chance anybody on a golf
There's no way Jim Nance is saying that.
No,
Impossible.
no, but there was some big jacked dude
Yeah.
sitting next to him, and Poston looks like a golfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's weird. But yeah, mogging is definitely a thing. I don't know. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know the derivation of it.
I think it's an offshoot of the looks maxing movement.
Has to be.
Oh, it's all part of that.
We live
yeah,
in the
yeah.
worst timeline of all time.
Do you
I mean,
think?
like, yes.
So when the aliens come here, they're going to do a
aliens-
U-turn.
Well, yeah, they're going to look at us and be like, "What a pathetic, what a pathetic race humans are."
yeah,
Talking
but-
about looks maxi and clavicular and mogging. Let's go on
Looks
to another.
maxi.
Maybe they're going to be
galaxy.
jealous because they're grays.
No, they're not
and
going to
they
be
look
jealous.
nubs.
They're not going to be jealous.
No, but I was thinking about that the other day. Look, you get one crack at this life.
Yeah.
And I was driving somewhere, and I was like, thank God I live in this era where can have a nice car, we could drive to work, can drive to get to the nice things in life. Imagine if you were walking around with a leaf on your Johnson and you were going out there to go catch food.
Or like you had to live off the off the land and
exactly.
hunt, and you're a caveman.
There's a lot of
Running away from
downsides.
Apparently, I don't know.
Dinosaurs.
Matt might know more, but apparently it's from the acronym AMOG, alpha male of the group.
I didn't know that.
So they
never
call
heard
it.
that.
So
Look
they
at
call.
you.
They call.
So you want to be the alpha of the group.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. That's what I'm reading.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true, Matt and Matt?
That makes
is that-
sense.
Is that from AMOG?
It sounds about right. I mean, that term is a little.
MO.
Yeah. Alpha male, the group,
Yeah,
males
yeah,
group. Makes total sense to me. I mean, I hear people use it all the time that are Gen Zers. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of easy to contact clues what it means.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can context it for sure. It's so weird
Mogging.
that it's kind of become like a thing.
I mean, if you're hearing it on a golf broadcast.
No, it wasn't on the broadcast.
No, it
it
wasn't
was
on
the
the-
social media again.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no way
immediately
they're
there's an image.
saying mogging on
It's
CBS.
never been uttered by a Jim Nance or anybody.
Might happen
There's no way
eventually.
Dottie Pepper's saying it.
I doubt it. I doubt it. People, by the way, I know this is off topic. It doesn't matter, but people are killing Morgan Pressel on social media. Did you see that? I knew you guys. If you guys were on social media at all yesterday,
Did not see that.
Those of us that have golf Twitter, like Valdi. Oh my God, people just kill her. They say her voice is terrible. She offers nothing. I thought it was kind of brutal, unfair. Anyway, side note. I know no one cares.
Morgan Pressel is.
She's doing analysis. She's a former pro on the U.S. Women's Open. When Nelly
Yeah.
Porter won.
Hey, speaking of the Women's Open,
Yeah.
why this isn't sexist or anything? I don't think.
You're not trying to be anyway.
I'm not trying to be, but why? After your golf round, usually shake hands with your boys, whatever. When you come off 18, thanks for playing. Thanks for meeting me out here,
Yeah.
whatever. Good playing, good round, all that fun stuff. Meet you inside. Why in women's golf do they hug each other and
they-
hug their caddies so much?
But it's not even a real hug. They kind of just tap each
Yeah.
other. It's
Like-
like
I don't know. Yeah.
It's
kind of weird.
It is kind right.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
After every single round, they hug each other and hug their caddies, and the caddies will shake hands. Like,
Yeah.
is it
I
not
think-
feminine to shake your competitor or friend's hand after golf?
I don't know. I
you
think
have
it's
to
kind
hug
of nice. You think you don't like the hug?
It's just I noticed it. I just know the handshake is traditional at the end of the round, but in women's golf, a hug is more traditional.
I
just think it's
just don't. I didn't follow the LPGA back in the day as much as I do now. So I don't know if they were doing that back
I
then
just think
too.
it's a nice thing. Women
Because
hug.
women
It's just a
generally
female-
don't shake hands.
Yeah, it's a female
women
thing.
are-
In
it's a
tennis, they do
women
the same
thing.
thing. They hug after every match.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with it. It doesn't strike me as odd.
So
I don't
Yeah, but if you just met-
if women aren't meeting each other for the first time or
right, no,
after hanging
if you,
out, they
if
don't
you
shake
meet
hands?
a woman now for the first time, you're not hugging her. You're shaking her hand. If two women meet each other in a conference room on a business meeting,
Probably.
they're not hugging. They're shaking hands.
Okay, probably.
So I think it's just the the golf.
It's just in that arena.
yeah.
That's
Well,
the way
no,
they
like he's
do it.
saying in tennis.
Tennis,
Maybe
yeah,
it's
every-
just
Okay, maybe it's
sports.
just sports. Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it doesn't. I don't find it odd at all.
What about WNBA?
when I
What
think
about
of-
WNBA?
When I
What do
think
they
of a
do?
I don't know.
hug, when I think of a hug, like I don't think of it as a formality. I think of it as like an endearing affection type thing. Like if I didn't know somebody, I
Still
wouldn't
kind
just
of think
hug.
it is. Even though it's a formality, I still think it's kind of a nice, affectionate thing. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. It doesn't strike me as weird.
I don't think it's weird. It's just fake because they don't even really hug. They kind of they barely touch.
Well,
and
now
they,
people are afraid to touch
and
each
then
other
they
too.
tap each other a little bit.
You're
on-
afraid to touch anybody.
Well, I know Nelly Quarter's dad wasn't afraid to touch her butt. That was
Yeah, he
that was
lifted her
weird.
up.
He lifted her up by the butt. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, but it's his dad.
Yeah.
It was her dad.
That was her first U.S. Open, right?
Yes, fourth major.
Fourth major, but first Open.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just an
but-
observation. That
yeah, it's fair. I don't.
I
It
know
doesn't
the
bother
answer
me.
to.
I've noticed that over the years, and I'm guessing just because it's a sports thing, maybe Drab's right, but I don't think it's a female thing. I think it depends on what industry you're in.
I don't know if when I finish a round of golf when I'm with my boys, I might give them shake their hand or whatever, and I pull them in, pat them on the butt or something. If it's a buddy of mine or yeah,
Sounds very intimate.
yeah. If it's a squirrel or something, Pocus Johnson or something. You know what I mean? Just something fun.
True, but that's
Yeah,
a friend
just me
of yours.
being goofy. Yeah. Right.
I mean, if there's no way
every lady-
Nelly Corda knows
Every lady
Gabby
on the
Lopez
court,
that
yeah.
well, so they're not gonna
Yeah, it's just a
they're
nice
not gonna do
thing.
something like that.
I don't know. Seems nice to me.
Gabby Lopez is kind of cute, by the way. Little hottie.
I'll have to look her up.
As cute as a woman
She's-
walking around in a bikini at 6 a.m. today.
By the way, speaking of videos, and again, it's probably
That
AI.
was strange.
Yeah.
So you can
that's weird.
you can attack me. It's probably AI. But there was a video this weekend where a guy was naked on a train. Did you see that?
I did not see
And
this.
then the guy is just. It was a viral video, and it was I don't know where it was. And he was being. They were like, "Put your clothes back on." He's being belligerent, and then the customer, the customers, the other people on the train, they just took him down.
Oh, really?
They
Just
took
gave-
him
gave
down.
the beat down?
Yeah, and they kind of held him, tied him up, and
Yeah.
then at the stop they kind of threw him out. And I don't know if they waited for authorities or whatever. But the guy was standing on a public train,
Yeah.
like a subway or the metro, butt naked.
It's another reason to avoid mass transit.
You're so anti everything. It's
Well,
unbelievable.
I'm anti being on a subway. I know where a guy's not going to get naked and take his pants off in my car. I know that for a fact. I can tell you
That's
that with
true.
certainty.
Has that never happened for you in your life?
Taking my pants off in the car?
Might be for certain reasons.
Well, one trip to Borgata,
I
legendary
almost did
trip.
on the trip to the Borgata.
Yeah.
It was very close.
Well, no, it could be with another person.
Oh, well,
in
that's
my
different.
car?
You never did in your car ever,
think.
ever.
He's in the box.
He is in a
Full consummation in a car? Never.
Wow.
That's never happened. I led a sheltered life. I don't know how. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures.
yeah. What are you
in
gonna
your
do?
youth,
Yeah,
When you're
just
not a homeowner.
that opportunity never
Yeah.
crossed my path.
Movie theater though, not full consummation.
Again. That's It's not. It was like PG-13.
That's third base,
maybe
dude.
bordering on R.
I think that's all.
You went to third base.
I think what you
Maybe
did
R.
was R-rated.
probably right.
Yeah, I think
and pretty crass. But I was 17. I mean, what was I going to do?
All right, coming up next over the weekend, we heard Brandon Ayuk speak. Does it make any sense? We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Hey, the world's biggest soccer tournament, it's arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about this? Australia trading at 46% to beat Paraguay. That means a $100 trade pays out $218 if they win, if you want to go with Australia. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. What does that mean? It means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. It's very cool. And for a limited time, you can download the Kalshi app and use the code JP, and you're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Arizona defeats the Nationals 5-1, but the Nats win the series 8-2-1 in road series this season. Nats and Giants tonight, 9:45 p.m. Miles Mikolas gets the call. Tonight it's Game 3 Spurs at the Knicks at 8:40 p.m. Knicks lead 2-0. The watch party outside MSG was scrapped. President Trump expected to be in attendance. Current lowest price seat tonight, minimum $5,214 on Ticketmaster. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp this week. Commanders' third round of OTAs begin tomorrow. DC Defenders stun Orlando Storm 28-22 to return to the championship. Men's College World Series tickets punch to Omaha. UNC, Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss, West Virginia, and Troy. Nelly Corda won the 81st U.S. Women's Open. JT Poston won the Memorial in a playoff. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Carroll, the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. That is the foursome. You know, it was maybe a week ago, 10 days ago, you got a little cranky about Nats fans who are upset, who would say, well, the Nats aren't on my provider anymore. I can't watch the Nats. Mm-hmm. There was a longtime listener. He came up to me after the whole rain debacle on the golf course. Everybody goes to, I don't even know what you call it because it's Laytonsville. I mean, it's not a club. There's basically it's not like a full clubhouse, but I guess it's the clubhouse.
It's a clubhouse.
It's a clubhouse. It's a small clubhouse. Yeah. So everybody's kind of packed in there, pouring in the rain, and this guy comes up to me and he's like, I've been listening to your show for 29 years, like out of the 30. Like he started early on.
But
very cool.
Right.
And no, then he walks away. And then about 2 minutes later, he goes, man, you got to tell YouTube TV to get you back on. He's like, I can't watch you guys anymore. I just don't know what to say. So what I said, well, you know, we're available on YouTube. You can stream us. And old school, you can listen.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah. That's actually an option for you.
There are a variety of different ways.
Right. Yes. Let's talk about Brandon Ayuk. I think the theme of the summer is Brandon Ayuk.
It's the summer of Ayuk around here.
Last year was the summer of Terry.
Yep.
It's on the contract. This is the summer of Ayuk. And if you touch him, I don't know how many people want to touch him anymore, but let's play the latest video which Brandon Ayuk released, and we can maybe try and interpret it. I saw an interesting interpretation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is after the selfie he posted, right? Where he barely got anything on, and he's got like a Commander's hat.
Yes, and then also last week we talked about the video that was released of him racing a car to track.
Yeah, I guess he got arrested for that? Is
that
right?
He was arrested for
something
the
else.
previous
He was arrested
incident.
for the one outside of Levi's Stadium.
Okay.
This was, I interpret that as he's taunting the cops and prosecutors by saying, okay, you're arresting me for my December driving 100 miles an hour. Look at me, I'm still driving 100 miles an hour.
I drive fast a lot. That's kind of what he's saying.
Right.
I don't know. That was my interpretation.
Whatever.
So here's Ayuk.
You know, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court, but they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, y'all don't want to pick me. I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they like, oh yeah, this lit. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared, they scared. The truth is they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, you know that allegedly. But what they not gonna say is, BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable. It's coming. Stop running. Stop being a female dog.
Stop being a female dog.
Stop being a little cat. And stop running from the belt.
Stop running from the whipping I'm about to
belt.
give you. That's the idea.
You know what?
Let me go. Stop running from the whipping
If I'm
I'm
the
about to give
Commanders,
you.
I'm running away from the belt as quickly as I can. I mean, he's a bizarre person. He hasn't been healthy the last few years. I can't introduce that into my locker room.
Who are the kids that don't get picked? Is that the 49ers?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I saw
don't
somebody
understand that
interpret it
part.
that the kids that don't get picked are the 49ers and the toy is himself, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The Niners didn't know how to use the toy. Now the toy's going to be used correctly, and
Right.
they're going to regret
Yeah, that
not
makes
using
sense.
the toy.
You know what?
Something along those lines.
But who's taking the ball?
He's taking the ball. He's taking the ball. And he's going to play for somebody else, and he's going to give him a
taking the ball
whooping.
and going home
Yeah.
because he didn't get
Some-
picked.
It's very strange.
I don't care. I honestly don't care.
Right.
If they sign him, if he's good, he'll play. If he sucks, they'll cut him. I honestly don't care. But I will say this. He is weird. There's
Yes.
no doubt about it.
Yeah,
He's weird.
of course.
And I tweeted that he's weird, and I got assaulted by the HTTC crowd. It took about an hour. But it gets to certain accounts, and then there's all these people that don't know you.
So
they don't listen.
They don't think he's weird?
Oh, they were defending him like you
They're
wouldn't
just
believe.
not. They're not.
So they want him.
They're not rational.
There's a lot of
thinkers.
people out
They're-
there that still want him.
It's unbelievable. They act like he's already part of the team.
Yeah.
They act like he's. And listen, I'm not even saying don't sign him. I'm not going as hard as Cakes. I will, but he's definitely weird.
Yeah, he is.
He's a weird cat. He does give you Antonio Brown vibes.
Oh yeah.
But
100%.
a lot of people. But Antonio Brown, great player. Would you want Antonio Brown in the prime of his career? Of course.
Yeah, but didn't Tom Brady bring him in and even housed him and couldn't
Yeah, I
even
mean,
reel him in?
Yeah.
You just know if you bring in Brandon Ayuk, even if it's for a year, somebody's got to babysit him. Somebody's got to like be his handler because he's just a different.
I think that would be Jaden.
Well, no, you can't.
I mean, it might be.
That would be a huge problem.
I know.
You can't have your quarterback, the face of the franchise, babysitting Brandon Ayuk.
I understand.
And trying to keep him in
But
line.
that's the reason he wants to come here.
I'm looking at him. I'm going, what is Jaden seeing? I'm like, what are they having? I don't even
He
understand.
was just a star receiver that Jaden threw to at
Yeah,
Arizona
but
State.
But it was a long time ago.
Maybe he was more normal then. I mean, maybe that's just. I don't know.
And maybe some people actually think that makes sense, what he was saying. 1-800-636-1067. We did put this up as the Junkies
I
poll
think
of the
we
day.
interpreted
He's
it pretty
very
well.
polarizing.
Yeah.
It's gonna be right down the middle.
The poll of the day is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. It's made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. The poll is, does anybody out there still want Brandon Ayuk? And I would love to hear from some callers who say, all this stuff doesn't mean anything. I want them because they need a receiver.
Well, I think there's
There's
definitely
people
right
out
now.
there.
I'm almost part of
There's
that.
people
camp.
out there that believe
I'm
that.
almost part of that camp. I don't. He's definitely weird. I'd rather not deal with it. But if you could score 6 or 8 touchdowns for me,
Yeah, but
I could look the other way.
There are other available guys that can do that
Yeah.
without
Right.
all the drama. And I know Stephon Diggs, he brings a certain level of
Yeah.
diva and drama.
Yeah.
But
I don't think it's to that level.
I just feel like his head's on way straighter than Brandon Ayuk's.
But I wish he would just post videos of him catching balls.
Right.
Well, there
Working
is-
out.
but there is video, and I've seen it before, and it resurfaced again over the weekend of him with the Niners working out at one of their camps post injury, and you can see he's still moving great.
How
He's
long
moving
ago
great.
was that?
It was post injury.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know, within a year.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
But it's not like he didn't recover from the injury. Like he definitely was moving. He's running his routes, cutting, breaking it down. I mean, he looked fine.
You can call us at 1-800-636-1067 or tweet us at Chunks Radio. This one from Frank Nitty. Run away from BA. He sounds like he's on drugs. He's not keeping football the main thing.
He just causes so much uncertainty by posting these dumb videos, whereas if he posted videos of him catching balls and looking really good in workouts, then all the Commanders fans will be all in. And hell, maybe Dan Quinn and David Blau will be all in. And Adam Peters.
Stacy tweets us, I don't know why they don't just run it back with Debo and call it a day. Last year
don't
was such a
understand
wash with all the injuries to key players. I don't think we ever saw the full potential of the McLaurin and Debo pairing. I think that's fair.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Here's the response I got. How dare you? He's portraying black culture. You're just racist. That's how we wear our pants. It's how we handle business. I didn't even comment on what he was wearing.
I don't care about the pants.
I didn't even care.
But you're
I just said he's weird.
But you're racist now.
Yeah, in the video that video of the audio you just heard, there's no picture of him in his pants. That's a completely different posting.
Yeah.
It's just a close up of
just
him
his head
and his weird face and the weird words coming out of his mouth for like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
But
some people have pointed out.
Stop being racist.
I'm so racist. Yeah. Some people have pointed out, though, that wide receivers, they are a different breed oftentimes. Some of the best.
That's true.
Some of the best, they are wild. And sometimes that goes. Now, we have like Terry, who's like a saint.
Yes.
No one's like Terry.
But the shirtless Commanders picture did say something to me. He's all in on coming here, huh?
Sure seems like
he's all in.
Well,
he's following Jaden, the Commanders, and his wife on Instagram, right? He's only following 3 accounts.
Yep.
And then he's wearing the Commanders hat.
And also his weird behavior, it has to be scaring other teams off. I would think. If you're an NFL GM and you see that video, you're like, oh, man, I can't wait to go out and pick up Brandon Ayuk once he's released from the Niners.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think there's going to be a big groundswell of teams that are interested in his services?
I can't imagine any team.
After what's happened with him
but
in the Niners?
Let's just say the Jets called his agent and said, we really want him. Once he's released, we really, really want him. He's probably wearing a Jets hat.
Yeah, right.
But isn't there a deal where the 49ers can essentially hold him hostage?
Yes.
They don't have to release him.
But I think the assumption is August 31st.
Yeah, I would assume they're going to be so petty. They're going to hold on to him till the very last minute and then cut him loose.
I think
because they hate
that's
each
August
other.
31st. I don't know what that deadline is, but I saw 8/31.
Yeah, they hate each other. So the Niners are going to spite him till the last minute.
But if you were to make a move, let's say Adam Peters really wants to roll with Brandon Ayuk, he has confidence. You bring him into camp on September 1st, September 2nd, he's not going to be ready for the regular season.
Well, that's why the Niners are holding him.
Right.
Because they don't want him to be able to go to a team at training camp and work out with them.
Why can't they just sign Debo? Debo's putting out everything we want. He's working out. He's grinding. He's got something to prove. He wants to make a bag. What are we doing?
I guess they thought he was a dud last year.
And also, why?
I think it's a little unfair.
Well, maybe he's asking for too much money still. We don't know what he's asking for.
Why is some of the fan base so obsessed with Brandon Ayuk? They're acting like they're going to get the Brandon Ayuk from 3 or 4 years ago.
The word which Valdez used last week, which I think is accurate, is they're romanticizing the possibility of Brandon Ayuk.
Of him being at his peak.
Yes, him being at his peak, making Jaden happy.
Yeah,
they're worried about making Jaden happy.
I wonder if Jaden even actually cares.
I've said that too.
I would be like, he's his boy, but I have a lot of boys, but I don't necessarily want to play golf with him every day. He's my boy.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I mean? I don't necessarily want to be around him every day. Certain people.
Yeah, behind closed doors, we don't know this. Behind closed doors, Jaden could be like, man, BA's
he's a handful.
He's going off the rails a little bit.
Or he could just say he's a handful.
That's what I was saying last week.
Yeah.
He may go to Dan Quinn and say, "We can't. Look, I like him as my boy, but I can't play with him. He's going to be.
I hope he's gone into.
He's going to be disruptive.
I hope he's gone into Peter's office and said, "Look, he's my guy, but I don't want to throw him the football."
All right, let's take a couple of these calls, see where people stand on Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I can tell you the poll: 90% say don't want him now.
Oh, really?
Good.
I thought it'd be right down the middle. Maybe not.
All right, we'll come back. We'll take your calls. 1-800-636-1067.
Maybe people also have a different interpretation of what he's saying. What I gather, I think what we all get is he's saying, hey, they didn't use me properly. I'm about to be used properly. I'm going to give them a whooping, and they don't want it. That's why they're not letting me go. That's how I'm interpreting that.
I think so.
Yeah.
I can roll with that.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. Maybe you can help us interpret what he said. And is there any chance you still want him? So if I had to answer a poll today, and you can vote at Junks Radio, I would vote no. I'm not interested in Brandon Ayuk. But I will have a caveat. If Brandon Ayuk showed up to training camp, for lack of a better, and I had him run a bunch of routes and he looked great, I could bypass this stuff because he's unhappy. He's been unhappy in San Francisco. We don't know all. It doesn't make sense to us because all he had to do was show up and make money. We can't really fathom making the amount of money that these guys make, right? So they have a different mentality. He could have made millions of dollars simply by showing up. He chose not to. So we are immediately right there. We go, weirdo, that's crazy. And then we can't really understand what he's saying here about the kids and the ball and all that stuff. Doesn't really make sense to us, but it makes sense to him. But if the guy can flat out play, the only thing he's done potentially criminally, Drab corrected me, it's an arrest warrant. He hasn't been arrested, was driving fast. Okay, that was odd. But again, it's kind of, everything is
That's not
towards San Francisco. Like it's not
unusual.
It's not crazy.
No, he just. I'll say this: if you don't want to say weird, odd. He's an odd guy.
Yes.
But you think his behavior is obviously he's just going to be on the straight and narrow just because he's out of San Francisco? Like
I
you're
don't
gonna
know.
have the same weirdness and
if
quirks when he's
Yeah, but
here.
he can be odd and still ball out for my team. I don't really care. I'm just pointing out that he's an odd guy. I mean,
yeah, I mean, that,
Well,
I'm
he
sure
might
there
be.
are other
it
guys
might-
that are on the team
but
that are odd.
True, but he might be beyond odd. He might be difficult.
yeah, he strikes
He
me
might
as
be.
he strikes me as difficult,
And
and disruptive.
odd is
a
different.
disruptive
Yeah,
guy.
But is it worth it? Dennis Rodman was disruptive and difficult.
I mean, you're talking
Dennis
about,
Rodman,
he was the best rebounder in the game. Like,
Okay,
he was a
but-
different level.
he would leave the team during playoff runs, and
Yeah,
Phil
yeah.
Jackson was like, "Yeah, go ahead, get
no,
the
look,
Gennady system, go to Vegas."
Sometimes, depending on the sport, coaches or teams or teammates that can handle that.
Yeah.
But is it worth the risk for this guy?
He doesn't strike me as a
Right.
He doesn't strike me as a Dan.
I mean, if he was
Quinn
as good as
brother-
Jamar Chase, okay, different
he's
story.
Not, he's not that level.
He's not.
He doesn't strike me as a Dan Quinn brotherhood camaraderie guy.
But would you give him the opportunity, Cakes? If he showed up, you say,
You know the
we
answer
need,
from
we,
him.
we need to work you out before, and you have an interview with him, and he basically says, "Look, all the stuff I've been doing, I get it. It's a little bit different, but if you sign me, I'm going to flat out ball for you."
I mean, how you're just going to believe him? You're going to believe all of a sudden he's going to be?
That's
You know,
basically what he's saying in
No, I'm-
his Instagram post.
There are. If he was the only option, then maybe I would consider it. They have other options if they want to upgrade the wide out room. They don't don't have to acquire Brandon Ayuk to get better in that area.
I'll say this: he wouldn't be my first choice, but if they signed him and he played well, I will look past the oddness.
Of course,
But he's definitely an odd / weirdo to me.
John Riggins was odd.
John Riggins is an odd guy.
You loved him, revered him.
Yeah, and I still care about John, but when it's awkward when you're around him. He's an awkward guy to this day.
Yeah, but I don't know if guys like Riggins cause friction. Ayuk causes friction. That's what it comes across as.
Yes.
John Riggins sat out a whole year, though. I'm just saying you could build a
No,
narrative.
You could make a John
Right,
Riggins
of course.
comparison.
I don't know. I don't think I could. But this is a totally different era.
All right, let's go to Don at Ashburn, 800-636-1067. What is your perception? Do you have a different vibe off of what he's putting out there? Would you sign him? What's your feeling? All that. Don.
Well, first of all, one of the things y'all said in the last segment, let's not forget that we have probably one of the worst fan bases, the dumbest fan bases on the planet. But as far as Ayuk goes, too immature, and he just keeps displaying it over and over and over. And when you have a young wide receiver ring and you've got a good young quarterback, I just think it's too disruptive to bring a guy like that just is off the charts, different from everybody else in that room, especially the leaders.
What if
I
he
just don't
produces,
see it,
though?
man.
What if they work him out and he's still got the quickness? He's still, he could still obviously play at a pretty high level.
Well, then I think and that's a fair point, but I think you still have to look at, you've got to judge us on what the expectations are going to be for his capabilities now with the age, the injury, and coming back and not having played for as long as he did. And then you factor in this immaturity, and it just knocks him down even more. I mean, yeah, if you can get him for a super cheap price, maybe, but I just don't think it's the right move.
Would you
I think
rather
he's
have
too
Debo
immature.
at this point?
I'd rather have just about anybody. That's not going to be an off the field problem. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
100%.
All right, 800-636-1067. What's your take on Brandon Ayuk? We're getting to know Brandon a little bit more with each of these sort of postings, each of these little soliloquies that he's doing.
I'd like to know less about Brandon Ayuk. I feel like I know plenty about him at this point. I'd like to know less.
Didn't I see a report that Dallas was in on him? Did you see that over the weekend?
I did see that report, but I mean,
was that AI? Was that
who
fake?
knows? I mean,
Yeah. Let's go to Chris in Brandywine. Chris, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, gentlemen, I see it a totally different way than you guys.
Okay.
I still take them. I would prefer them. I think you got to look at it like this. Imagine you guys working radio, right?
Yeah.
And they basically took away your bonuses.
Yeah.
And said you couldn't go on the radio anywhere else.
Yeah.
And he's not like Terry, who's media savvy. He can't. Not everybody has that skill set.
Right.
So
Fair.
whatever he says is going to be wrong. Whatever he says is going to get painted the wrong way. He's in a bad place. It's like Lavernius Coles and Dan Snyder back in the day, allegedly.
Can I give you just one distinction? If our employers said, we don't want you on the air, we're taking away your voice, but if you show up to work, you do get paid. We would all be showing up here to collect our checks.
Here, yeah. I'd be asleep in the
all
green
Brandon
room.
Ayuk had to do was show up, and he was going to get paid.
I got a rebuttal for you for that. I think that's the reason why they didn't have that camp this week upcoming, because they knew he would show up, and they would and he could fake an injury, and they would have to pay him.
They canceled OTAs because
that
of
was part of the
Ayuk.
deal that they didn't do that.
I saw that. I was having a hard time understanding
Find that hard to believe because at these OTAs, there's like 100 guys.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna not have a practice because of one player.
Well, just the circus
It seems
atmosphere.
kind of far-fetched.
When your entire roster can get there and get better.
Chris,
I
let me ask you
don't know
this:
about that.
What are we misinterpreting what he's saying? When you hear him go on his little talk there, what are you gathering from that?
So for me, what I heard was you take the ball and go home sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, there might have been a disagreement about the care and the health of how things went down.
Yeah.
And they decided to take away his money. And then the little boy thing is directly at Kyle, saying that he's misusing them, and somebody else wants to use him in the way that he thinks he wants to be used, and he's like, no, that's my toy. He's like basically putting it on Kyle that he's stopping him from being able to go somewhere.
Right.
And honestly, I think the 49ers are like anywhere but this team. They don't want him to go to the place he wants to go to.
Oh, that's probably
definitely true.
Yeah, that's probably 100% correct.
Yeah.
But Chris, let me ask you this before you go. Do you really want Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I think that there's a lot of we've only heard a few things from him most recently, but before that we haven't heard anything. So it's been spin. So,
but don't you wish he was posting videos of him working out instead of these awkward videos just killing the Niners?
I think from his perspective, that puts him in a place where he can get traded to somewhere else, and he wants to control where he goes.
I just worry how good he's going to be. I've said this a bunch of times.
Thanks,
the
Chris.
last time he caught a touchdown pass was in the 2023 season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he played in 2024, 7 games,
He got
25
hurt.
catches, got hurt. But he hasn't been productive in so long. We haven't seen him on the football field. If it was a guy who was, everybody thought was on a scale of 1 to 100, a 100 in the character scale, like a perfect guy, but he hadn't played for 2 years, you'd be a little reticent. You'd be like, he's going to be rusty.
Mm-hmm.
He may have lost some speed.
Eric
He's
Bickle.
had no game reps.
Eric Bickle, deep down in your heart, if you had to go to the betting window, do you think the Commanders will sign Brandon Ayuk?
You used to be on the 100%.
Yes or no?
Yes, I used to be 100%. If I had to bet now, I'd say no.
Right.
If I had to bet now, I'd say no.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like a lot.
I mean, if Adam Peters has a quarter of a brain, he's going to stay a million miles away from this guy. This guy.
It seems like they're going out.
He is toxicity.
Right.
personified.
They're going out and bringing in all these. They're bringing in the Bobby Wagners of the world because of the culture that they provide. Very positive culture.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be very shocked if they went out and signed the antithesis of that. I mean, I just don't see it.
This is from Twitter. You can tweet us at Junks Radio. Mike Hall tweets us. Nobody heard anything about Ayuk other than he's a good football player before the contract situation in San Francisco. Then he started acting out. Who's to say once he's on a team he wants to play for and happy, he'll be back to the quiet guy he was before in San Francisco? It's possible.
I don't know. Maybe. Let's go to Jerry in Upper Marlboro. Jerry, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Actually, it's Gary. With the
I'm sorry. Hey, Gary.
No worries. No worries. Good morning. I don't want Brandon Ayuk. Okay, this is just another example of this guy just being who he is. Okay, that last caller saying, "Oh, he was quiet before the contract." This is, the money doesn't change anything. This is who you are. And as I told your producer, I think the real reason why people are connecting him to Washington is because of Jade. That there's going to be some marriage, best bros getting together on a football team. Other than that, you stop it. There are better receivers out there. Why aren't we going after Diggs? Diggs proved last year that he can help a team get to the Super Bowl. The only reason why this IU thing is continuing is because of his connection with Jaden. And I think that is a very dangerous thing because Jaden's coming up on a contract negotiation. You don't want this guy in his ear. Okay, Jaden's going to be hanging out with this guy. He's not going to be hanging out with Terry McLaurin or Bobby Wagner if he's back on the team. He's going to be hanging out with this guy. Mm-hmm. And I don't want that kind of influence on Jaden.
Jaden doesn't really hang out. I'll say this. That's one of the good things you hear about Jaden is he's not a hangout type of guy. He's a get to the park early, get to the facilities early, and work on my game.
True, but
which is great.
Then he goes home and plays video games.
Yeah. I think that's true. But he could, maybe his boy could maybe steer him in the wrong directions. I don't know. It's possible.
Here's one.
Hey, let's just go out to this club tonight. I know you never go out. Let's just go out one night. Just go out one night.
It's always that risk.
Also, it's not even that. Do you really want Jaden spending a lot of a handful of his time babysitting him?
No, that's absolutely what you don't want. That's the last thing you want.
You're his boy. You're kind of in charge of him.
You can be his caretaker while he's here. No,
like what Tom Brady did with Antonio Brown. It worked because Tom's experience.
It didn't really end up working.
Yeah.
Here's what we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know the real opinion of the people in the know of their own receiver, right? If they are truly over the moon on Antonio Williams,
I think they are.
Then maybe they feel like we don't need to get another receiver.
And I think that, but I know you're gonna laugh at me. I think they're excited about what Burks, that dimension he could give them.
It's possible.
And they feel like that's decent.
If David Blau, behind the scenes, not in front of the media, because Dan Quinn says, look, we got a one, Terry's a one. Yeah. But Antonio Williams, he's really a slot guy, a receiver. He
could be a dominant slot
Tiami
guy.
Brown, he's just a deep ball guy. Treylon Burks, look, he's not what it is. We need to get somebody.
Yeah.
Then maybe they do go for Ayuk, and maybe they're gonna maybe they're even gonna roll the dice and see what they got in the season. You know what I mean? Like wait a couple games.
I think there's a good chance they might go with this group.
Right.
I think there's a good chance they might go with this group.
Yeah, I do too.
Because they haven't gone after any of the other guys.
And maybe some of those guys
but if they
are still going to be available come the season. Because I know Jason keeps saying, how are these guys not signed?
I mean, the market for them seems remarkably
Maybe nobody's
soft.
going to sign them till like week 5 or 6 when
guys
injuries start to happen or they realize they're desperate.
Guys will get hurt in camp.
Yeah, that's probably when you'll see most of them signed during camp. But can you imagine the backlash if Dan Quinn and Peters did bring in an Ayuk? I mean, there are fans like Chris that love him and want him, but the majority of the fans, they would be pissed if they brought in Ayuk.
I think that
until he started playing on. I mean,
I think fans would be
until he started playing.
Like fans might say, "What is your poll? Is it like 90% no?"
I'll check. You can vote out Junks Radio, but it was right around 90% last I checked.
I do think that if they did sign him, though, fans would be excited at the possibility. You just look past the stuff, and as a homer, and you think of you dream.
It's at 76% no, so it's coming around to Brandon Ayuk's side now.
Well, it's closer.
24% say yes.
I just think it would be too much to deal with from a media standpoint, from a fan standpoint. I don't know why you'd want to deal with it.
First time he catches a touchdown pass, all's
why
forgiven.
would Dan Quinn want that circus in a pivotal
That's
year
what I mean.
for him?
I don't think you would.
Like, he needs to win 9, 10, 11 games to kind of get back on track here in D.C.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to deal with the headache of Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Hey,
The
Mar,
specter of that.
you're a young Commanders fan. Does any of this stuff phase you, or you like sign him?
No, I don't want him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want Stephon Diggs over Brandon Ayuk. If you had to get one of the two, definitely Diggs over Ayuk.
What about Debo?
I think Diggs over Debo. That one's a little bit closer, but just the drama, all the baggage, and I kind of don't like that he's buddies with Jaden. He needs to be locked in. Doesn't need
the distraction of babysitting.
Exactly.
There is an element where you feel like he could be babysitting this kid.
He might be buddy, but I don't see any like photos of these guys together.
Well, there was in the past.
In the
There
past,
was
like
quite a bit.
how far in the past?
Within the last 2 years. I mean, there was.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
They were
you're probably right.
FaceTiming. They were shopping together.
He did call him his brother during the.
Yeah,
the-
I mean,
the
I don't doubt that
OTA
they're
presser.
close.
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't mean you necessarily want to, work with the guy.
Yeah. Like, I have friends, but I don't want to work with my friends.
Right. I got friends that are my boys. I don't necessarily want to play golf with them.
Like, you might see them every once in a while.
Yeah, just be my boy when we go have a beer.
Yeah,
So-
Hey, you can only play golf with Matt Bickle so many times.
Hey, he's got a near hole in one, an almost hole in one.
Yeah.
All right, got to take a break. When we come back, why do more than half of men out there feel like they're failing at manhood?
What?
We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, the team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. That's right. Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after a game, on the golf course, or during a barbecue with friends. We had it this weekend, with just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles. Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. EB back from his trip to Chicago, so we've got the full crew. Although Bishbucks went to the bathroom or something. I don't know where he's at right now.
He'll be back.
This from study finds over half of men say financial struggles have made them feel like they're falling short of being a man. And 70% say it's harder to fulfill the breadwinner role today than it was for their parents' generation. Whether or not that hits you, what makes you feel like less than a man, that you're failing at manhood? I brought this up recently when I couldn't change the doorknob.
Yeah.
And I had to sync to call him my guy Luis. I mean,
yeah, it's not being handy.
My dad would be so ashamed. My dad would be ashamed of my grass.
Yeah.
My grass, like I mow my lawn, but right now it has been overtaken by clovers. It from if you're across the street, my grass looks green and it looks great. If you're on top of it, it is a show. It's weeds, it's clovers, it's everything. So I know in this room nobody really cares about grass, and everybody
Jason
farms
does.
it out.
Oh, I definitely care.
But those two things in particular,
No,
I feel like
the-
I'm failing. Like I feel like my dad, if he's in heaven, he's looking down on me, going, "What did I do? What did I do?"
Yeah, how did I go wrong here?
I can't do anything, but I feel the most emasculated when I go for a car thing. I need something fixed at the car.
Right.
Because I just feel like most guys should know how to fix cars, should do basic things, know basic understanding of cars.
Right.
I feel like in our circle of friends, nobody does though.
I'm just telling you where I personally.
Yeah.
And I feel like I should, and I like cars, and I can watch old car shows, and I can, I wouldn't be averse to buying an old car, except I wouldn't know how to fix it. You know what I mean? Like, I like cars, but I feel the most helpless and wimpy when I have a car issue and I have to call up Cakes' boy and I go, "Hey man, can you help
Let's
me
call
out?"
Greg.
And to make sure I'm not getting just
Well, I mean,
screwed.
now, to be fair,
'Cause I know
that's
nothing.
That's his bread and butter. That's his line of work. That's how he makes money.
I know, but I
He's
feel a lot of, like-
certified mechanic.
I bet you Valdez knows more about cars. And I don't think Valdez
I mean, he
is
knows
some-
more than us, but that's not saying a lot.
I'm not saying I'm some grease monkey.
I'm
Yeah,
guess-
but like
I'm gonna
his
guess
dad probably showed you a few things.
I'm gonna guess he doesn't change his own oil.
My dad used to, and then illegally dump it all over the yard.
right.
But I wasn't really paying attention back
Yeah.
then. I
I
couldn't
mean-
do it.
But yeah.
Well, we've been spoiled too over the years because of all our
That is true.
our,
We've had a
our
lot
car
of hookups.
connections.
That's true.
So we could just kind of rely on
Yeah,
those
but I don't
people.
think I would have developed the skill. It was too far gone.
No,
I was too far
agree,
gone.
and I wouldn't have either. But
Like, it's something you learn, I think,
but over the last 30 years,
as
we've
a
just
young
been so
person.
we've been hooked up with all of our connections.
Yeah, we've been spoiled.
so we never had to worry about it.
That's where I feel. If you're asking me, that's where I feel. Like my yard, I don't care. Just I prefer there not to be weeds. That's about it.
Yeah.
For me, it's
Mode.
being able mainly not to fix things, unless it's very rudimentary. Like I can do like the lowest level things in a house, but if it comes to like switching a light fixture or
Yeah.
like redoing a bathroom, I just can't. I can't do that.
Redoing a bathroom, no way.
Yeah, like my brother, but both my brothers could do it. But my one brother, Matt, he in particular, like he redoes his bathroom.
Yeah.
He redoes his kitchen.
Yeah.
He hangs cabinet. Like
That's
there's
pretty
nothing
manly.
he can't do because he's willing to try it and he'll just like YouTube it.
He can just do it
And
all.
he has the patience
Like I max it here
to do it.
Here's kind of where I max out, like recalking the tub or the shower. I don't love to do it. I can do it. It's not great. It doesn't look professional level, but it's passable. But that's where I max out.
That's what my
I
wife
wouldn't even.
does.
I wouldn't even do
My
that.
wife will do that.
Caulks the bathroom.
I mean, she would.
I've never
definitely
caulked
over me.
anything.
Yeah.
No chance I'm caulking anything.
Yeah.
Where do you feel like less of a man, if ever, Jason?
I mean, I don't really feel like less of a man.
He never does.
Just because my wife does all the handyman stuff, I don't really. It's okay. It's fine with me.
Hey, what about
She's good at that.
What about this? It's 4th of July weekend. There's a cookout over somebody's house, and the guy's clueless on the grill. Kind of a novice.
I mean, you should be able to work a grill as a man, even
Yeah.
if you're not
Well, you
really
bring up something
manly in other
interesting.
aspects.
I think most guys.
I
Can
think
do
most
it.
men
Most
can hook a
guys
grill
can do
up.
it. At
I'm
least
not great at it.
I believe you're not great at it. but you could do it.
Yeah.
You could do it, but it's not something. Do
but
you
I think I
typically
went-
do it?
No, but
I
constantly
think-
pressing the burger down.
Oh yeah, just come on.
No,
Act
Bert.
like you've been there before.
I honestly don't think I've done it. I haven't done it this year.
Won't let the steak rest
Well,
after you grill it.
if you're gonna grill something, does your wife grill or do you actually do it?
No, I'll grill.
But you just don't do it very often. Yeah,
Rarely.
When I have tanks, I need to get those tanks. Okay?
You get the tanks filled,
I gotta
brother.
stop lugging those tanks. I got empty tanks. When
Are
we
they
grill,
still in business?
It's it's a different business now. It's a different name.
I could say something about that, but I won't.
My brother, it's really trendy now. Everybody's getting these Blackstone things.
Yep.
Right? You know, you've heard the brand,
Yeah.
right? And so my brother has one, and it's beautiful.
It's black.
But I'm like, where are the grills? There's no grills. It's just
Right. Smooth.
It's like a griddle, like
it's like a
top.
griddle.
Yeah, I don't
And I'm
love
like,
that.
I don't like that either. I go, you don't get the lines on your burgers.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing
No, but
here?
apparently the
grill marks.
Blackstones are awesome.
That everyone's getting a Blackstone now.
Apparently they're really good.
I don't think I want a Blackstone. I think I want an old school grill.
It's black.
Why is the Blackstone better? Why?
I
Mar?
don't-
It's,
I don't
it's
know.
so much better, but it is
Why?
a pain in the ass to clean up.
Is it really?
Oh, it's terrible to clean up.
Yes, the
I-
griddle is a
Yes.
pain in the ass. Of course.
I do think grilling is. I would say I feel less manly, and I'm not adept at grilling. I have a buddy.
How could you be bad at it?
I mean, I'm fine. I can make burgers and hot dogs.
I mean, that's
I have
the
a buddy
lowest of the
though.
low. I mean,
This is
super
this
low
is
bar.
this is serious stuff. Now he's an engineer. I should know exactly what his profession is,
Yeah.
but I don't.
No, you
'cause I'm a
shouldn't.
guy.
No, you shouldn't.
You know, he's got like a real job,
Yeah,
and he's got a PhD.
The fact that you know that he's an engineer is enough.
That's enough.
Well, I just know he went to Purdue, and he built his own grill.
Well, that's
And
okay.
You know
he's
what?
an
That
amazing
guy's
guy.
super
He's one of
good.
those
Show
guys,
off.
right?
That's
He's
a
one of those
show-off
guys
move.
that'll talk about, brisket for 18 hours.
Yeah.
And, that
Yeah.
I guess that
that's
maybe
just
I would-
not me.
Here's another spot where I definitely feel emasculated. When I hit my lollipop second serve in and somebody just
smokes it,
vaporizes it down the line. You just feel like a wimp.
Yeah.
I mean, you hit that 30-mile-an-hour second serve.
Yeah, but
in
why
there,
are you doing that?
and
You know how to spin one in. Spin one in a little better.
I know it's just that I'm in my head with my serve. It's a big. I'm Brandon Ayuk in the brain when it comes to my serve.
Yeah.
The big mess.
I kind of feel like less of a man when I'm on the golf course, and if I hit a really nice drive, let's just say it's 260.
Yeah.
And then my buddy just hits it 295.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah, there's a
sure.
Walmart
He
between
basically
your
just took his
ball and
pants
And then
down
that's what they
and-
say. Hey,
Yeah.
there's a Costco between me and you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I kind of feel that way.
Yeah, kind of.
But I always,
usually they're younger.
but I
guys.
always tell them it's not how you drive; it's how you arrive.
That old adage.
Yep.
Some people ask me, do I feel emasculated when I let Dina drive? I let Dina drive. Like if she wants
You
to drive.
don't have a problem with it.
No, I definitely don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Do I feel emasculated? I might like when you arrive and she's constantly driving.
Right.
But I'm glad she drove. Like I'm glad.
Sure.
I'm glad I got to fall asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I need to drive.
You
No, I need to be in
Yeah,
because
control
you
of
need to
that.
be in control.
I don't like anybody driving me. It's nothing against my wife personally. I don't like being a passenger in a car
Because
I'm not the one driving the car.
you feel unsafe,
I just
regardless of who's driving.
I like to be in control in the car.
Yeah, I'm fine with falling asleep. That would actually be my preference.
Need to be driving.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm not driving 100 miles an hour like Brandon Ayuk past Levi Stadium, but I like to be behind the wheel instead of in the passenger
Yeah.
seat.
I think
I'm with
Jason
you.
feels that way.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't feel that way. Anybody's up for driving.
Right.
In fact, when we went to my brother's this weekend, my son drove. We
Right.
were all five of us were in the car. And it was like, who wants to drive? I don't want to drive. Dina was tired.
Don't
And
let your
then
mom drive.
I mean, no, didn't. My mom wasn't in the car.
Yeah.
But that would maybe
She
be-
retired from driving.
She's pretty much retired from
Yeah.
driving. Yeah.
I just feel so uncomfortable when I'm in the passenger seat, and I don't think I was like that growing up, or
Yeah.
as a high schooler or a college kid. But for some reason, over the last 20 years or so, I just feel so uncomfortable. I'm just on edge,
uncomfortable on
especially when my wife's driving, because my wife likes to look at things
Yeah.
as she's driving.
What about an Uber? Are you okay with a random person?
He
being
doesn't
your
really like
passenger?
No,
Uber.
I don't really do that.
You used to do chariots all the time.
Not all the time. I mean, special occasions, yeah, but I don't do that much anymore. I rarely Uber.
Have you?
Rarely.
Is Dina a tailgater? Have you mentioned that?
She's
Yes, she is.
She's a a break late person.
See, that would tilt me beyond belief.
It tilts because I've been in a million accidents.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand. I get
Yeah, you're
traumatized. I
triggered
open my
by it.
eyes,
Yeah.
and like, especially when a car is slowing down and
Yeah.
you're gaining on them.
Yeah, it's bad.
That
Bad
makes
news.
me crazy.
Yeah.
When the car in front of you slows down, you should also slow down.
Right.
That's
usually how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand the gaining on them and the late braking.
Yeah.
Now, to my wife's defense, she's never rear-ended a car.
Okay.
Okay. But she brakes late.
Yeah.
Now, she also claims her foot is right there on the brake and I don't realize it.
She's
not-
riding that brake.
She just hasn't touched it yet.
Okay. It's hovering.
But she's a late breaker.
I don't know. If I was your wife, I'd be like, F you. You're handing me the keys all the time. Zip it if you're going to be in the passenger seat.
Yeah, and how do you know she's tailgating if you're asleep?
Because I
90% of
wake
the
up.
time?
I wake up. And I don't sleep.
You're jarred awake.
Wake up. We're gaining on someone. What are we doing? They're slowing down. If you see a brake light, you should hit brakes. That's just
Generally, that's a good
see a
plan.
brake light, you
usually
should hit
works.
brakes.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, NBA draft is getting close. Wizards still have Anthony Davis. Will they deal him? And what are some of the trade scenarios we're hearing about?
All right, guys, EB here. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel's the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? It's Game 3 tonight of the Spurs and Knicks in the NBA Finals. They'll tip at 8:40 p.m. President Trump is expected to be at MSG. However, the watch party outside has been scrapped by New York Police Department. Knicks lead the series 2-0. Current lowest price to get in between $5,200 and $5,900 in the 400 level. Nationals are now 8-2-1 in road series. They fall to Arizona 5-1 but win 2 out of 3. Tonight they're at the Giants at 9:45. Live play-by-play right here on The Fan. Very sad news from the NBA where Stacey King, a 3-time NBA champion with the Bulls, has passed away at 59. King has spent the last 2 decades broadcasting Bulls games. Alexander Zverev claims his first Grand Slam title, winning the French Open over Flavio Cobolli. Nelly Korda won the 81st U.S. Women's Open. JT Poston, the Memorial. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. It's 2026. That means we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit elmstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes, EB and JP. Kind of an exciting time in sports. You got NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight, Stanley Cup Final. We talked about that earlier. It's 2-1 in the series. Vegas has the lead over Carolina. Got the World Cup starting this week.
Thursday.
And the NBA draft is around the corner.
Coming up, man.
Less than 2 weeks away from the NBA draft, if my math is right. Or maybe let's just roll with 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks from tomorrow, I believe.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Or today.
No.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And the Anthony Davis rumors are starting to swirl. Anthony Davis, of course, Wizards traded for him, but never got to see him on the court last season. He says some of the right things, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of buzz that he doesn't want to ever play with the Wizards. He said he doesn't want to be part of some sort of long rebuild. Now, hopefully the Wizards are beyond the rebuild. That's why they traded for Trae Young and Anthony Davis. But tell me what you think of these rumors. First, we'll start with one which has Anthony Davis going to the Houston Rockets. That makes sense. I've said the profile for teams that are going to be interested in Anthony Davis are teams that made the playoffs but were disappointing in the playoffs. The Rockets certainly fill that bill. They lost to the Lakers in the first round. KD didn't play much, but the proposed trade would send Anthony Davis to the Houston Rockets for essentially Jabari Smith. A couple other players, some second-round picks, but Jabari Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be interested?
Me personally, I still want to see Anthony Davis on the floor with the Wizards to see how he meshes with these guys. But if Will decided that they wanted to go for a 23-year-old instead of a 33-year-old, okay, I got to trust him. I still want to see it. But if he thinks that's going to make the team better down the road, then I could understand that because you're getting I don't know what Jabari Smith's stats were last year. I have to look those up.
So Jabari Smith last year averaged 15.8 points per game.
Okay.
6.9 rebounds. He only shot 44.9% from the field overall, 36% on threes. He's all right. You know what Jabari Smith is to me? He's played 4 years in the league.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little bit better than Bilal Coulibaly, but he's not a superstar.
No, but he's a solid young player.
Okay, but Anthony Davis at his peak is a
categorize him.
superstar.
Right.
Anthony Davis
True.
is an all-NBA talent. Maybe Jabari Smith gets there, but 4 years in, I'd probably bet no. He's a pretty good player.
But again, Will Dawkins would have to decide, okay, do I want to get just younger at key positions, or do I want to give it a go and see how these guys all play, at least for the first half before the trade deadline?
I'm thinking it more for Anthony Davis
than that. Yeah, maybe.
It seems like a light return.
Who else would be in the proposed deal? I don't even. And this is just the media throwing it out there.
Yeah, this is a prediction. This was from, I saw it on Yahoo Sports. Okay, a story by Sporting News. Rockets predicted to trade Jabari Smith Jr. to Wizards for Anthony Davis. The deal they have is Anthony Davis for Tari Eason via sign and trade, Jabari Smith Jr., Dorian Finney-Smith, and 3 second-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's not sexy enough for me.
He loves stockpiling picks, though.
Tari Eason's a pretty good young player. I don't know where he was drafted, but he's the kid who went to LSU, right? Didn't he go to LSU?
Not sure. I just feel like you get a bigger return for Anthony Davis.
Yeah. Matt, what were we going to say?
Well, first off, we're always all over the place with Anthony Davis. Cake says bigger return. Some people say he has absolutely no trade value.
Yeah.
Depending on the week with this guy, you never really know. But what I do think is interesting is what Wemby's doing right now for the Spurs might be good for the Anthony Davis trade package.
I've seen that speculation.
Where the NBA is going to go in the next few years is you need the Wemby stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need guys, and Anthony Davis is it now. He's obviously very well established, and he's a great defender, and he can bang that. You see what Karl Anthony Towns is doing. They're going to need. Teams are going to go after that. That's why Mar is going to go probably in the top 10 of the NBA draft because he's 7'4", 7'3", whatever he is. Edie's going to be a big deal for the Grizzlies in the future. Anybody, the big man's going to come back in style. Davis is your polished, ready to go championship winning defender right now. I think what Wemby's doing is good for the trade deals that could possibly come in the Wizards' way.
Jabari Smith, 6'11", 220. He's still just 23 years old. The other, now this is from a mock trade. There's a lot of buzz surrounding Golden State. Golden State has been a team that's made the play in the last couple seasons. They had injuries to Jimmy Butler this year.
And Steph was hurt for a lot of
Steph
years.
was hurt. And so they're one of those teams that feel like they got to do something at the next level. And there's buzz of possibly LeBron James going there. And this guy, Zach Buckley from the Bleacher Report, proposes a trade where Jimmy Butler and the number 11 pick and then a 2030 first round swap pick to the Wizards in exchange for Anthony Davis.
So is Butler in the last year of his deal? Because that's what that kind of reeks of.
We don't want
getting a veteran who's
36-year-old
in the
Jimmy
last
Butler.
year of his deal.
Yeah.
And then
You don't want Jimmy Buckets?
No.
What about that 11th pick?
I'm interested in the 11th pick,
Now,
but I don't know if I
NBA
need Jimmy Butler thrown in there.
This is according to NBA Draft.net. Their latest mock has the 11th pick by Golden State going to they go to Michigan, take Axel Lendenberg. He's a good player.
He was a great college player.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I understand throwing these out these trade proposals, but don't you kind of just want to see Anthony Davis here?
I personally do. I would like to see him in a Wizards uniform. But it doesn't sound like he's that crazy about playing for the Wizards and being in that Wizards uniform. I can understand it from his perspective. Like, he knows he has a limited shelf life. He gets injured all the time. He wants to be on an established team, so he has a chance to win another NBA ring.
Jimmy Butler's intriguing to me.
He's intriguing, but if you draft DeBonsa, I guess you play them together.
Oh, you'd have to.
And yes, he would be in the last year of his deal. His last year is 26-27 for $56.8 million.
It just feels like you're swapping out rentals.
Yeah.
We'll give you our rental and Anthony Davis if you give us your rental and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis is a better player.
But you're
overall.
getting the 11th pick. Correct.
I still think you're getting that much back. I like the idea. If you're hell bent on moving him, let him reestablish his value in the first half. And
Okay,
then
so you're kind of with me. You want to see him on the court.
I would rather see him. Yeah, I want to see what this
What if he
experiment.
ruins it?
What do you mean? Ruins his value?
Whatever his value is now,
Tanks
and
his
a lot
own
of people
value?
think his value is not great because he didn't suit up
All right, so
for
what,
the
you
Wizards.
You didn't get Jabari Smith? I think we'll be
what
fine.
if in the first 25 games he gets hurt again, and plays 10 of them.
Well, that's catastrophic for the Wizards because then.
Because right now the narrative could be we were never going to play this guy.
Right.
Because we were tanking. And I think the league understands that. Anthony Davis was out with it. I mean, even when they made the trade, I think everybody expected him to play because he just had like a was his pinky? I forgot which finger it was.
I didn't expect him to play a lot this most recent season.
But you expected him
I
to play.
expected him to play this upcoming season.
But you expected him to play last season. Maybe not a lot.
At some point, I
you
did.
thought he was going to be on the court.
I did. But
at some point, I did.
Yeah, I didn't.
I did at some point.
I didn't have a great feeling.
And it
about
wasn't even long after
I
the
didn't think we
trade.
were going to see Trae Young play at all either.
Right.
He played.
No, I believed Will
8 games,
Dawkins.
5
He said
games?
we acquired them to play.
He did say that.
I
yes.
believed them.
Yeah.
I still believe them.
They were tanking. That was front and center. So they were never going to play those guys much.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now
That
it's,
I
now
agree
it's
with.
gotten to the point where I'll be genuinely surprised if Anthony Davis ever steps foot on the court as a Wizard.
You will.
Now I'm
Because
kind of
of
in
all
that
the-
boat.
Because of all the rumors about
Because
him?
of all the scuttle,
No,
the fact
I-
that his name is floating around in a
They're
bunch
not
of
going
trade
to give him
rumors.
away for nothing.
I
They,
don't
they
think-
think
no.
they have a big asset who has a lot to prove, who wants to sign a max deal, and they're gonna bank on him producing, and then they're gonna evaluate whether or not they want to move him or not.
So the guy I'm intrigued by that I think would be in a similar position is Jalen Duren. Now he had a dud of the playoffs. He was not good in the playoffs, but I feel like Jalen Duren is better than Jabari Smith, and Detroit's in that similar position where they were disappointing in the playoffs. They were the 1 seed, and what do they need to go with Cade Cunningham? They need a number 2. So could you sell Anthony Davis to Detroit for Jalen Duren? Jalen Duren during the regular season averaged 19.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, and shot 65% from the field, by the way.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
but his playoffs were bad.
is that a hot trade rumor?
No,
Davis
that's just
for Duren? Is that
I-
just someone you like? Okay.
it's just I think that it's going to be teams
He's
like
still
that.
only 22.
Yeah, he's young. Really young.
Pretty sick.
The playoffs kind of scare me because in their first round series, he averaged 10.6 points, and in the second round, he averaged 9.9.
Was he banged up a little bit?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't hold that too much against him. A bad series or two.
I mean, he had
look what he did over the season.
Yeah, 19 and 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just look at that.
Yeah, but not delivering in the playoffs for your
Okay,
scoring average to
he's
go
young.
down
He's 22.
half.
Whatever. Didn't play well. Happens.
What kind of defensive player is he?
I think he's a good defensive player. Definitely a good
Look,
rebounder.
like I've and Eric is kind of with me here. Whatever Will decides is best for the team, I'm fine with it. I just want to see me as a fan. I want to see Anthony Davis out there for at least the first half and if it's not working, okay.
I mean, if you blow us away
get
with an
something for him.
offer, sure, but I don't think any of the deals you've suggested qualifies blowing you away.
So let's just assume they draft DeBonsa. Don't you want DeBonsa taking the first or second most amount of shots on the team? If Trae Young and Anthony Davis are on the court, he's not. There's a lot of shots. He's not going to get that many shots.
I just want to.
Trae Young's he's a good passer, but he's a borderline gunner. And Anthony Davis likes the ball in his hands and likes to shoot too.
Mm-hmm. Well, they knew that when they acquired him.
I know. I'm just saying, having both of those guys out on the court with whoever you draft, I don't love it.
Don't you need 3 stars? Stars.
Yeah, but sometimes certain stars are more deferential and don't need to take a lot of shots. And I don't want.
You don't think
I would
Trae
think-
can adapt? I feel like he can adapt. I think he's just fully embraced himself.
I think
here.
Trae is who he is.
Yeah, but
I think he averages around 22 shots per game.
he also
and-
averages like 10 assists.
And Davis, I brought up he's a good passer, and Davis is similar to that.
Yeah.
It's just not a lot of shots to go around if you have both those guys on the court. Like, that's great if you want DeBonsa to be a number 3. That's how
Well, I
you
don't
project him to be.
necessarily see DeBonsa coming in and being your number 1 guy right away.
Yeah, I
Year
mean, does he come in and is he Cooper Flag all of a sudden right away? I'm not sure.
I think when you have the number 1 pick, that's kind of what you want.
Yeah,
I
get
didn't.
it.
I was not assuming that when they draft DeBonsa, he's going to lead the team in scoring and rebounding and everything else.
No, but he's
I
going to
did
be
not-
a critical piece.
Yeah,
No,
critical
I think
piece,
if-
but I didn't anticipate.
I think if you draft DeBonsa or Darren Peterson, it's like Jason said, like with Cooper Flag.
those guys, I think Cooper Flag's rare. I think he's rare.
Isn't that what these
Well, it
guys
could
are supposed to be?
Kneppel too. I mean, he had a great rookie season. I don't know how many shots he's taken. I think Flag's probably taken 18, 19 shots.
I'm definitely not expecting the number one pick to lead the team in scoring next year. That was not my assumption.
No, but I
Probably
think
not with Trae Young.
Yeah, not if Trae Young's on the team and playing 30 minutes a night.
Well, also Sarr averaged 18.
Right.
Yeah.
You want that to kind of increase.
Yeah,
don't
you want him to take the next step, get to 20 plus.
I just want him to be one of the.
I mean, what if
young stars?
No, I want him to mog. He should be the mogger.
No.
Well,
if
I
it's
think the team's
Devonsa or if it's Peterson,
I think the way it's currently constructed, that's not going to happen, no matter who they draft.
I don't know.
If they drafted Cooper Flag, I don't think necessarily Cooper Flag would have put up those numbers, led the team in scoring with these guys.
I think by the end of the year you realize that's your
he's
guy.
your best player, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So you got to build your team around him. Cooper Flag averaged. I was trying to look for shot attempts.
17.9. I think I saw.
There you go.
That would have led this team in scoring
21 a game.
with Trae. Assuming Trae was healthy,
Probably not.
yeah.
Probably not.
I put him in that category. 16. I'm gonna AJ DeBonsa come in, average 16. That'd be
But
my
do
guess.
we believe Davis is going to get dealt before the season? I still believe he's going.
You'd have to blow him away.
I still believe he's going to be with the Wizards in the opening night.
They're definitely not going to do it for a 36-year-old Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I know.
They're not going to do that.
And
I
the
wouldn't
11th
think
pick.
so. But I mean,
No.
the last couple of years, all they do is flip old guys, right? CJ McCollum, who's here for a minute, you keep going like year by year.
No.
They've had people because
He's
the
in the
problem
last year of his deal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is possible.
I'd be surprised. I feel like it's
but
go
you're right.
time.
I mean,
I was
feel
also
like it's go
surprised when they
time.
landed Anthony Davis. So I wouldn't be shocked if they did something else along the same
But it would be
lines.
go time if you had Jimmy Buckets,
Yeah, but
Trae
it's
Young,
like a 1 or 2 year run.
and then you've got.
If they're not doing this for a 1 or 2 year run,
Okay, but it's the same as Anthony Davis.
if they're keeping Trae Young and Anthony,
I mean, unless you thought Anthony Davis was going to be here for 5 years.
I think there's a possibility that I think they thought when they acquired him that there was a possibility he could be here for a couple years. Yeah, they didn't anticipate
thought
that
that.
immediately he would basically want out.
I never thought that.
I know you. did.
I always felt like he was. This is just.
You thought he was trade
brief
bait. That's the only
destination.
reason why they picked him.
Yep.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with JP. I mean, DeBonsa's the guy, or if it's Peterson, I'm not sure. I'm going to stick with DeBonsa because that's who I've been predicting this whole time. But it could be Peterson. But either way, I want those guys to immediately be an impact.
Coming up next, Darren Ravel, sports
So I want
media
them scoring
expert, is going to
buckets.
join us, the founder of Collect Media, on the impact of what's going on in New York with the Knicks. Don't go anywhere.
I'm sorry. With your next chapter already has a start date, when the deadline isn't an option, your home sale can't be a guessing game. Too many sellers lose money because their home is not properly prepared, marketed, or launched. That's why Peter and Natalie reached out to my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. Natalie and her family had military orders, a timeline, and a home they needed to sell before their next move. Like many families in transition, they were trying to coordinate everything at once and avoid turning the home sale into another source of stress in their busy lives. Debbie and Sarah took the time to understand Peter and Natalie's situation. The team launched a proven strategy for them and created urgency and marketed their home across more than 1,200 channels to get maximum exposure. Peter and Natalie's home sold for $25,000 over the asking and closed ahead of schedule. So sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy is sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team now. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieSTheBuyers.com.
Let's go out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And check in with Darren Ravel, sports media expert, founder of Collect Media. What's going on, Darren?
How we doing?
Doing great.
What's up,
We just
buddy?
keep getting blown away by these ticket prices for the Madison Square Garden Game 3 between the Knicks and Spurs. Who's buying these tickets?
There's a lot of money. First of all, there's a lot of money in America, right? Like we have more millionaires than ever before, you know, and so and then you think about New York money, and then you think about people who don't have money who spend. Like don't forget about that, right? Like remember that, like, you know, Alabama is one of the poorest states in the nation, yet you know they find enough to scrape, you know, $3,000 for years and years and years. They'll scrape $2,000 or $3,000. You know, to go to the national championship game when, you know, their post-tax earnings are $45,000. You know, so you know, we have not seen something an NBA Finals in 27 years, and have not seen a win in 53 years. So that is definitely playing. Plus, I think there's also the extra what type of society we're living in, where you need to show people you're there so you can get credit for the experience. But we always expected the court sides to be insane, but the seats from the rafters, not like this. Not a get in that, you know, Saturday was at 10,000, and I knew that wasn't sustainable, especially because the delta between being at the top versus being somewhere in the lowers was like $5,000. And if you can afford $10,000 and you'd have to have binoculars, you certainly can afford $15,000.
Darren, what's the sort of the rule of thumb with celebrities in New York? I can remember years ago listening to Stern, and Stern would always talk about how they would give him the tickets to show up. Now, maybe that's changed as they become more competitive, but it's like Ben Stiller and Fat Joe, are those guys paying a premium for their seats?
They're paying. However, like during a regular season game against the Raptors, they might not be, but they're definitely paying for these seats. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm going to go. I'll be in there at 4:00 today, and I'm going to go down to the seats, you know, that they auctioned off for what turned out to be, you know, $550,000. See the view. It should be interesting to see who shows up. Might not be a celebrity, might just be someone who has money who we've never heard of.
Yeah.
So, Darren, you tweeted this about an hour ago at Darren Ravel. The get-in for tonight's Game 3 is $44.50. You're expecting it to drop a bit more to slightly above $3K. Those who think it goes lower aren't getting in. Last-minute value buys will be negated by Trump security. So how do you think that last hour or two before the game, how do you think that shakes out as far as the ticket prices?
I mean, normally people are like, don't worry, I'll wait till the tip, and then there'll be panic. Yeah. I mean, the problem is going to be, you know, it's not going to, if you look at events where Trump has shown up, where I guess the U.S. Open final that they had, you know, was literally 30 minutes late. In a normal situation during the regular season, if a game is late, it starts late, I believe the fine is $100,000 to the owner. I was actually sitting with an owner once when that happened. They did a ceremony and they were like 6 minutes late, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting fined." But this is the NBA Finals. It's a league event. I think they started on time, but maybe 25% of MSG is not seated. You know, just because, you know, I remember, and this is long ago, obviously, but the Super Bowl in 2002 in New Orleans, when it was Mardi Gras going on and after 9/11, and they encased the Superdome in you know, barbed wire, and you know the security is so crazy. That's how the ticket got to a $400 face value ticket got to $100. But I mean, you're just not going to be able to. I don't think you'll be able to get in quickly. So the strategy of last minute, I don't think is going to work. Plus, at like 3,300, I think there'll be New Yorkers all day who can take that.
Yeah.
Now, you don't have ticket stubs generally anymore, correct? Or do they do some sort of commemorative thing?
Nothing physical. Nothing physical.
What about like a program or something? Is that even a thing for basketball? Do they have programs for these games? I don't even know.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, the NBA Finals will have the NBA Finals does have a program.
Okay.
Definitely does have a program, a generic program for all 7 games. So there's something there. But
that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I hate that. I hate the not having something physical. I mean, the ticket is like the your airline meal. No one complains until it's gone. They're like, oh, what the hell? Where's my airline meal? Well, you said that the eggplant rollatini was a C-, and now you want it back?
Yeah.
I got to imagine there's also huge Wall Street money right there on courtside too, not just the
Big
celebs.
hedge fund money,
Hedge
Wall
funds,
Street money.
right.
I mean, we've seen all this at auctions too. You know, there's a lot of money to be had. And again, there's people. This is our new society we're living in who aren't even Knicks fans who just want to, say, yeah, I was there. Yeah, I paid $20,000 for a seat.
So
I know that they're since Trump is coming, high security, so they're not going to have the watch party right outside the Garden. But can't they move the watch party somewhere else?
Yeah, I thought they said that they're going to move the watch party to Bryant Park. Bryant Park is like 40th and 6th. So Madison Square Garden is basically 6 blocks and 2 avenues away. So yeah, listen. If you don't think people are going to be like hovering around Madison Square, I mean, it is just going to be.
It's going to be crazy.
A scene. I just can't remember, and I've been a New Yorker my entire life. I can't remember any. I mean, like, okay, I was in 3rd grade with the '86 Mets, but I can't remember anything like this because even when the Yankees were winning it all, it was confined to the Bronx. There was a feeling in New York that it was great. But yeah, I just, the fact that the Knicks actually are playing in Manhattan, that it does make a difference.
Darren, what are the chances we see with these elevated ticket prices, $3,000 and well north above that the crowd is stuffy and corporate instead of loud and boisterous like we're used to seeing for Knicks games?
I think that's overrated. Again, I still think that you're going to find fans at that. Like a lot of people say, oh, real fans are not going to be in there, but there's a lot of rich real fans. I think Trump going is not a good idea. However, Trump has he's shown up in the past. Yeah. Whether he's showing up to be there or whether he cares or whatever, he if he wants a seat, he actually does deserve to be there. So whatever the issues are that he's causing, like I don't know how they do it. Like whether they get him in 2 hours early, I don't know how they do it to make it better. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, they're telling media members, get in at 4:30.
Do you have any intel as to where he will be in Madison Square Garden? Will he be in one of the luxury suites?
I was last told he was going to be in a suite because if he was courtside, there would literally be, they'd have to have Secret Service literally in seats, and with those seats being worth $250,000. I don't think James Dolan would have liked that.
They would have had to have 100 Secret Service agents right around the court.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you think about, God forbid someone trying to take him out, being courtside is a whole lot easier than being in a suite.
Talking to Darren Rovell, sports media expert and founder of Collect Media. I don't know if you're really covering this, but since we're talking about President Trump at Madison Square Garden, this week is UFC at the White House.
Yeah.
I was talking to a buddy of mine, one of the guys that works on the show. What happens if it rains? Do they have plans?
It's a good question because I think about, like, remember when they used to have boxing outside, at like the LA Coliseum or something. I don't know. I mean, that's definitely not a sport where there could be anything on the mat. I mean, that literally someone tears an ACL in 2 seconds. I actually don't know that answer. But you look at the lawn, and to see the extent that they went through to pull this off is wild. And then they have the Indy race in August through Washington, which is also going to be an interesting kind of thing.
So, Darren, we're just kind of talking about tonight, Game 3. if the Knicks win, just imagine what it's going to be like on Wednesday night for Game 4 for the possible clincher.
Game 4 would be just completely insane.
Now Trump wouldn't come for Game 4, would he?
I doubt it.
I don't think so. I think there's so much pressure on the Knicks tonight. They haven't really dealt with this obviously as a team, and I think for the Spurs it's gravy. So it's interesting to see that the line has gone from Spurs plus 2.5 to plus 1.5. That it's going down. I think that's the sentiment. Having covered betting for 5 years and being a bettor, I mean, I think the bet tonight is definitely Spurs money line.
Wow. Okay.
Darren,
I just think. Yeah.
As a child of the 80s and the early 90s when, cards were mass produced, that's like an era that people basically laugh at now, right? Except for maybe a few different things. It seems like, I don't know, I can't keep up, but it seems like if you don't have a one of one, you basically got nothing. Is there anything like a Jalen Brunson? Did he have a one of one card that was made of him, or is there a collectible out there where you can actually
like a one of one Brunson's now worth $150,000-$200,000. Listen, it's very hard for me because I'm a very high end collector and have a massive collection, but I have one of ones, not things that were determined one of one, but they're one of one because there's only one of them. Whether it's like a 1899 silver certificate that was in the pocket of a guy who died on the Titanic or whatever.
Yeah, but it's not a card that's a one of one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a one of one. Yeah. It's hard to explain to my kids. Like in the 80s, we had all. My 12-year-old son goes, Dad, in the 80s, you didn't have any chase cards. They were all base cards. I'm like, yep, everything was based on whether the player was good or not. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Not whether there was some shiny, diamondy, green, orange, yellow rainbow, a one of one.
Right?
Because these kids now rifle through the packs, and if they don't see something with the gold on it, they throw it in the garbage.
It's amazing.
And I'm like, what are you doing? That's your favorite player. I know, but it's not the one of one.
Is there a recent card that's in the last 5 years or so that's not a one of one that has grown and has some sort of extraordinary value?
I mean, right now, it's pretty much got to be a one of one, one of five, one of 25, one of 50, or one of 99. That's really or it's got to be a special color or a glitter or otherwise.
Weird.
It's base. There's too many of them, and it doesn't make sense. But I think that's the I love collecting people who are dead, and real, because then you when something happens like an Aaron Judge situation, you're you're playing fantasy baseball or fantasy football, and it gets tough. It's just another form of gambling. We're living in a degenerate nation.
That is true.
Well, we got four degens in this room right here. So you're taking the Spurs tonight, money line.
Yes, I would if I bet. I'm not sure if I'm betting tonight because I'm showing up as a media member.
Oh, okay. All right.
I feel like that's a different
wink.
That's a different animal.
Right. Look at the responsibility. Look at this.
Certainly a different animal. If you have a media pass and you're showing up, even though it is legal to do, I think it's a little bit rough to do that.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure.
All right, Darren. Appreciate the time.
I know.
Appreciate the insight.
Certainly won't be representing my position in medicine.
I can tell you're leaning that way. But, all right.
Thank you, Darren.
All right. See you, buddy.
Have fun.
Take care, guys.
Yep. Darren Rovell, sports media expert and
He's
founder
awesome.
of Collect Media. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light. It's amazing. The new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors. You got fruit punch, you got orange, you got lemon lime, and how about blue chill? Perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, or driving, or during the barbecue, not driving with friends. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Stay tuned for your chance to win some tickets to a couple of pretty good concerts coming up. 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to go see Dave Chappelle. It's a biggie. I saw him at Capital One. He's amazing. He's going to be at CFG Bank Arena Friday, June 12th. So we're going to give you a chance to win that at 9:45. We also have tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour, the Black Crows, and Whiskey Myers.
Very good.
I'm familiar with Todd Myers, a.k.a. Todd, Cowboy Todd. I don't know Whiskey
Oh,
Myers.
they must be somebody of note. They're opening for the Black Crows.
Yes.
By the way, did
Not
you see
familiar with other
the
posts.
photo that was on social media? I retweeted yesterday of Stevie Francis and Martin Lawrence. You mentioned Dave Chappelle.
I did see it, yeah.
Viral. How cool is
Yeah.
that? And both those guys look pretty good. I thought Stevie Francis looked good.
I've seen Martin at a couple of things lately. I was watching on Netflix. I didn't watch all of it, but there was like an AFI tribute to Eddie Murphy. I don't know how long it's been out there, but I started watching it.
Yeah.
And he was there, and then I saw him some sort of other special. Maybe it was like. I mean, he was jumping on stage like at the Comedy Cellar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people understand. Like at his peak, Martin Lawrence was.
Some of those guys,
right
like
up there,
Dave
top
Chappelle, they
of his game,
revere
as
him.
good as anybody.
Sure.
Yeah, because he's a little bit older than Chappelle. Like Chappelle reveres.
Yeah.
Like
He
so-
still tours, still makes a lot of dough.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. But I mean, at one point, Martin Lawrence was the guy.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a long time.
Might have been the
But-
Kevin Hart roast or
He's a
something.
Roosevelt guy.
Yeah.
We can claim Martin Lawrence.
Yeah,
Roosevelt guy.
definitely.
What years did he go? He didn't go
I
while we
don't-
were there.
I
He's
don't know.
older than us.
He's a
Couple
little bit
years
older than us,
before.
yeah.
Couple years before, for
Yeah,
sure.
Francis looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think he looks pretty darn good. Looks healthy. Looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Looked all right. I mean, and I think you're saying that because there's been other pictures in the past where he
Well, he
looked.
didn't look
look
great. Didn't look great. Yeah,
Looks better
for
than
sure.
Al and I.
Looks real good.
So we were talking about Brandon Ayuk earlier. It is the summer of Ayuk.
Yeah.
And the reason he gets brought up all the time is because, at least perceived, there's a gaping hole for the Washington Commanders at number 2 receiver. They drafted Antonio Williams. Year before, they drafted Jalen Lane, 4th rounder, drafted McCaffrey in the 3rd round before that. But nobody feels like there's a good number 2 to go alongside Terry McLaurin.
I do think Williams could be that
They're
guy
searching for that
eventually.
compliment.
I do think he could be eventually. Maybe not this year, but I do think eventually.
Could be.
So
I think he
this-
could be.
And I'm with you.
This from Commanders Wire. And I don't think we've brought up this name, but ESPN's Dan Graziano has another option for
I like
the Washington
options.
Commanders.
Okay.
Now, this would be a trade option. He's in the final year of his contract. Any interest in the Patriots wide receiver, Keyshawn Butte?
I'm not a big file on him, to
I
be
think
honest
it's
with you.
Booty, but
It's booty.
he had some
He did-
moments last season specifically. I'll have to pull
We
up
had
his
6
numbers.
touchdowns.
Yeah. He
And
just
he
didn't have a
averaged
lot of
almost
catch.
17 yards a catch.
Yeah,
which is
deep threat
good.
guy. And of course, they brought in 2 receivers. They traded for AJ and they signed Dobbs. Mm-hmm. So I guess he's kind of one of those guys you'd be looking to get rid of if you're New England.
I mean, he's still only 23 years old.
He's young.
There's no evidence he's on the trading block.
Yeah.
It's just
People
maybe
are just
some
doing the
informed
math.
speculation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I'm looking at possible landing spots if there was a deal, and they have the Raiders 1, but the Commanders 2.
Yeah.
Just because Commanders are rumored to be interested in Ayuk, don't know if that's true or not, but they're looking to upgrade that number 2 spot.
He played in 14 games last year, started 10. Now, he only caught 33 balls, but he was super productive. 33 balls for 551 yards, almost 17 yards a catch, 6 touchdowns. I mean, you wouldn't turn that down. Now, what would you have to give up? What do I have to give up?
Oh, I wouldn't think it'd be a lot.
He was a former 6th round pick. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine giving
That's
up a ton.
pretty darn good production if he presumably came in. Now, are you suggesting he would be their number 2? He would step in immediately and be their number 2?
I would think he would fight for it.
Fight for
I mean,
it, but he
we
would
don't
have
know.
to then put up bigger numbers than he has so far.
Yes.
It would be
But
a
I mean, right
projection.
now-
It would be a projection.
They say, and this is OTAs. Terry's the number 1. They've had Treylon Burks, McCaffrey, and De'Ami Brown taking first team reps.
Right.
And Antonio Williams.
He also has something in common with one Jason Bishop. He placed nearly 9,000 wagers while underage. It's had like a gambling issue.
Ooh.
And
Well,
he's, like,
that surfaced in college or something?
while he was in college. Yeah.
Yeah, but the talent is there. He was an absolute 5-star recruit coming out of
I remember
out of high
he was
school.
highly
He was
regarded.
like one of the top 2 or 3 wide receivers in his class.
Yeah.
And he had a very, very good year, I believe, early on, or there was a ton of buzz about him, and then it kind of fell off. That's why he just never, at LSU, never evolved into that stud receiver.
Yeah.
But he has shown flashes of it for sure in the NFL.
He's definitely shown flashes.
But with the addition of Brown and Dobbs and their draft pick into Kyle Williams last year,
Become expendable.
yeah, they may not need him.
His first year at LSU, he had 735 yards and 5 touchdowns, 16 yards per catch. It's pretty darn good for a freshman. But then it kind of leveled off.
Don't you think it'd be telling if they end up passing on all these guys? Brandon Ayuk, Stephon Diggs. Don't bring back Debo. They don't make a trade for Keyshawn. Wouldn't that be telling that they really love what they have?
They must.
Of course.
And vice versa. In my mind, if they do go get Brandon Ayuk, then they're telling you, hey, we realize Antonio
We need
Williams
some
is
help
like
here.
a number 3 guy down the road. It's a rookie. Luke, nice guy, special teamer,
Maybe.
return guy.
Maybe you just want, or you just say, hey, we just want somebody more proven. This is a very pivotal year. We just want somebody more proven. It doesn't mean that we think Antonio Williams is forever a number 3.
Right.
But I would think that if they really wanted another guy, if they weren't happy with the room currently, they would have already gotten somebody. I don't know why they would.
think that
I don't know
too.
why they would be waiting.
I kind of think that too.
Unless they're going to wait until camp starts and to see how these guys are going at it against the 7 and live drills.
Well, it's
They
part of
felt-
it, too, is what J.P. Finley said. I think it was on Thursday or Friday. Is a lot of these veteran guys, they don't want to be bothered with the OTAs, the non-mandatory mini camps.
Right.
They want to let all that kind of run its course.
Yep.
And then just sign around training camp. So they just don't have to come to these,
True.
practices in jerseys and no pads and basically waste
And maybe
everybody's time.
And maybe that's what's going to happen.
So maybe in about a month, you're going to see guys like Debo, Diggs, Keenan Allen
Land on
these
some
guys.
teams,
They're going
yeah.
to start getting signed.
Yeah.
You would think. Just
Well, I
about
mean, eventually
the
they're gonna-
Commanders going to
But
sign any of them.
if they felt like it was an absolute gaping hole, they would have addressed
they don't
it.
feel it's a huge priority.
Yeah.
Otherwise, one of those guys would be on the roster already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. If you want to chime in, you can always hit us up at Junks Radio on Twitter. Next, we open up the entertainment page here on The Fan. The finals are here and both teams are set, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You want to go with New York? They're currently trading at 55% to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $182 if they take the title. But you want to go with San Antonio? They're trading at 46%. That means 100 turns into $218. Not bad using Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. That means there's no house and no odds makers. As the odds move, though, you can buy in or out anytime for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use the code JP to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. Must be 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Even with the loss Sunday to Arizona, Nashville still had a great weekend. They fell Sunday 5-1, but they won 2 out of 3 in Arizona, and now they head to San Francisco to take on the Giants. That's a 9:45 start tonight on The Fan. Also tonight, San Antonio at the New York Knicks, 8:40 p.m. Big moment for San Antonio because the Knicks lead the series 2-0. The watch party outside MSG was scrapped, and President Trump is expected to be in attendance. They'll tip at 8:40 p.m. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp to avoid a fine. Commanders' third round of OTAs will begin tomorrow in Ashburn. How about DC Defenders beating Orlando Storm 28-22 to advance to the championship June 13th at Audi Field? Men's College World Series tickets punch today. Oklahoma and Alabama are leading their suspended games. Nelly Korda won the U.S. Women's Open. JT Post in the Memorial. Mystics host the Fever tonight. Alexander Zverev wins the French Open. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. We'll give you a chance to win some great prizes at 9:45, including tickets to see Dave Chappelle and the Black Crowes in concert. But right now, time to open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky's DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She's the top dog over there. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Just a side note, my buddy's kid and about 4 or 5 kids in a BMW over the weekend got in a terrible accident.
Oof.
Like if I showed you the photos of it, you wouldn't believe anybody survived. They all survived. You know, make sure you're driving a safe car. I'll just say that.
How many kids were in the car?
I don't know how many, but my buddy's kid was in the passenger seat. It rolled 3 times on River Road.
Terrifying.
Single car accident?
Oh no! Somebody basically T-boned them essentially, and they went 3 times. They were in a BMW. Everybody's fine. As far as I know, everybody's fine in the other car too. But make sure your kids are driving in as safe a vehicle as you can possibly get them.
I worry about that all the time.
It is terrifying.
All the time.
All right, so they had the Tony Awards, and one thing I did notice, and Valdez has this, it's one of his top stories, is Rosie was there on the red carpet. She said it was like the first time in years that people have paid attention to her because she got a facelift.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen or heard from her in a long time.
Every once in a while you see her on social media. But they say she looked half her age on the red carpet. And she says, now all of a sudden people are paying attention to me, and I know why. It's because I got a facelift. And she did, I saw her. She looked better. There's no doubt about it.
I saw her on an Instagram reel this morning when I was coming in, and I had the volume down. And I saw it, and I go, Rosie O'Donnell looks incredible. She looks amazing. I didn't realize she was talking about her facelift in the clip. But she looks way younger.
She looks better.
Was glowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what it looks like, I would recommend facelifts to a lot of people.
Intrigued?
There is something to be said for it. I think if you could do it well.
She did
not
say
too tight.
It was more expensive than any car she's ever bought.
Oh, really? So
did she give a price,
she got a
or
really high end.
I
Six
don't think
figures.
I don't think she
over
gave
100K.
her price, but I think she said the doctor too.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm sure.
Big flex for
There was
that
a
doctor.
celebrity that they recently showed, like on the side of his face. I can't remember who it was, and you could see several, what looks like multiple facelifts on the side, like by the ear. You could see like wrinkles and scars.
Right.
And the assumption is that's the result of multiple facelifts, not just one every. but you get multiple. So that's kind of is the downside. But I know as I'm getting older, I mean, I'm 56 years old. My neck doesn't look as silly as it once did.
It's not as
As
firm
you get
and
older.
as tight.
Yeah. I mean, I could see it.
Rosie, how old's Rosie? She's
It's
7.
got to be.
I thought I just saw 64.
Oh, 64. Okay.
64, yeah. I mean, I could see it. I'm not saying I couldn't see it.
Doesn't Michael Douglas get him all the time? I think he's one of those guys.
Oh, is he?
Multiple.
He's just
multiple.
always in
Yeah.
there.
You just got to be careful. I feel sorry for, especially for women. That men are allowed to sort of age gracefully. Women, we put on a pedestal, and we don't really. We don't let
we're
them
mean
or we're harsher to women.
Yeah.
And so, they go to the Botox route and all this stuff. And we've all seen it when they get over Botox or they get over whatever. And it looks awful.
I have no interest in the Botox, but I talked to Brett about this when we were at Dewey Beach. He gave me his secret shampoo. I'm going to try it. It's a
try
gray
it.
hair
Oh, like
reducing
secret-
shampoo.
oh, really?
I think it's just for men.
Okay.
It just
It's
slowly
like just
does it.
for men shampoo. Says gray hair reducing. We'll see.
Yeah.
I haven't ordered
See
it
if
yet.
you can do it. See if anybody notices.
I mean, I need to do it. My wife saw a recent picture. Now Facebook will pop up pictures, and it was a picture when we first were dating. And she said, "Is that you in AI?" I was like, "No, it was me."
It's kind of a Joan.
It wasn't Joan. I mean, I look a lot skinnier.
Yeah.
I was a lot skinnier. It was like right after the marathon.
let me see.
So
So
it's a good burn by
But I had,
Jess.
I had dark hair,
Yeah.
and I was 20
By the way,
pounds lighter.
did Jess and her partner finish first in their
No,
age
they
bracket?
They did very, very well. They finished 27th out of. They finished in the top 10%.
Nice.
Good.
Very
Nice.
good.
Yeah.
Um,
High Rocks.
High Rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, for her age bracket, I think.
and what is it
roughly
again? My
20
buddy
something
was
out of
telling me
268.
about it, but what is it again?
Crazy workout competition. It
It's
was
kind of like CrossFit, kind
Kind
of
of.
ish.
They run. Ultimately, you
They
run,
do everything.
You basically run like 5 miles, but it's in between these stations. So stations include like sled pulls, wall balls,
stationary
farmer's
bike,
carry,
I believe.
rowing.
But the total running is only 5 miles.
Yeah, 'cause
That's
you run
That's
like-
not horrible.
No, you
Like
run.
it's
No, but
pow-
You
but it's
run
mixed in with
1K
a bunch of other stuff.
in
I'm not saying it's
between.
easy.
Yeah.
In between the 9 stations, you have to run 6.
At least you're
tenths of a
not
mile.
running like 26 miles.
Well, that's insane.
No,
That's
no,
insane.
no.
That's.
Yeah.
I mean, your
Same behavior.
human body's not
So
designed.
yeah,
to
they
do
did
that.
really well. And then I think her partner 100% did the High Rock singles the next day, and she finished in 3rd.
It's awesome.
Wow.
It's impressive.
I mean, I told you I was up there during the competition. You couldn't have believed how many people were up
yeah.
there. I mean, New York in general is so overpopulated, but they threw the High Rocks competition there. Hudson Yards was crazy.
Yeah, it's like a 2-week event. So
Crazy.
it just goes and goes. I think that some of the competitors ultimately got their money back because of rain, maybe.
It was,
Yeah,
it was
definitely
canceled on
stormed.
Friday or Saturday. It'd be
Yeah.
better because there's
Well,
a lot of people who came in from out of town,
Oh,
and
sure.
other states, everything. 'Cause
Yeah.
this is like the big one in America.
It was probably Saturday because the Red Sox Yankees game was postponed on Saturday.
Yeah, so you book the hotels, you all
Yeah.
this training, everything, and
Yep.
it gets canceled.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
Your
sucks.
slot.
I know none of us are like into musicals or anything, so I'm not going to bore you with any of the details, but it's
nor
kind of
should
funny when you look at like the winners. So the best musical, I mean, because I've never heard of anything.
Okay.
Best musical was Schmigadoon. Have you heard of that?
That's the real.
Of course
Cakes,
not.
give me the plot to Schmigadoon.
I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start. How can I give you a plot?
I've heard of Ragtime, but it was a revival. So
Okay.
that one for best revival. The best play, Liberation. No clue. Best
Somebody got freed from something. That's
the best revival of a play was Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. We've all heard of that.
heard of it. Don't know what it's about.
Yeah, I'm not
You
sure. I'd
never
be
watched
great
the
at it.
Dustin Hoffman version? I think
No.
it was on TV back in the day.
Nope. Sure didn't.
Well, Schmigadoon included Keegan Michael Key was part of the cast. I know him, Kristen Chenoweth.
Maybe that's a reason to check it out.
Or maybe that was the TV show version. That was a TV show.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to ever see Schmigadoon.
Never.
Ever. Ever, ever, ever.
Valdez, I know you're a Euphoria guy. Oh, what do you have?
Oh, I had since we were talking about the Tonys, I had the the Titanic performance.
Which is
is that
when Celine Dion was singing?
Well, no. It's a play from the perspective of Celine Dion. The person singing is not Celine Dion.
Oh, because somebody said, Celine Dion was
Valdez,
terrible.
Whenever I watch Jeopardy, when they introduce the categories and it's anything about the Tonys, I go, oh. I just know I'm going to take a zero in that category.
So the person singing is Maria Mindell,
Okay.
Titanic is a musical, doubling as a Titanic parody from the perspective of Celine Dion.
So here's the headline that I read. Celine Dion musical bombs at Tony's as fans torch horrendously awful performance by star who cannot sing. So, of course, that's clickbait. I thought they were talking about Celine Dion, but it's somebody playing Celine Dion.
Right.
From the bottom of my perfect heart.
Come on, that's the
enough.
perfect opportunity to play just a medley of farts. So bad.
Yeah, you missed your opportunity
It's
there.
hard. It's hard to when I'm playing it from certain stuff.
I mean,
Gotcha.
Broadway for the most part. Any musicals vastly overrated.
Some people-
I like
Some can be
musicals. I do
some-
like them.
musicals.
Some
I
can be
like 'em.
entertaining. A select few, like Rock of Ages, Wicked, but for the most part, just trash.
There's some people that are
I don't know if I agree
wondering
with
if that's on purpose.
Yeah, that's what I wonder.
Oh, I'm
Because
sure
they're doing
they're
a
being
spoof.
campy
Yeah,
over
because
the
it's
top.
kind of a spoof, campy thing, and
Yeah.
like during that time, wasn't Celine was kind of like over the top, right?
So maybe they're goofing on her.
Yeah, kind.
That could be. I buy that.
Not like to her face, but kind
Kind of tongue in cheek.
Tongue-in-cheek
I kind of
about
buy
it.
that. That makes sense.
But if you're not familiar with the musical or Tony's, you wouldn't have any idea. You would just think that's a crappy performance.
Yeah, you just say, wow, that sounds pretty bad. Morgan Wallen's in the news again. I have to tell you, I'm a huge Morgan Wallen fan. I love Morgan Wallen. I love his music. Love it. Okay? Love it. Got all of it.
I think I know where you're going there.
But he's always getting
He's
in
a douche.
trouble. I mean,
What did he do
tipped
now?
over the piano the other day. I guess I understand that. It wasn't working. He was frustrated. Tips it over in a concert, whatever. I guess he recently, there's two things that happened over the weekend. One, there was some bad weather, and they canceled a performance at Pittsburgh, and people were upset about it. He would later said it was because his team told him, and I don't have any reason to not believe him, that there were bad wind conditions and it would be dangerous for fans and the crew. But I guess the problem is he flew out of there hours before they announced it.
Right.
So
It wasn't the greatest look.
it just didn't look great. And then I guess maybe in the night before, he grabbed a security card, had a camera that was shooting him. And allegedly, it was like for a fan. And he didn't like it. He grabbed the camera and he threw it away in the middle of the concert.
into the
And you know, that's
crowd.
kind of traumatic for a person. Like,
Yeah. There goes your phone.
I mean, there goes your phone. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just not that big a deal, but it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
When you lose your
It
phone. So
ruins
I don't
your
know.
night.
Now, I don't know why he's so pissed off
Yeah,
about
why
that.
would he care about
when
the
you
camera?
go to a concert? Like, I understand comics, they definitely have a no-no thing. You're not supposed to bring your phone to the improv and shoot like Martin Lawrence's stand-up.
Right.
They don't want you to do that, put it out there. They might be trying new material, whatever. But at a concert, doesn't everybody have their phone up and recording?
a lot
just
of
went to see
people do.
Bailey Zimmerman at the Live Golf thing. All I was doing was recording songs with my phone.
That you're never going to go back to ever again.
To that?
Yeah.
Well, the security guard was.
The running
There was
joke
the-
I
is-
understand.
like
That's
he
kind
should-
of a show.
Then it was a security guard.
What is a security guard? I think it's a woman.
That's
what
a
is
woman,
she
yeah.
doing?
She apparently he
She's
or she they did it because the fan gave her the phone. I don't know.
Well, tell the fan. Tell the fan you do it. I can't. I'm
So
working.
you're okay
I'm
with
working
it. You're
here.
pro Morgan Wallen in this one.
I don't know. I mean, if I'm Morgan Wallen and I see my security guard goofing off on a phone, I'm going to be Rick.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is when he first took the phone from her, she thought, "Oh, this is awesome. He's gonna,
Yeah.
have it like a selfie up on the stage."
yeah. And then
She didn't realize he tossed it 40 feet.
Yeah. So I thought it was someone else. The reporting was it was a fan that gave it to her.
Maybe it was.
I like those yellow polo guys when the Commanders score a game-winning touchdown.
They
and
don't
everyone's
do anything?
They don't even turn around.
Yeah.
They're watching this crowd.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you guys are pro Morgan. Okay. I'm glad you are.
Well,
You can
well,
win me
the guy's,
over
the
on
guy's
it. You can
responsible.
win me over on it.
Well, the guy's responsible or girl's responsible for some lunatic not running on the stage. I want that person to be focused on their job.
Okay. Good. All right, I like that.
Hey, did you see? You guys don't know who she is, but Phoebe Bridgers. She's kind of famous.
Okay.
But she just did a concert where
She opened for Taylor Swift.
she did
points,
before.
Yeah.
But I think it was in Madison Square Garden, did a concert, and everyone who attended had to put their phone away for a concert.
Yeah, I'm seeing this. Phoebe Bridgers
That's gonna
brings
take-
phone-free concert tour to Colorado.
How long does it take to get your phone back when the concert's done?
I have no clue, but if it's well known, almost like the Masters, if it's well known, you
Yeah.
don't bring it.
Yeah.
You leave it in the car.
Leave it in the car. I can kind of get on board with that.
Why?
You know what? Phones are ruining concerts. They're ruining sporting events. It's keeping people from being in the moment. People all just have it up the entire time.
Yeah, they're not
recording,
reacting to what they're seeing.
Singing
I don't know
along
if I
with it with
believe
their
that.
phone.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think I
Just-
missed out on anything.
you can miss out on your phone for 2 hours. It's okay. The
No,
world's
but
not
I
going to
also
end.
like to record it and save it.
Well, you can record it in your silly brain.
No, can't. That's not the same. I think I disagree with
Nobody
you.
goes back and
Eric
watches
wants
old
to post it.
videos
Yeah,
of concerts.
exactly.
Eric wants to post it.
Yeah.
Or
Nobody-
save it. You share it with your friends.
You've shown your friends an old concert on your phone.
Well, I mean, you have to record the whole concert, but 30 seconds. You send it to your son or you send it to somebody. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, with sharing a few seconds of a concert. I have no problem with it. And I
just
don't think
some
I'm
people-
missing.
Some people just record like 30 minutes of a concert and they're never going to ever.
Hey, some people live
Revisit
stream
it.
the entire concert.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but I'm sure some people do. I'm sure some people do. All right, well, I guess we differ.
Phoebe Bridgers.
Steve Irwin's kid.
Never heard of Phoebe Bridgers.
Remember, we had Steve Irwin on the show.
We did, yes.
And I correctly predicted his demise.
Did he win?
I mean, not while he was on the show.
Yeah.
No, as soon as he hung up, I said, "Yeah, that guy's gonna die."
Right,
Yeah.
right.
of course,
Sad.
I was correct.
Sad tale.
Somebody had to give me $100.
I think it was me.
Yeah.
Can't believe that.
His kid apparently almost died. Robert. Now, this is a story I think of a few years ago, but they say he had an encounter several years ago where he was death rolled by a huge croc. He jumped on a 14-year-old croc that he, I guess, had known for years. He actually had a nickname for him. He called the croc Jimmy Fallon for whatever reason. So he had kind of like been monitoring it, and they say, I think he said the best way to research them is you got to jump on them for some reason. I don't know why.
That sounds like a weird way to research an animal.
He says, we research crocodiles in the wild. The way you do that, you actually have to jump on them.
It's old school, kids.
So he jumped on this croc. He nicknamed him Jimmy Fallon. And what do you think the croc did?
Tried to kill him.
It death rolled him. Okay. And he said a 14-foot croc was probably about 700 pounds when it rolled him. And he's underneath it with just an arm sticking out.
You're just going to die.
And he's just going to die. He got lucky. The croc rolled over and he was able
He hit a one-outer.
to extricate himself
Big-time
from
one-outer.
it. But the son almost donked off in a very similar way to the way the dad.
Is that
Scary.
on? Is that on vid?
Don't know.
Oh, I don't think so. We would have seen it by now, I would guess.
Probably would have seen it by now.
That's terrifying.
So there you go, Cakes. I entertained you.
You did. You entertained the masses.
All right, remember, 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win some great prizes. Tickets to go see Dave Chappelle and Black Crows. I'm prepping some fact or fiction. That's at 9:45 here on The Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. See, FanDuel's the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. So head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed. All you have to do, bet $5 for 7 days. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Earlier in the show, we were kicking around the latest with Brandon Ayuk, and we put up a Junkies poll of the day. Swinging towards Brandon Ayuk a little bit. Do you still have interest in Brandon Ayuk coming to Washington? It's at 32% yes now. I mean, at one point, it was only 10%.
I feel like at its peak, it was.
Oh, it was like 90.
You think it was 90? 90% wanted him?
Yeah.
At its peak?
At its
We
peak.
started talking about this, I believe, during last season.
I think people
Yeah.
were loving it.
Yeah.
I mean, we started talking about this definitely by January and February.
Okay. All right. I thought there was always some people that said, no, I don't want to touch him. There was always some.
The worst part
and worried
is
about injury.
it's going to linger on because the Niners are in no rush to part with him and to placate him and to make life easy on Brandon Ayuk.
You can vote at Junks Radio. Interesting to see if they'll put out any other videos this week and if we have to decode them.
Decipher what he's saying.
It did make me laugh how he slowed down the last. He had repeated the last two lines in the audio. That kind of made me laugh. But I just feel like if you're the Commanders, you need to stay a million miles away from him. Just stay away.
I think they probably will.
So you got Game 3 NBA Finals tonight, and the NBA has to be
840,
enjoying
840 tip.
the ratings. Game 1 drew 16.9 million viewers on ABC. That was the most watched finals game in the opener since the Cavs Warriors in 2018. So that's LeBron against Steph. So we knew this was going to be good with the Knicks and the Spurs. I don't think anybody really expected the Spurs to lose both home games, to fall behind 2-0 to the New York Knicks. We had Darren Ravel on the show earlier. Obviously, the tickets are going at an outrageous price. And Cakes is sensing sweep. I don't buy into it, but hey, I've been kind of like wrong all along in this series. Watching San Antonio in the last series beat OKC, and I know OKC had a couple of players who were out, but OKC was a big-time favorite. I mean, at one point earlier in the year, people were talking about OKC breaking like the 73-win season.
You mean in Game 7?
No, I'm saying during the regular season.
During the regular season, yeah.
The conversation for a while was OKC is going to break the 73. Then
Right.
they slumped a little bit.
But in Game 7, they weren't a big-time favorite. They were a slight favorite.
No, but I think they were a pretty good favorite in the series.
Sure.
And the slight against San Antonio was just they haven't been there in
Right.
experience. And I guess you can point to that in this series. What do you think the Spurs need to do different to win this game?
Well, they can't get down 14 and turn the ball over late in key spots, that's for sure. I think Wemby will play well tonight.
You probably need like a 30 ball out of Wemby tonight.
But
for them
I
to
also
win.
believe that Brunson's going to have a bigger game too. So I don't think Brunson's going to go 8 for 25 or
He went 7 for 25. Yeah.
whatever he was in Game 2. So
2 for 8 from threes.
I think he'll play a lot better too. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see.
I think it's
Spurs got to put pressure on him early.
I don't think there's any reason to think for sure they're just going to sweep them. I mean, these games have been relatively close. First one, a little dicey from the beginning, but
One thing that's been interesting is Karl Anthony Towns has gone right at Wemby.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a statistical comparison a couple seasons ago when the Celtics beat the Mavericks in the finals. Luka got criticized because the blow-by percentage on him, people were saying he didn't play defense, was roughly 55%.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody got the ball 55% of the time, they're blowing by Luka. Cat and the Knicks right now are at 62% on Wemby. He's getting blown by. He's being drawn out to the three-point line.
Yes.
And then they're blowing by him.
Yep. It's
So
true.
I think an adjustment that they can make is just put Wemby on somebody else. I think just shake it up so that Wemby can hang around the basket more. Now, you can't put him on Brunson. You can't put him on Josh Hart. So I'm not quite sure what you do. Maybe you put him on Bridges, and he plays off of Bridges at times, and you live with Bridges maybe beating you on three-pointers, and you have Wemby down low where he can alter more shots.
Well, Towns has been really good in the series. If you look at his numbers, he's shooting 56%, and he's averaging, I don't know, he's got to be averaging 20. And then he's got 25 rebounds in the two games. So he's averaging 12.5 rebounds. So he's been really, really good. And he's dishing out some assists too.
And he's an easy guy to root for. Always just seems like a great, like down-to-earth guy.
Sure.
Like to see him win a
but
title.
if the Spurs win
He's
tonight,
been heavily criticized though in the past about his playoff performances.
it gets really interesting if the Spurs win tonight.
Sure, because then
It
the game
gets-
4 becomes kind of a must-win for the Knicks.
Yes, it's going to be huge.
By the way, I don't know if this is from this morning or it's from yesterday, or I don't even know if it's real. But there is a video that came out at 6:18 this morning of Wemby. He looks like he's in New York City somewhere, and he's on a bench, and he's drawing a statue.
I think it's Central Park, but I could be wrong.
That would
I've
be
seen
my
it.
that would be my assumption. Is that it's Central Park? But can you imagine? Let's just assume it's today. Probably yesterday, but let's assume it's today. If you're walking through Central Park or whatever, and you see this giant superstar who's about to be the center, the focal point of the sports universe in about 12 hours or so.
Well, if it's a Knicks fan, they're probably telling him to go F himself, too. Like, with the- just
He's a different
screaming
guy,
at him.
so I don't know that would be AI. Like I could see him doing that.
Looks
I
real
know
to me,
after
but who knows?
Game 7 with OKC, apparently to kind of calm down. I think it was after Game 7, which they won. He and the rest of his teammates, I think Wemby, it was his suggestion, they went out to see Cake saw the movie Obsession. I think maybe they rented the whole movie theater and they went.
That would make sense.
All went as a team. I could see that happening. This is a huge game for Wemby because if Wemby won this series, people would consider him the face of the league and the number one player in the league.
Yeah.
And if they lose, it's not going to be the case. It's not a big deal. He's still going to be considered a great player, but
I think he gets a little bit of a pass being this young.
Yeah, I'm okay with him having to wait to win the title if he's not able to bring the Spurs back.
And Brunson gets elevated. Because Brunson never really gets considered like a top 5 guy.
Yeah.
Did he make All NBA first team this year?
I had no idea. I'd have to go
I'm
back
going
and
to say he
look.
didn't. I think it was. I'd check. Maybe he did because Cade.
But if
Cade got
if-
that exception, right? So it was probably
SGA and Cade, and then who were the other 3?
Luka,
Wemby, Luka,
and Joker.
So, but if Brunson wins tonight and wins a ring, I mean, he's only been a Knick for 4 years. He's going to become an all-time
Oh,
Knick.
Nick Legend
Yes.
leads him to a title
Especially if he's the MVP.
for the first time since, 73? Last time the Knicks won the
73.
title?
Yeah, All NBA first team: Wemby, Joker, SGA, Luka, and Cade. Brunson doesn't really get considered there, but maybe he should. I don't know who you bump out. Bump out Cade Cunningham. Bump out Luka Doncic.
I'd rather have Brunson than Cade, but that's just me. He's going to be considered an all-time Knick, top 5 Knickerbocker ever if he wins a ring.
Well,
It's kind of crazy.
He's got to play better. He's still not. He's had 2 off games
You're
so
right.
far. The
Yeah,
Spurs
you're
defense is
you're right.
immaculate on him, and they're forcing him on to have very tough shots. He's off balance a lot of the times. He's just not set. Now, if Brunson gets going, the Spurs are in deep trouble.
If it's close in the fourth quarter, though,
It's one
would
of
you
those-
vote on Brunson delivering? I think he averages.
he has before. He had the big shot in game 1, but
He had 13 points in the
I
fourth
don't-
quarter in that one. I think he averages 9 points in the fourth quarter in the playoffs.
yeah, the thing about the Knicks is that you're such a great team that if you clamp down on Brunson, all those other guys are stepping up and playing incredible, and there's 5 guys that can beat you with them.
Yeah, I mean, his numbers aren't great. I agree, but if he's hitting big shots, you're taking those.
And
He's
you
gonna
still-
hit, and he hit a big shot in the fourth quarter when the Spurs were coming back.
And they were getting big offensive rebounds, too.
Yep.
They actually look like the team that was putting forth more effort.
I thought he was missing some open Jays too. In game 2.
Get your naps in today.
He gets
Staying up
kind
late
of
tonight, Jason.
He gets kind of disrespected because I'm looking at the first, second, and third team. So he was second team All NBA, but he received 0 votes
For
for
first
first
team.
team. 0.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Cade had a great year. You're not going to put him over SGA. I get that. So I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
His numbers in
I
New
don't have a
York
problem
have
with him
been
being second team.
remarkable.
Oh yeah,
Like just remarkable what he's done.
yeah. Just think
when
of
they
how much
acquired him.
better he is as a player.
Yeah, and the story that's gone viral over the weekend is how, of course, Dallas kind of insulted him with their offer, And they're like, no, we'll find more.
Yeah, for what, 4 years, $55 million?
Something like that.
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Don't you wish we could be insulted like that?
Yeah. Well, it turns out he was right.
I'd do it for 4 years, $5.5 million. They sold me like that.
He was ready to sign that deal, and then he got more playing time and put up better numbers, and then he came back to the table and said, this deal is no longer longer viable.
Luka got hurt that
Yeah.
season, and then he showed he could be the lead guy, and then he had a great playoff run.
But he's the reason why I think a lot of us are rooting for the Knicks because of sort of that underdog, undersized kind of story.
I am kind of with JP though. I do want it to see extended.
I'd like to see it. Yeah, if it was 7 games, it'd be great.
Extended into this weekend.
And I don't know.
Game 4 would be Wednesday. Would Game 5 be Friday? I assume it would.
I don't know why. Like, Wemby's unbelievable. Like I told you, my son just thinks he's the freakiest freak of all freaks. But I don't find him super likable. Like, I don't know. I don't find him like super endearing or anything. I think he's fine. I don't find it as really a negative.
I've said this recently. I almost feel like he's on the bubble where some of his story is really
Could turn
interesting.
to a
Cakes
villain,
would never
right?
go for this. You know that he turned down every soda company. They all wanted to come to him as an endorser.
I can't wait.
And he told his
dying
agent
to endorse a soda company.
He
We're
told
the
his-
complete opposites.
He told his agent, sodas kill people.
Yeah.
I'm not endorsing that.
Uh-huh.
And he went and did the Buddhist monks thing.
I mean,
Did you
soda's
see that they made him?
Soda's killing people is a little bit extreme.
I don't know enough about like where he was set up with the Buddhist monks, but at one point they supposedly made him dribble a basketball up the mountain, which usually takes 4 hours for people to walk up, and he's dribbling for an hour and a half to get to the top.
That's all.
So he's got yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be mistaken, but I read the article a while ago. But I do think he's bordering on this arrogance where people could get annoyed with him.
There's something about him that's just not particularly like lovable. I don't know. It's weird. Just my impression, personally.
But he is a freak, and he had one dunk. It was like a left-handed dunk. I mean, it legit. I've said it many times. It looks like Nerf hoop. He's so tall and long that, like, I think it was one where I think it was De'Aaron Fox. Could be mistaken. He was driving back, and Wemby was running the floor, and he kicked it back to him. And I mean, I know we see some players jump from the free throw line and dunk, but he's doing it, and he's like an inch off the ground.
Of course. I mean,
What are you going to say?
he's 8 feet tall.
I feel like everyone's treating Wemby with kid gloves because all I can think about is everyone crushed LeBron James for not taking a game-winning shot in the playoffs, and he passed it to I forget who his teammate was, and there was days-long discussion about that, him getting ripped for passing on game-winning shots, and then Wemby committed the turnover, made the frustration foul, and then missed the game winner all within a span of 10 seconds. And he's just not.
Was LeBron the same age when LeBron got crit? I mean, I remember some of that LeBron
It's
criticism
happened many
too.
times for LeBron.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like he's getting treated with kid gloves because it's his first finals or something.
I feel like because of his youth, maybe. But okay, I mean, that
but
turnover was catastrophic.
Yeah, it was the
catastrophic.
reason
It was a trifecta.
It ended up being the reason they lost.
Yeah.
He's got to play better. For Wizards fans, by the way, now Jalen Brunson was not a number 1 pick, but we were talking about what Karl Anthony Towns is doing to Wemby. He was a number 1 pick.
Yep.
And obviously Wemby, number 1 pick. So that's very helpful for your franchise, to say the least.
It helps having those
if
guys
you get
on
it
your
right.
By the way, they're also saying now that even if Towns helps bring them a championship, he could be on the block because he's up for like a
Crazy money.
$280 million supermax deal or something,
is he?
and it just
280?
something like that.
God, the NBA
270, 280, something crazy. And I don't know how old is he now.
He's probably 28 or 29.
That's
I would
all
guess.
he is.
I'm just guessing.
30.
30 years old.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would make sense.
Yeah, but he's probably going to get it pretty soon.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, the Spurs, it's a must-win situation for them. Game 3 tonight at Madison Square Garden. The president's going to be there. Every celebrity known to man that has gone to a Knicks game is going to be there.
My daughter walked to work and she said it was already a circus over around there.
I'm sure.
And that's
It's
without
only
the
gonna
watch
get worse.
parties tonight.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, I'm going to give you a chance to win some great prizes. We have tickets to go see Dave Chappelle at CFG Bank Arena and tickets to go see the Black Crows at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Call in now, 1-800-636-1067. We'll play Fact or Fiction for some prizes here on the Junkies.
The Pentagon Memorial Fund invites you to the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. This event promises to be a memorable golf experience featuring special guest PGA Tour pro Billy Hurley and a live broadcast with B. Mitch and JP Finley. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. You can learn more and register today. Just go to pentagonmemorial.org.
All right, going to play some fact or fiction for tickets to go see Dave Chappelle in concert. Also, tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour featuring the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers.
Nice. Perfect.
I'd like some whiskey right now.
Start some day drinking early.
Bickle
open road.
Bickle just looked at me. Yeah, give me some
Some
Independence
open road.
bourbon.
Yeah, why not?
Some Eagle Eye.
All right, are we gonna? You want me to punch up the first contestant?
Sure.
All right, let's go to. Now, is it going to be the same question for each
Fact
person?
or fiction,
Oh, okay,
different
it's
for
fact-
every person. They got to
okay.
get it right.
All right.
But they have a 50-50 shot to get it right.
All right. Let's go to James. Hey, James.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, doing great.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, James? Fact or fiction? Alexander Zverev, who won the French Open, is German.
Fact.
Yes.
Cakes, do you think that's a fact? I'm looking at Cakes. He has no clue.
I'm pretty sure that is fact.
It is a
100%.
fact. Congratulations.
It's definitely German.
You're going to win 2 tickets to see Dave Chappelle Friday, June 12th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
I mean,
I've seen a bunch of comedy acts.
His parents are Russian, but he is German because he was born there.
And you guys don't go to as many comedy shows as I've been to. Is there anybody that you want to see, haven't seen? Like the one guy I think that I haven't seen that I want to see, because I've seen Chappelle.
I'd like to see Chappelle. I haven't seen him.
I'd
I'd like to see Bill Burr in person.
Actually, there's 2 guys. I've seen Bill Burr.
Yeah.
And they're different, but I would love to see Chris Rock.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Chris Rock. And then you've seen him, Jim Gaffigan.
Jim
He makes me
Gaffigan's-
laugh.
All
It's
he does is make you laugh.
He just delivers.
Yep.
It
Kills.
can just be about food, about him being fat. I think he's gotten kind of thinner now. He delivers
Well, you
every
know,
time.
Meg played volleyball with his niece.
Okay.
And so I got to know his brother very well. He's a smart, funny guy. I don't know what to tell you. Runs in the family.
Runs in his family.
Runs in the family.
All right, we still have tickets to go see Black Crows.
All right, let's go to Todd. Hey, Todd, you're on with the Junkies.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Toddy Waddy.
All right, Todd. Fact or fiction? NBC recently announced they were canceling 9 shows from their lineup, including a show which, like the Junkies, has run for 30 years, Access Hollywood. Is that fact or fiction?
Fact.
That is a fact.
Look
Congratulations.
at that. 2 facts.
Access
You
Hollywood.
won tickets
Dunsky.
to the Southern Hospitality Tour, Black Crows and Whiskey Myers. It's Tuesday, June 16th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
Congrats, Todd.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Enjoy.
Stay on hold. Do we have any more? Or that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
My other one was an obvious fiction.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I want to hear how laughable
I wrote
it
it down.
is.
Rosie O'Donnell, who just had a facelift, is in talks to return to TV with the talk show variety show produced by Ellen DeGeneres.
I mean, it's not the most outrageous fiction, but it's a little
It was
far-fetched.
it was so much detail. I probably would have said fact. You guys that probably aren't watching or watched any of the college baseball super regionals for the
I had
teams.
a little bit of it on.
The
A little
North
bit of
Carolina
it.
USC finish was unbelievable.
What happened there?
I mean, USC had a lead. It was it was game 3. The winners going to the College World Series, and they had a lead late, and Carolina scores 2 in the bottom of the 9th to win it. Place went nuts because it was in Charlotte. It was in Charlotte. Chapel Hill. But just a brutal loss for USC. Their fans were all, when they were up 3-1, they're high-fiving each other, drinking their beers. Just a brutal loss. But the Georgia game was great, and I watched the Carolina game. So there's still 2 games that were suspended yesterday because of weather. So I think there's only 6 definites that are in the College World Series. I believe all 8 of the College World Series teams this year are going to be totally different than last year. None of the teams have repeated.
Big turnover.
Big time. But
Do any of those guys make good NIL money?
I'm sure they
I'm
make
sure.
some. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure.
It's not football or basketball.
But remember, the softball girl with the pitcher for Texas Tech got a milli.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Canada.
Guaranteed they're getting. In fact, I won't say what program, but a buddy of mine is good friends with a major Division I college baseball team, and 20 of his kids are in the portal, and he's freaking out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. because I think they're getting deals.
Yeah.
They're getting deals.
I'm sure that's what it is.
Can you imagine 20? I mean, it's just the way of the world.
Got to revamp your whole team
until it changes. All right, so
and it could be a small deal too. It could be a $50,000 deal, $75,000, $100,000.
Yeah, but
to those kids,
it's
yeah,
worth it, especially if they're
money
going to
for
cover. Before you wouldn't even get a full baseball scholarship necessarily.
No,
you might get a partial.
Correct.
Now you get a full scholarship and you maybe get $100K, $200K.
It's a great deal.
The grad
Take it.
The grad party I went to on Saturday was a combo grad party. For 2 kids, but one of them is going to play. He's going to pitch for Maryland next year.
Yeah,
stud.
How much did you put in the envelope or envelopes if it was a dual graduation party?
It was dual, but I don't know that family, so I gave him the pay. I gave my buddy's kid $150.
$150.
That's a solid number.
What would you give? What would you give?
Some underwear.
A family member that's a niece or a nephew
for graduation.
Yeah.
Depends on how close I am.
I mean, honestly, I'll tell you straight up. I don't
think my gifts are that great anymore.
My niece graduated from Virginia Tech. I gave $250.
It seems like a lot to me.
Seems kind of light for graduating 4 years of college. Like it's a good accomplishment.
It's your niece. How often do you see her?
I don't know, a couple times a year.
Yeah, that's plenty.
Yeah, that's
plenty.
Actually, probably not even.
Plenty.
Because every time I go to my brother's, she's gone somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's plenty.
I can't believe she's
What about for a high school
already.
graduate?
That's up to the parents.
Is a college graduate to high school?
$150.
High school graduation? That's because my other niece, her sister, graduates high
What,
school.
are you
as
just
graduation
supposed to make
was-
everybody wealthy? No,
I'm going to
But I feel like if I gave the one sister $250, I got to give my other niece $250.
Probably
for the
do.
high school.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
But or is high school less?
Or it kind of just depends on how close you are to them.
Hey, you know what? You better do some live reads too over there.
Valdez, do you want to weigh in? Do you have any idea? What did you get when you got graduated college? You get any good envelopes?
I got a pat on the back.
Yeah, good luck in College Park, kid.
Uncle Kenny didn't hook you?
No chance.
He took him to the races, baby.
Yeah. That's how he's going to get his
They
big
said,
school.
they said have fun in
Yeah,
school.
I'm not in the business of just making everybody rich.
All right, we got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, Cake, CB up, JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan.
Arizona defeats the Nationals 5-1, but the Nats win the series 8-2-1 in road series this season. Nats and Giants tonight, 9:45 p.m. Miles Mikolas gets the call. Tonight it's Game 3 Spurs at the Knicks at 8:40 p.m. Knicks lead 2-0. The watch party outside MSG was scrapped. President Trump expected to be in attendance. Current lowest price seat tonight, minimum $5,214 on Ticketmaster. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp this week. Commanders' third round of OTAs begin tomorrow. DC Defenders stun Orlando Storm 28-22 to return to the championship. Men's College World Series tickets punch to Omaha. UNC, Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss, West Virginia, and Troy. Oklahoma and Alabama lead suspended games resuming today. Nelly Korda won the 81st U.S. Women's Open. JT Poston won the Memorial in a playoff. Mystics home tonight against the Fever. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Carroll, the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am rejuvenated, JP.
I love that. What brings upon the rejuvenation?
Nah, man. I was a little tired last night after riding out in North Carolina, doing the rides, and then riding back here.
So you left Friday, you had doctor's appointment, then you leave like Friday evening. How was 95?
95 going there was great.
Okay.
We rolled all the way through. Coming back, I would say it was great too because we just took the speed lanes. And then we got up. Like normally it's nothing.
Because you can also, what's nice for you and like kind of if you're in the Western Virginia suburbs, you could bail off 95 and kind of back road it.
Yeah, but you.
For me, it's god awful getting over that bridge.
You got to be close enough to back road. But where we were coming through Fredericksburg and there was a crash up there. Normally, you hear a crash and it's nothing. It was about 7-8 cars.
Damn. Like a NASCAR crash.
It was a real deal. So we went past it, jumped off at 234, went on to the back and handled our business. But it was a good weekend. It was a good weekend, man.
How was the bike ride? How long was this one?
60 miles on Saturday, 20-something yesterday as a recovery ride and came back. But me and my buddy Jerry did the 60. Shep, Deshaun, and Deshaun buddy Luis, they did the 40, and then they did 20-something yesterday. But got a chance to see both of the grandkids. It was
awesome.
Yeah, so that's Papa. Papa.
Did Monica and everybody
he
go?
Looked
or
right
was this
past
just you
me.
guys?
He looked right past me like, where Grandma? I'm like, she ain't riding no bike, dude.
That Monica's name is Glamma. I love so much. That always makes me laugh, dude. It's funny how these grandparent names are all over the place.
All over
now.
the damn place.
I feel like Papa's a good traditional one. I'm many years away from it, but I think I'm going to veer back and just be. My father was granddad. That's kind of like
they gonna call you what they want to call you.
That's what I've learned.
Because I was trying my best to get the G Mitch in there.
G Mitch would have been so good.
He has never said G Mitch. Look, as soon as he was able to talk, it was Papa.
So I don't believe we've talked since Spurs Knicks game 2.
Hey man, I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna put it out there right now. People, listen to me. The only way the Spurs get anywhere close to winning this series if the refs start cheating. They are not better than the Knicks. And the Knicks have been battle tested. They've had those runs and get in the playoffs, lose out. They know how to play. They're not getting struck. They don't struggle at all. Victor Wembanyama is doing all kind of illegal and mad stuff because he's frustrated. Now, he's going to be able to get over that hump and become that person later on. But as I said the other night, when they called the tech on some, I say, this is a tech? NBA, your referees are absolutely ridiculous.
It was Flowers again. What's the guy's name? Brothers. I think it's
Brothers.
Brothers.
Yeah, Tony Brothers. But the thing of it
was
is,
him again.
He
called one foul. He was at half court, and the ref that was on
standing
the baseline
right there
didn't
nothing.
call it, and he called it from half court, and it was a play on the baseline. Like,
hey, man.
What are we doing?
I'm gonna say I understand, like, and I've said this for years, and I look at every sport. The referees don't have to just blatantly call all kind of crazy stuff. They have to call it in certain situations, you know what, which takes your aggression away. And once an athlete's aggression has been taken away, they're in trouble. And they were trying, but one thing I said this about the Knicks before this series started. I said, Castle, he had a tendency to big boy and thug out on people.
Yeah.
None of those guys are punks on the Knicks. They're not backing down from his crap. Who's getting frustrated now? His ass.
You know what is even better than one dude tries to puff his chest and kind of punk you? What I think the Knicks are doing in such a successful manner, ignoring it.
Yeah.
Like, dog, I don't care about your BS.
But
I'm here to play basketball, and we're going to beat you. And, that, I think, frustrates you even more when you're trying to, assert your...
But, when you look at this, I was sitting there with Deshaun, who was a Knicks fan. Oh, bro, he was losing his mind.
I bet.
But Tobacco Road is the name of the sports bar. Did we go there?
No.
Because it has a baseball stadium right outside of it. I walked in, I'm like, I've been here before.
Not with me, I don't think.
That place is, but it's cool as hell. Like, there's a minor league baseball team who plays.
Are you is this in Durham?
This is in Durham.
Yeah, because they built that whole area up for the Durham Bulls.
When you walk,
I know the area.
You could be in the thing just watching the baseball game while watching the basketball on TV. But it was like you watch those dudes from the Knicks, man, and after all this being up 2-0, they have not played anywhere close to what they're capable of playing.
I agree.
That's the funny thing.
Why wasn't there a basketball game last night? Did someone answer that? Sunday night, big TV?
Monday night is a big TV night.
Yeah, but I wanted to watch the game last night.
Yeah, but Monday night for them is a huge, huge TV night.
So much has been made of the prices for tickets at MSG tonight for Game 3.
Mm-hmm.
It is crazy to think.
It's going to be packed anyway.
Oh, it's crazy to think what people are spending for these. Now, I recognize this is private equity and hedge fund. Like, most of these people paying for these tickets are not regular folks like we are, but still, it is crazy.
It's crazy, but the thing about it just shows you people will spend for what they love. And people will spend to show off. Sure. Hey, I was right there in the seat. Because I remember before the series started, Deshaun was like, yo, I'm going to get to one of those games. And Bria was like, how much those tickets going to be? And then he saw the tickets, and I know my son-in-law, he ain't spending no excessive nothing.
Right.
He was like, I'm going to be right there at the sports bar. So he's coming up here Wednesday, like, father-in-law, man, why can't I watch the game on Wednesday? I say, I got you. Don't worry about that.
Are they coming up here?
He's going to be up here for work.
Oh, all right.
I said, I got you Wednesday. He said, where are we watching? I said, just follow me. I got you. Don't worry about that.
I have a few guesses.
Bria told him 5435. And he said, what's that? He said, you go to my dad's house. It's a sports bar. You got enough liquor there.
I had a friend ask me about if I knew anyone with access to tickets in New York. So I did what you do. If you have a ticket question, you call one human, Danny Frank.
Yeah.
And I called Danny. I said, hey, man, this is a good friend. Just curious what's going to happen at MSG. He said, it's cheaper to go to San Antonio.
Yeah.
Like, just fly to San Antonio.
Listen, man, yes, we know people with access. Are you willing to pay for that access? It's a problem.
In a world of constant information, immediate access to most things, Amazon Prime, one-day delivery, you can get, your groceries delivered within an hour, where there's AI slop all over the place. You're getting scam emails all the time. In a world where everything is constantly on, the only thing that has value are experiences that you can't manufacture.
Totally.
And that's why sports, everything is in this boom phase.
Like the thing when the lady had called about people coming in here with us to raise money for the thing, the golf tournament. I was just playing golf with us. And I'm like, they'll spend that money to hang out with me and JP. But people will spend for that experience.
Totally.
Makes a world of difference. Like you have an experience and you might see this play, and 35 years later you remember I was sitting right there.
Totally.
But just to go buy something, you're like, nah, it's not worth it. But that experience is.
It is, because that's something you cannot create
Mm-hmm.
Like you cannot manufacture it. That is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Speaking of once in a lifetime, the Washington Capitals won the Stanley Cup 8 years ago yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that crazy to think it was 8 years
You know
ago?
what? When Jeff first said it, that first thought hit me, but then I went back to where I was. Okay. Remember we had the stage, the tent that was kind of, as you look at the stage, a little short of it, off to the left by all the stuff, and drinks were flowing, you know?
Yeah.
So when I go back, I started thinking about things that have transpired since. I was thinking close to 10 years, 8 years plus. Well, 8 years yesterday. 8 years in a day. So yeah, it was that long ago, but they were still doing things after that kept you like it's going to happen again.
Let's hear Walton on this. It's a good little memory.
This is it. Get ready, Washington. It's been a team of destiny. All we need is a puck drop and release the hounds. Eller for the draw. And as the puck drops, the words that DC fans have been waiting to hear since 1974, the Washington Capitals are the 2018 Stanley Cup champions. It's not a dream. It's not a desert mirage. It's Lord Stanley, and he is coming to Washington.
You know what, Jay?
Gives me goosebumps.
As he started talking, I remember that day on the mall, a parade, and I could just remember these dudes throwing these damn beer cans. Full beer cans, and catching them at the top of the tour bus that they were on and throwing it back to people. Only thing I was thinking was, if that misses and it hits somebody.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't see a beer drop that whole day.
Dude, I have seen, so at Preakness, you used to be able to, when I was like in college, you used to be able to bring your own beer in if you were in the infield.
Damn, you old.
And I am old.
When you could bring your own beer in the infield.
Yo, people would bring in, cases upon cases upon cases of beer. And do you remember when these idiots started running the top of the urinals at Preakness?
Yeah.
And people would just chuck full beer cans at them that they had to dodge. It's all fun and games till somebody gets blasted.
Somebody that's not paying attention.
My boy got blasted. Ooh. Full beer can scar. His lip exploded. Blood everywhere. Dog. And then, have you ever been to Preakness?
No.
The old joint at Pimlico. Not the best part of town. And it's not easy to get in and out of there. My boy's hammered. His face has exploded thanks to a flying beer can. Blood everywhere. And there's not like a ambulance. There's no help. But there's all these young kids that have shopping carts to bring your beer up there, and you pay them. He's in a shopping cart with
being
like a
pushed.
9-year-old pushing him, trying to get him to the hospital. If that ain't Baltimore and Preakness, I don't know what is.
Only thing I think I was like that when I was checking into Vegas and they had that thing out in the desert.
Yeah.
And everybody checking in the hotel had piles and piles of water and beer and
like for Burning Man or
something?
something?
That was, I'm like, what the heck?
I don't think Burning Man's your scene.
They were dressed in diapers and all kind of stuff. So this is gonna be something special right here, boy.
Going back to that Caps, do you know Alex Flum?
No.
He's a reporter locally for help me.
DC News
DC
Now.
News Now, thank you. I follow him.
Kind of
Skinny, you've met him before.
I
He's
know.
at Commanders.
Yeah, but I never knew his last name was Flum.
Now you know.
So Alex would have been better.
He
Don't give
posted
it
a
a
video on Instagram of the scene outside of Cap One the night they won it. Because remember, they won on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And I was at Cap One. I remember watching with Clinton Yates, actually. And just going out into the street afterward.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just because, the Nats won the next year. I think the Mystics won the next year. But, there hadn't been a champion in D.C. since you were playing your second year in the NFL. That drought was beyond, multiple decades.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And the celebration, and it was Ovi finally gets his cup, kind of shuts up all the haters. It was just.
Well, there was a lot of them out there.
Dude, it was just so like joyous. And the scene I remember most from walking around, I mean, dude, we were just drinking beer on the streets. Nobody cared about that. Everybody's going nuts. And they were like, so 8 years ago, I was what, 36? So I'm probably not on the older end, but like there were young people partying out there. Probably not all 21, but there was a lot of young people partying. And the bus stop right at 7th and H, right in front of, is that now a Walgreens? It was a CVS for a while, but like right at the arch I'm talking about, like the heart of Chinatown, like the heart of traffic and Cap One Arena, like everything is all right there. There's a bus stop, and I see these two young women climb up on top of it. And they're just standing on top of the bus stop, partying, going nuts. And I'm like, this doesn't seem like it's going to end well. And I see these cops come over, and I'm like, oh, boy. And I'm just watching from a distance. And the cops are like, you guys all right? And they're like, actually, could you help us get down? And they just helped them get down. There was no arrest. There was no nothing. It was like everybody was just here to have fun, and let's not do anything stupid. And it was an amazing time for this city. You know why it feels so far away, I think? Why that feels so long ago? COVID, dude.
Yeah.
Like everything pre-COVID almost feels like a different era. You know
but
what
see,
I mean?
that's the thing, like for me, remember I asked you this question, I said, bro, we got to get a psychiatrist on one day to talk. Why is it every time they won something in College Park, y'all tore up everything? But in that situation when the Caps won,
it was far more
everybody's
peaceful.
helping out and peaceful. That is what I expect when something great happens. I don't expect people to be burning up couches and all kind of stuff. And I've seen that in multiple cities.
I think that's more of a college reaction.
Oh, it's been some pro areas too.
That's true.
So it happened.
Did you ever
there.
see that documentary on? I'm guessing White Brian's my only lock on this.
But I just don't understand what makes a person say, "My team won the championship. Let's go burn up the town."
I believe
don't
it
get
was
that.
Vancouver. I could be wrong. It was a Canadian city. After their team lost the cup, I think they just outright rioted and like broke.
I can wrap my head around that. I can wrap my head around that. I can't wrap my head around people doing that when they're happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Let's run a little traffic report here. We got to have a conversation about this Brandon Ayuk stuff because over the weekend, Brandon Ayuk decided to speak his mind, I suppose.
Yeah. Kind of, sort of. See. Yeah.
Yeah. And Greg Cohn covers the Niners out in San Fran. He has been. It's going to be really. We're going to talk to Grant at 11 a.m. He has been at the forefront of, I would say, trying to say how the Niners have done him.
Everybody has a part in this. Nobody is. It's not just one side or the other.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. We're going to talk to Grant at 11. We'll open the phone lines, have a Brandon Ayuk conversation, probably for half the day, if I had to guess. David Aldridge is going to join us at noon. Can't wait to talk to DA. Obviously, we'll talk some football with him, but we got Spurs-Knicks game 3 tonight from the Garden. I wonder if DA's going. Spurs-Knicks tonight. Wizards, number 1 pick. We're, 2 weeks out now? Today's the 8th. The draft's on the 23rd, I believe. Going to be a very busy day on the program. I want to. I don't know if we'll have time. Did you watch any of the U.S. Open for Riviera, the women's?
No, I was watching some highlights last night. That's it.
Dude, West Coast golf is just the best because you get to watch it at night. So I did really enjoy that. I'd like to. There's an interest because Caitlin Clark and the Fever are in town tonight, I believe. They're playing that game at St. E's at Care First Arena. I thought they'd have to move that to a larger arena, so I imagine that is a hot ticket tonight. But we're going to do it. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We already have 2 callers on hold to talk about Brandon Ayuk, even though we haven't said the dude's name yet. We're going to do it next. It's B. Mitch and Finley. You know who needs to call John Leahy?
Who's that?
Brandon Ayuk. Because he might be coming to if it's up to him, he's moving to town and he's going to need a house, B.
Oh, yeah. Well, just like themselves in Frederick, Maryland, they listed their home last year, hoping for a successful sale. Despite their best efforts, the property didn't sell. leaving them discouraged and uncertain about trying again this year. This year, with a fresh strategy and renewed determination, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group brought the home back to market. Within just 2 days, John and his team received a strong offer and the house sold for $355,000. That's what I'm talking about. They had called John already. It would have sold last year. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty will get it done for you. Go to johnsellsdmv.com, find out what your home's value is worth in seconds. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Well, and to your point, Brian, about the folks that were uncertain about going back to market, right? If your house needs a little work before you can sell it, maybe you don't have the cash, don't throw in the towel. Have a conversation with John Leahy because he can help tee up your home for market by getting you up to $50,000 to make the repairs and upgrades you need that will make your home irresistible to buyers and get you more cash at closing. Then you just settle up with John on whatever money you needed fronted. It's a really valuable program to be able to do that. Say you need to spend 15 G's on getting new appliances and painting. You'll triple that when you sell the house. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Nationals back at 500, but they are 8-2-1 in road series this year with 21 wins away from Nats Park tonight against the San Francisco Giants. That will go at 9:45 p.m. live here on The Fan. Yesterday, 5-1 loss to Arizona, but they won 2 out of 3. Game 3 tonight, NBA Finals, Spurs and Knicks. They'll tip at 8:40 p.m. Watch party outside MSG scrapped. President Trump expected to be in attendance. The Knicks lead 2-0. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp. Commanders' third round of OTAs will begin tomorrow. How about the D.C. Defenders beating Orlando Storm after losing to them twice in a row? 28-22, they're back in the championship. Audi Field, June 13th. Men's College World Series tickets punched today, possibly for Oklahoma and Alabama. They have big leads in their suspended games. Nelly Korda won the 81st U.S. Women's Open. Alexander Zverev, first Grand Slam title at the French Open. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B, you know it's a hot topic when we don't even ask for callers yet and people are just on the line to talk about. You were in North Carolina, kind of a fellas trip, kind of a family trip, doing these bike rides. I imagine Saturday you were pretty off the grid. Like, you're not the most on your phone
every time
type
Ryan
dude.
texts something, I get it.
Right.
And I went right to it to make sure I need to be abreast of some stuff. And when I saw it, listen, man, you always say two things can be right.
Two things can be true.
He can be frustrated. He also could be reaching out for some help. After I finished watching that, I kind of felt sorry for the dude. I'm going to be honest with you. It seemed like no matter what's going on, they're not letting me go. I'm stuck. That's what it seemed like. It seemed like he's crying out for some help from me, just to be honest with you.
It was interesting. So for those that live under a rock, over the weekend, we know that this Brandon Ayuk situation with the Niners has gone sideways. We've long believed that he wants to play in Washington. Then Saturday, I believe, I think it was Saturday.
Yep.
He posted some pictures to his Instagram wearing a Commander's hat. And then there was like an actual video where he spoke. Pretty clearly seems he wants to be in Washington. And the one picture where he's holding the football. So I don't know that all fans would know this. NFL teams all have their own balls. Like, it's like the league sanctioned football, and then you'll have the ball with your logo on it, and they're all numbered, right? And they practice with those. They take them for games. And Brandon Ayuk's posting a picture holding a Commander's ball with a Commander's hat on is pretty indicative. And then he actually had the post where he spoke, right? And in his, I don't know that we could play that on air because there's some words in there, but like, he made pretty clear he wants to be here. And I am with you in a way, B, that hearing him speak particularly, there's a lot of stuff going on here, right? Like, I don't know that he did right by San Fran, but I'm fairly confident they're not necessarily doing right by him either.
Yeah.
And it can be like a catch-22 chicken and egg situation. Who caused the trouble? Who's driving it forward? Who knows? But this weekend's events were really interesting, and it, to me, seems like there's some sense of inevitability with getting him here. Were you guys able to clean this up? Okay. So here, for those that haven't heard it, this is Brandon Ayuk's post over the weekend talking about his current situation in San Fran.
We dealing with, like them kids and they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court. But they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, y'all don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they're like, oh yeah, that's Lee. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared, they scared. The truth is they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, that allegedly. But what they not gonna say is, BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable, it's coming. Stop running. Stop being a female dog. Stop being a female dog. Stop being a little cat. And stop running from the belt.
A lot to react to here. I think, one, it's kind of cool how you can like slow-mo that. I don't know how you do that. That's kind of cool. But like, I find it hard to believe that it's only the Niners leadership that is being the female dog here. I imagine there's lots of parts to this play. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is a single act theatrical production. I think both sides are part of it. But at this point, where the GM came out and said, and maybe Kyle wishes John Lynch didn't say it, but he's never going to play for us again, you could just release him.
Yeah.
Like, they are allowed to release him.
They can release him, but to be honest with you, at this point, they're not forced to do anything. Because their thing is like, we don't have to get to the number right now. And we're not helping you be happy. I understand their point, but I understand his point tremendously. But the whole thing is, this is a team over here who I think has been trying to move to another direction. Are you going to be played in this whole deal? How long are you going to wait? Do you know he's going to still be able to play like he played before? Because you better make sure if you wait and then you pull him in here. I know all these people are saying, go get him. He better be able to play. Because the same people that saying go get him, you better never call up here and say a damn thing wrong.
That's my biggest question, right? And we'll ask Grant Cohn about this at 11. Excited to talk to Grant. DQ and Adam Peters talk about the brotherhood. They talk about guys that belong as commanders. Like they talk about the name means something. It resonates. There's real value in what they've built. You and I are in the building. There's all sorts of inspirational quotes and brotherhood, and they say they're trying to build something in a certain fashion, right?
Yeah.
And we saw last year that took a hit with 17. Like it's hard to talk about brotherhood and all these things, and then the contract situation go down the way it did with Terry. And football is a business, and you got to deal with the business of football, and we all understand that. But that had an impact on the season last year.
It did.
If this football team is all about brotherhood, and the way Ayuk is going, you got to really believe that the Niners are doing him dirty to not bring him in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or to bring him in.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that introduces.
I say this. So, like you said, they got to really feel like the Niners are doing it wrong to bring him in. But then, like, I like to look at both sides of things. You also better make sure if things don't go right, he don't go that well on you. Is that the next thing? So, yes, if like one thing I know, and I want every fan to understand this, if a guy can play, he's going to get a chance.
100%.
And we have seen it in the NFL. No matter what has happened with some guys, they get opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. But I also seen a lot of fans beg for people who come in and they don't live up to that hype, and then they blame the people who brought them in when they were the ones calling for them consistently too. And I think that's the thing that the powers that be has to be a little bit leery of. Will this same thing happen if things don't work out?
I think there is plenty to be leery of here.
Mm-hmm.
But to your larger point, and the point we made last week, like when the arrest warrant came out, which I still believe is a bunch of nonsense.
And we were like with him on it, like, what the hell is this?
But there are different rules for different players in pro sports. And if you're a great player, the rules change. Things can evolve. Life is fluid. And I just, specifically with Ayuk, do you feel, last week I didn't know. I feel like he's going to end up here. Do you?
I feel it. We said this a couple weeks ago. We kind of felt that it was going to come, but I also think it's going to come with like things written in the contract and stuff like that to protect themselves. They have to.
Have to.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to hit these phones. Brad is in Oxford, home of Ole Miss. Brad, what do you think about the latest with Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
What's up, bud?
You know, I'm getting kind of sick of it, to be honest with you, by now. But I know a lot of people ain't going to like this, but I think we should trade for him only because I don't think we're just trading for him. You're trading for his time. And, you know, I want him to be in camp right now. I don't want him. We already saw what it looks like when you have a receiver waiting gelling over the summer. So I don't want him to be slow when if he's going to inevitably end up here, let's just get him here now. And I think it's more valuable to get him here right now than it is to wait until later.
Well, they can't get him.
Not up to
they
them.
can't get him until he's free.
Yeah. All right. We're going to keep these phones open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Brandon Ayuk wants to be in Washington. Do you want him in Washington? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with floppy collars, you need to reach out to Collars Co. and get a shirt like I have on right now. It gives you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. I wear mine to the studio like I am today, out on the golf course, which I'll be doing later on, and I even layer on a sweater or blazer for a night on the town. No wrinkles, no dry cleaner, just throw it on and you're good to go. Head to collarsandco.com or go to their store at Congressional Plaza to get squared away for Father's Day. It's an easy win. Go out there and take care of your father with a crisp dress shirt look, polo shirt.
Let's re-rack the Ayuk audio. I just want people to hear this. This is Brandon Ayuk over the weekend talking about his current situation with the San Francisco 49ers.
We dealing with, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court. But they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, you don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they're like, oh yeah, that's lit. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared, they scared. The truth is they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, that allegedly. But what they not gonna say is, BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable, it's coming. Stop running. Stop being a female dog. Stop being a little cat.
It's so bizarre.
Stop running from the belt.
So he's calling them little boys, other, words, for not releasing him, basically.
Yeah.
I think there's guilt shared on all sides.
John said he's scared to play him. That's what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying.
Let's go to RJ and Laurel. RJ, what do you make of this Ayuk situation?
Yeah, I mean, he just seems like a guy who has main character syndrome. I don't think he'd be good for the culture in general because, it's just it's a typical wide receiver, but he just has this very strong main character syndrome. And at this point, the friendship doesn't matter. Devontae Adams and Derek Carr were friends. That didn't work out. A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts were friends. That didn't work out. So I don't really hold a lot of weight in that. If we're going to deal with receivers and baggage, you got him, Diggs, and Hill. At this point, I'd rather kick the tires on Diggs and Hill than this because at least Diggs, he goes to different organizations, he gets along, especially with young quarterbacks. Hill, at least has something to prove and gives you like a threat as soon as you put him on the field. We'll find out if he's still viable, but he still has that. Ayuk, he's just question marks and personality issues. I'm out.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, bud. That's an interesting term, main character syndrome, defined as a pop culture term describing the tendency to view your life as a scripted movie in which you are the protagonist and everyone else is merely a supporting character. There is some of that here. Yeah. I think receivers, though, are interesting characters, always. It's very rare to have a pretty down-to-earth dude like McLaurin in town.
Totally.
I think...
even Tanner.
Yeah. Tanner's the most chill, easygoing. But, I think... I don't know if you could separate these things, but if the Commanders are just trying to make their football team better and win more games, which is the goal, Ayuk might be able to help you do that.
You're right with that.
And if that's what they think and where they're headed... From a football perspective, let's be real. If/when C.J. Abrams gets traded, the baseball case for it makes a lot of sense. If you're able to get a ton of prospects back for a team that believes their timeline is down the road, what that will present for the Nats is a PR problem. If Adam Peters wants to sign Brandon Ayuk because he thinks he helps the football team,
do it.
The football capacity I can understand, but you got a PR problem.
I think the problem would be signing him. You have to sign him because you think he's going to help the team. If that's what you believe, you sign him.
Right.
And then you better hope everything hits because then you got a hell of a PR problem.
Shane is in New York. Shane, what do you think of this BA stuff?
I think, hey, what's up, guys? I think we need to stay away from him. I mean, let's call it what it is. First of all, this man ain't ran a route in 2 years. Let's call it what it is. I don't even know if he's even a top 10 receiver. I don't think he's a top 15 receiver in the league right now. You got to show me he can run a route tree, first of all. And the comments he made, female dog, do we really want this in our locker room? Are we going back to the Snyder days? We don't need an Albert Hainsworth here. We're trending to the positive, right? So we don't need no more negative around this organization after we had 25 years of just all of that, right? So absolutely not. Like I kept saying, I'd rather take a kid from DeMatha High School right now than him. He's absolutely not worth the squeeze. He's just not. What's he going to give you? I mean, truly, what's he going to do? He's not even in camp right now. Like, it's not a no-brainer. Stay away from him and go Knicks. I'll be there tonight. Let's do it.
See you, buddy.
Listen, man, you're right. I understand exactly what Shane is saying, but the people that are picking, if they decide to sign him, they will believe that he can run a route. And let's stop trying to sugarcoat NFL locker rooms. It's more than that being said in NFL locker rooms today. So let's just be real about it.
Yeah.
I understand the whole mindset and the whole thing, but I'll tell you, when you make this type of decision, you better make sure it works. That's all I can say.
So many years back, I went down to Miami with Mitch Tischler, and we did a story. We did 2 days of DJ Swearinger's training routine.
Yeah.
And, I mean, these dudes really put the work in, right? And at various times, other players would come to these workouts. And who was the corner they drafted out of UCLA? I'm blanking on his name. Real long. Your mic's not on.
Fabian Moreau.
Moreau came to one of the workouts. I'm not going to name the other player, but there was another player that we filmed 4 workouts with DJ and did a long interview. Of the 4, there was another player that came to 3 of them, and he was out of the league. And I'm watching him go through these workouts, and I'm like, holy moly, dude.
Why is he out the league?
I was like, why aren't you on a roster? I finally just said it to him. He's like, man, this league ain't about what you can do. It's also who you know and what your reputation is.
Mm-hmm.
And there is real truth to that. And I know it from being in locker rooms. You know it from playing. Like, the level of BS that happens to players from organizations is real.
Mm-hmm.
That there is real gatekeeping. There's a lot of that. That is real. Is that the situation for Ayuk? I don't know.
Could be.
It could be. It's at least part of the situation. You know what I mean? Here's what we're going to do. Grant Cohen's going to join us next. He covers the 49ers, knows Brandon Ayuk well. We're gonna see what Grant thinks about this situation. Them phones after that. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to let everybody talk because this sure seems like over the weekend, gasoline got poured on the fire. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Nationals back at 500, but they are 8-2-1 in road series this year with 21 wins away from Nats Park tonight against the San Francisco Giants. That will go at 9:45 p.m. live here on The Fan. Yesterday, 5-1 loss to Arizona, but they won 2 out of 3. Game 3 tonight, NBA Finals, Spurs and Knicks. They'll tip at 8:40 p.m. Watch party outside MSG scrapped. President Trump expected to be in attendance. The Knicks lead 2-0. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp. Commanders' third round of OTAs will begin tomorrow. How about the D.C. Defenders beating Orlando Storm after losing to them twice in a row? 28-22, they're back in the championship. Audi Field, June 13th. Men's College World Series tickets punched today, possibly for Oklahoma and Alabama. They have big leads in their suspended games. Nelly Korda won the 81st U.S. Women's Open. Alexander Zverev, first Grand Slam title at the French Open. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I'm excited now to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Of course, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, B.
It ain't right.
Joining us now via the Rude guest hotline is Grant Cohn. He is the publisher of 49ers on Sports Illustrated. You can give him a follow at Grant Cohn. Really big presence on YouTube. Grant, thank you for making time for us, dude. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Bro, we're good. B-Mitch was doing a bike ride this weekend. I was playing golf this weekend, and my phone is just blowing up with this Brandon Ayuk situation. What was your you know Brandon, you know the situation out there. For him to come out now publicly and call the Niners out, what was your level of surprise? What is the tenor out there in the Bay Area?
I'm surprised he didn't do it sooner. I mean, he's been quiet for a very long time. It seems like the Niners have been like shaping the narrative ever since they may have leaked or since the report came out that they voided his guarantees and he left the team. I think everyone's been sort of waiting for his side of the story, and we're starting to get it. I mean, a lot of people have been speculating, like, is he like Antonio Brown? Does he have CTE? I think the answer is clearly no. He just seems like a guy who deeply, deeply and sincerely hates his employer, which is kind of relatable. I mean, I think at some point in everyone's life, they've worked somewhere they absolutely hated the boss with a passion, or the entire company. And this guy just has like $60, $70 million and can say so. And he can dictate where he wants to go next. He may have to sit out a couple of years, but it kind of feels like Carson Palmer 20 years later. And no one called Carson Palmer a crazy person because he didn't want to play for the Bengals anymore. I think people understood. But with the Niners, they have a different perception, a different reputation, although there are he's not the first player who's left this team extremely disgruntled. So I'm kind of on his side. I think they clearly need to break up, and it's weird that the Niners just won't let the breakup happen.
So what is going to make that happen? Will it be when they get close to the season and that money is still on their books, they got to get it off? And do you think him doing this will make them do it any sooner, or will they hunker down even more?
I think that's what he's trying to do. Now, he's on this did not report left the squad list.
Yeah.
And as long as he's on that list, they don't have to pay him anything. So I think at some point he could just show up, they'd take him off the list, and they'd probably release him. I think he knows that. His agent knows that, and that's probably the plan. I don't know when he's going to show up, but theoretically he could have showed up this week to minicamp, mandatory minicamp, after June 1st.
Didn't they cancel it, though?
They canceled it. And it's like, why did you do that? In the past, they canceled the last day, but this year they canceled the whole thing. And now there's like, conspiracy theories like, well, did you cancel it so that you could avoid Brandon Ayuk, which seems weird, but also both sides have been so extremely petty, I wouldn't even put it past them. And then there's the added wrinkle that the Santa Clara Police Department just charged Brandon Ayuk with this weird speeding violation, crime, misdemeanor, and he has to come back. So it's like, what the hell is going on out here?
So we were on the air when the the Santa Clara Attorney General or whatever put that out. And Brian, like we know how this league works, and we know the levels of relationships that NFL organizations have with local law enforcement, and that sure seemed pretty weird and obvious to me at what it was attempting. I want to get to the root of the problem with this. Like, one, who's he mad at? Is it Kyle or John or both? And why? Like, why is there this depth of anger, hostility, whatever it is?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, you could say it stems from the contract negotiation, but I think it went back way before then. The Niners have a very particular type of culture. It's a very frat boyish kind of Republican culture, to put it, mildly. And Brandon's just not that kind of guy. He was put in the doghouse early in his career. It was never about his performance. He just didn't really fit in. He doesn't really bend the knee and talk the corporate talk and kiss butt the way, you're supposed to with this team. And I think he always kind of paid the price. And when it was time to get paid, they lowballed him and he took it personally. And then he got hurt, and then they tried to trade him when he was hurt. And then he just took the whole thing very personally, which is fair. And he's such a good player. I think he just decided, I don't want to play for you anymore. I want to play for my friend Jaden Daniels in Washington. End of story. And I mean, that's kind of what Carson Palmer felt 20 years ago. He's like, look, I have a lot of money. I don't have to play football for money. I want to play football for the love of it, and that's not going to happen in Cincinnati. And that's exactly how Brandon feels about the Niners. And people are making him seem like he's crazy for feeling that way. I don't think he's crazy for feeling that way.
See, Grant, the thing about me, though, I care about the Washington Commanders. I don't care about the 49ers. Right. I never saw eye with Kyle Shanahan, so I can understand. I know such an ass he could be. If you can show up and force their hand, why the hell you haven't shown up to force their hand to make them let you go so you can be here with the team you want to be with and your best friend?
That's a great question. My best guess, and maybe I'm wrong, is that the plan was to do so after June 1st. He felt like the Niners wouldn't cut him before June 1st, but after June 1st, it'd be a different cap hit. So that's when he would show up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm giving him too much the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's never going to show up and he's just going to post cryptic things on social media like a teenager. I have no idea. But we'll see. I mean, if he shows up for training camp, which I imagine he will at some point, they'll have to cut him.
It's as long as he doesn't show up, though, they'll just keep him on that left squad list. Like that to me is the hole in all of this. Is like, I understand he's made a lot of money, but I know a lot of football players. You know a lot of football players. Brian, you know more than all of us. Players don't walk away from the cash. To not ask the PA to appeal a $25 million check is nuts to me. That, like, it's Watergate. Follow the money. Like, I keep going back to that and can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, well, he definitely missed rehab assignments in the offseason last year. I think that violated the terms of his contract, and there's really nothing that he can argue. And maybe he regrets that. I mean, that was clearly a stupid decision, but I think at a certain point he made the decision that he hated the Niners so much that he would rather walk away from them and leave money on the table and play with his friend than ever step foot in that organization again, which, again, seems crazy, but I don't think you understand the level of alienation certain players feel on this team. Like Devondre Campbell straight up quit the team mid-game a couple of years ago. And people called him crazy. It's like when it's one guy after another, it makes you feel like there's a clique of in-group players on this team, and then there's everyone else. And he was one of the everyone else guys, which is weird because he was one of the best players on the team and one of their young stars.
It is crazy. This question may be impossible to nail down. We're talking with our friend Grant Cohn, publisher of 49ers on Sports Illustrated. Check him out on YouTube, joining us here on the Rude Guest Hotline. The one question no one can answer, where is he at health-wise? Like, he hasn't played in almost 2 years. Do we have any idea?
No idea. I mean, last year he showed up for even after they voided his guarantees, he showed up for training camp and preseason and the first few weeks of the regular season, and he was out on the field before the game running routes, and he looked like he was in shape and healthy, but like, I'm not a doctor. They never cleared him, but in retrospect, it seemed like they never really wanted to play him or that he never really wanted to play for them. So it seemed like he was making a statement to the media like, hey, I'm healthy. I'd love to get out of here, but I'd love a team to come get me, preferably the Washington Commanders. Then he left. I don't know if he became depressed or if he felt like everything was hopeless and that he was never going to get out of there. He started posting pictures where he looked a little bit bigger, like maybe he wasn't in shape. And then a couple of days ago with that Washington Commanders hat, he posted the picture of shirtless. He looked like he was at least in shape. So, I mean, the Brandon Ayuk, I know, works extremely hard and shows up for every offseason practice. So I don't think that's really going to be an issue. I wouldn't expect him to be the player he was at 25 after missing 2 years or a year and a half. But I still think if he's 90% of what he was, he's a really, really good player and an asset to an organization, no matter how strange he may seem.
But back to my Commanders love. How long can they wait for this? Because if he's not going to show up, they're not going to release him. They can keep him on this list. Don't have to pay him. And I just feel like this team should not be held hostage.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, what's the alternative, though? Like sign Stephon Diggs?
I mean, he played last year, had over 1,000 yards with a team that played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's kind of washed, though, and you know it. And the thing with Ayuk is, like, he has the potential to be really, really good. And again, he's best friends with Jaden Daniels. And, like, if he were to get to Washington, he'd be happy. He wouldn't be toxic, in my opinion. I think he'd be a big asset. But, again, the question is, why haven't you showed up to the Niners? How bad do you really want to play for the Washington Commanders? Do you just want to, like, do you really want to put the hat? Or you just want to put the hat on and complain, or do you want to get there? And I don't know the answer to it. I mean, we'll find out in the next month or two. I think he wants to. I think he sincerely plans on playing for Washington, and he's going to show up to the Niners and try to force his way out. I think he's on the offensive right now, and it's fair to ask why he waited this long. I think June 1st was a key date, and now that it's passed and the Niners didn't cut him, I think it blew his mind a little bit, and I think he's going to try to force his way out. We'll see.
The next time, I mean, I think he clearly is trying to force his way out, but the only way to really force that is to show up. And now, there's nothing out there till late July, right?
That's right. Well, there's a warrant out for his arrest. So, I mean, he's going to have to come back here eventually. I imagine he will. We'll see.
What's crazy is as much as clearly this thing has gone sideways there, I believe it was a Michael Silver piece in The Athletic a few years ago about Kyle standing on the table to make sure they got the contract done for Ayuk. Like, there were good seasons there. Like, what was he like in the locker room during the 1,300-yard season?
He's always been the same. He's quiet. He stays to himself. I mean, he was part of the team. He was, into Brock Purdy. He promoted Kyle Shanahan, but he always felt like the fourth option on a run-first team. He called himself that. And then he didn't get targeted that much in the Super Bowl, and they lost, and it blew his mind, and he never really recovered. And I think he and Kyle never really had a great relationship. Kyle drafted him. Kyle appreciated him, and I think Ayuk, he never really liked being here because he wasn't really featured. And to really get in Kyle's good graces, you have to kind of kiss his butt a little bit. Like, Deebo Samuel would go into his office every day and would be they were like friends, or Deebo made him seem like they were friends. And Brandon Ayuk isn't that kind of guy. He doesn't talk very much. And I think Kyle takes that the wrong way, or they're just like oil and water. And so once the Super Bowl loss happened, they could not repair the relationship. They tried to repair it with a contract, but that doesn't really do anything. And then he got paid, and he started like annoying Kyle even more. Like, he would show up to practice with the wrong shorts on, which is a tiny little thing, and maybe Brandon felt like he'd earned it, but Kyle felt like, why are you trying to set yourself apart from the team? There's all these little things. God knows what was happening in meetings. And then he got hurt. I think the organization decided, like, we don't want to put up with this anymore, which is where we're at now.
Where we're at now, yep.
It's the whole of all the weird NFL sagas, and I covered the Dan Snyder Redskins for a long time. Like, I saw some weird stuff. This whole thing is just so bizarre, and like, eventually he gets released, right? Is what he's hoping for, certainly. What kind of is he willing to take? I don't agree with you that Diggs is washed. I think Diggs had a solid season. You put him in a good offense, he can help a team, right? I think Diggs isn't on a roster right now because he wants probably more than the market's willing to pay him. What is the Brandon Ayuk mindset towards his next contract? Because I think that's a hurdle in and of itself.
Well, I would imagine at this point he'd be looking for a 1-year deal, and then he could come back and then prove something and then get something bigger down the line. That's what I would imagine is realistic for him. And I think, again, what the Niners are looking for and what Ayuk is sort of accusing him of is being scared of that Week 6 matchup on Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium. Like, if Ayuk were to go to the Commanders now, he'd be really prepared for that game. He'd be in midseason form. He might light the Niners up. But if he just gets to the Commanders in September, right before Week 1, maybe he's not a big factor Week 6. And again, that seems like maybe it shouldn't be the number one thing on the Niners' mind, but I mean, it seems like Ayuk thinks it is, and maybe it is.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting for Washington, and I don't know that you can speak to this, and obviously it's been a few years, right? What was Adam Peters was in San Fran for many, many years when that whole operation started. Kyle and Lynch, AP was there, right? He left Denver and joined that organization. What was AP and BA's relationship, if you ever saw them interact, or because, like, yes, Ayuk and Jaden are clearly close friends, but AP is also tight with Kyle and Lynch. Like, I saw those guys at the combine, like, all, like, you know what I mean? Like, hanging out. Like, they have a long-standing relationship. If things have gone so nuclear with the Niners organization, are we sure that Peters isn't seeing their side of things?
No, I think Peters is looking at himself as an opportunist here. Like, Kyle and Son messed up and he can reap the benefits, because I think Peters was the good guy in the Niners organization. He never had to go to the negotiating table and explain to Brandon Ayuk and his agent why he's only worth $25 million a year and why he's not really a number one wide receiver and things like that. Like, he was always in the player's corner. I saw him with players any number of times. He seemed like he was very personable. So, no, I would think he has a good relationship with Brandon Ayuk, and it would probably be a low factor why he wants to. I think the reason he wants to go to Washington is 100% about Jaden Daniels. And I think that's a powerful thing.
Yeah.
Again, this guy has been miserable from his perspective his entire NFL career. And you can sit back and be like, man, why are you so mad? Like, and I think a lot of people, I think the Niners feel like that. Like, what is the problem? But that's how he feels. And I think if he went to Washington, you'd see a version of Brandon Ayuk that. I mean, look at Javon Kinlaw. Javon Kinlaw was kind of miserable on the Niners. He didn't really do anything. He wasn't particularly good. Now he's on the Washington Commanders, and he's fully blossomed as a person and a player. He's not a Pro Bowler, but it's a whole different situation for him. It's a different culture on that team. I think Ayuk would have a similar rebirth.
You know, I understand the Jaden being his friend. I played with some friends, and once I got on a team with them, I did not like them because they didn't work enough. They were a little odd and out there. My whole thing is, if he wait until he signed and start working out, that's the problem, not the problem of when they signed him. He had, like all the posts I've seen, I begged to see a post of him out there working out. They went out to California and worked out. I didn't see him working out with them. And that wouldn't have been a problem with no contract or anything. I need to see stuff where he's showing me want to play football and not necessarily just want to piss off the 49ers.
It's a great point. And until he starts doing that, it's not off the table that he could miss this season, even if he were to go to the Washington Commanders or whenever that were to happen. I mean, he needs to show that he's actually in shape, and I can't speak to that.
Yeah, man. This is one of the more bizarre situations I can remember. Grant, we appreciate you making time for us, dude. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, man.
Grant Cohn, publisher of 49ers on SI. Give him a follow at Grant Cohn, COHN. Phone lines are now open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. This Brandon Ayuk situation seems to be going nuclear. How does it end? Does he end up here? Does he help them on the field? Do you not want him in town? Your calls next. It's B. Mitch and Finley. You heard B. Mitch talking earlier about Collars & Co. If you're watching us on Monumental, I'm also wearing a Collars & Co. dress shirt. I wear their dress shirts pretty much exclusively. It's like this dry fit material that's super cool, super soft. All the gear from Collars & Co. is fresh, and you can take it anywhere. They've got the performance dress shirts, the dress collar polos that B's always wearing. That weatherproof blazer I have is phenomenal. I have like 5 of their blazers. I love all of it. And the best part, you don't have to worry about dry cleaning. You don't have to worry about ironing. You can take the gear straight off the hanger and you're out the door. Whatever you're doing, TV, golf, dinner with the wife, whatever it is, Collars & Co. will set you up. They've got the head-to-toe collection that makes the perfect Father's Day gifts. Don't sleep on it. Father's Day's coming up, man. Check them out at collarsandco.com or in-store at Congressional Plaza and make it easy this year. Collars & Co.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Breaking news for Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. He has been granted a preliminary injunction against the NCAA, and he is eligible for the 2026 season. The Atlanta Hawks and head coach Quinn Snyder have agreed to a multi-year contract extension. Tonight it's the NBA Finals Game 3. The Knicks lead 2-0 over the Spurs. President Trump is expected to be in attendance. The watch party outside MSG, though, has been scrapped. Nationals and Giants tonight at 9:45 with Miles Michaelos getting the call on the Fan. Nats are 8-2-1 in their road series this year. Lost to Arizona 5-1, but won the series best 2 out of 3. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I mean, you could say it stems from the contract negotiation, but I think it went back way before then. The Niners have a very particular type of culture. It's a very frat boyish kind of Republican culture, to put it, mildly. And Brandon's just not that kind of guy. He was put in the doghouse early in his career. It was never about his performance. He just didn't really fit in. He doesn't really bend the knee and talk the corporate talk and kiss butt the way, you're supposed to with this team.
Very, very contradictory use of "to put it mildly." I'm not sure that was mild. This Ayuk thing is bizarre. Whatever has happened in San Fran, Brandon Ayuk is now kind of saying the quiet part out loud. He's very publicly calling the Niners organization out. Very clearly wants out of there.
Yeah.
He's posted pictures wearing a Commander's hat, holding a Commander's football.
But until
there's no secret about where he wants to end
I
up.
understand all
would
that
say.
stuff. If you showing up will force their hand, why the hell you haven't shown up?
Yeah.
And look, the thing about the football, like everybody think it's easy to get a football. If your boy plays there, he probably could have got your football a long time ago. You might collect them. Just like my boys played on other teams. I was able to get jerseys. I was able to get helmets. That's not hard to do.
Yeah.
So I want everyone, listen, man, just stop making it seem like, oh, it got to be. No. Players want to play. They don't care where it's at. If I can play, I want an opportunity to play. I don't limit the places I can play at. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Real players, real ball players, they want to play. Look, if it was me, I'm going to the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Cardinals. Somebody that see them twice a year. See what I'm saying? That's the type of thing. That's when you show me the vitriol. I'm pissed off at them. I want to show them something. I didn't leave here and go to San Francisco. I left him with the Philly. When they let me go, okay, cool. You're going to see me twice a year. That's not what we're seeing. So I understand all the stuff. And I think fans, we have to stop acting like we're so desperate in this town. If somebody says something, well, we just forget everything they do. Everything they do has got to be okay just because he said, I want to play here. Better hope he come up here and be able to play.
But he's friends with Jaden.
Bruh, that thing right there makes me no difference.
I know.
Because I play with friends and enemies. If we have a common cause to win football games, let's get it done. But just because you're my friend don't mean I play better.
Now, if I'm Brandon Ayuk, and yes, they're friends, but he also might just want to play with Jaden because he knows Jaden's really good, right? Like, that to me is a different scenario. I want to let the people on the phones weigh in. My guy Mo is in Largo. Mo, what do you make of this Brandon Ayuk situation?
Thank you for calling Thank you for taking my call, gentlemen. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused up here at work. But I have no interest in the man. I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of the way he's moving. I'm looking for young men to hold themselves accountable and move as professionals. And I don't see that from him. And then to say that they're friends, so he's going to have maybe a little more leverage on the ear of our, starting quarterback. I have no interest in him. I mean, there are plenty of other talents out there, like they proposed this morning. Kayshon Boutte went to LSU, played with Jaden, could potentially be trade bait. They brought in 2 receivers up in New England. There's plenty of other directions that we could focus our attention on than a person who hasn't been productive in years and is a serious question mark with regards to his character and his work ethic. So, and not to mention his actual health, because we don't even know what the situation is with his health right now. So, yeah, I'm good on all that. He's just showing me, bro, like, maybe this younger generation is cool with all that, but me being an older man, almost 44 years old, I'm not going for all of this. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks, bud. It's a good call. It's a reasonable stance. The goal is to win football games, and if they believe he will help them win football games, it's different. Let's go to Juan in Fairfax. Juan, what's up, bud?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's happening, brother?
This is the biggest saga I've seen since the T.O. situation. This is getting tiring. It's getting confusing. I mean, to be honest with you, I would sign him, but I would sign him to a 1-year prove-it deal. Show me what you got. You know what I'm saying? He has worked with Jay Daniels before in college, and this is where he wants to go to. He must know how, he knows how Jay Daniels throws the ball, how he works out. He likes that. So, he doesn't want to go play with another quarterback because, you know what I'm saying, he's probably not used to another quarterback. And then, the 49ers, they're shutting down training camp. They're shutting down mini camp. Like, is it that serious? Like, come on, man.
I was very weirded out when I saw they canceled minicamp. That is not normal.
It was weird. It's weird.
They're going out their way to mess with him too.
People that need to. Why would you do that? People need work. Come on, man. Come on. Can we just get this over with? I'll sign them. I'll go ahead and sign them.
But the flip side of can we get this over with is he has to show up, dude. Like, I'm not at all letting the Niners off the hook, but this is a two-way street, man.
Yeah, you're right. It is a two-way street, but nobody wants to come to a common ground. That's the thing.
Clearly.
It is confusing.
It is definitely confusing.
I would sign him. I would definitely sign him, but y'all have a good one, man. Y'all be safe out there. Y'all keep on doing y'all thing.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you. I mean, that's the hardest part to reconcile for me is it all circles back to if you just show up, they'll cut you. They don't think he's going to show up.
And they can keep playing, just dragging him on then because they don't have to pay him as long as he's on that and not showing up.
That's why, like, people can talk about the contract, this and that. That reserve left squad list, that's what they did to Trent Williams here.
Yeah.
When Trent had his medical situation. Like, it is a tool to the team's advantage, period. And you have to force their hand by showing up. And dude, if this thing is so small-minded that it's about Monday Night Football in Levi Stadium in week 6, like, that's what this is about. Like, go sign with the Rams. They're signing everybody. He gets to play twice a year.
I understand what he's saying, and teams sometimes they know how good a guy they may not want to see him. But you think they're doing all this because they worry about that one game? They probably worried about the damn Rams and the Seahawks. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're worried about. I don't think it's just that one game.
Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what do you make of this Brandon Ayuk mess?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. A 30-foot pole doesn't exist that would. I do not want him. I do not want him. Brandon can be Jaden's friend, but guess what? I have a bunch of friends. Do I trust them to take care of my kid for a night? Absolutely not. He can still be a friend. That's great. I just don't want him on this team. It's just a bag of cats that's just an absolute crazy, dumpster fire that could go crazy because it's already showing itself right now.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate the call, dude. I mean,
like the people that are a little skeptical and hesitant, I side more with them.
Yeah.
The people that are just full speed ahead, ignore everything going on. It would never happen here. I don't understand them. I don't. Like, we've seen enough stuff. And if you see stuff when a person is disgruntled, you have to at least say, if he's disgruntled anytime else, he's going to do the same thing again, right?
Right. Yeah, man, it's a remarkable situation. And there are those folks that are just like all in on it, no
They're
matter
blinded.
what. Let's go to our guy, Jupe, repping the DMWV. What's up, Jupe?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, listen, I'm with the other caller that said he's tired of hearing this talk. I've been back and forth over the fence. Yeah, why not? Then I'm like, nah. I'll say this, though. For the locker room part, I feel regardless, this locker room's going to be fine. DQ, that's what he's known about. Regardless if the dude's a cancer locker room or not, we can handle that part. The other part that I'm concerned with is that this man's been out of football for 2 years. There's a being in shape and being in football shape. It's two different things. I'll give you an example. Deshaun Watson, before that whole massage parlor situation, he was balling out. Then he was out. He came back. He ain't been the same since. So that's one. But the trash talking, Miss JP, y'all know I love the trash talk, man. I love that energy. And I'm like, man, and I'm just thinking deeply, everything going on, and then the canceling mini camp. Look at what happened with Terry not being in camp last year. Game 1 with the Giants. Him and Himothy missed on a deep shot. They was clicking on all cylinders year before. Mini camp is needed. They need to have that. So them canceling that just started throwing up question marks in my head. All I'm saying is I'd be willing to bring him in. I'm with the other guy. Bring him on 1 year, prove a deal. If he can get up out of there. But, you know, it's a crazy situation where it's question marks on both sides. I mean, let the guy go, bring him over here and see what we can do. That's all I got for y'all.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a safe place to be, Jupe. I think if he does get released, if he does show up, thanks for the call, Jupe. If he does show up and then the Niners finally release him, yeah, I think you bring him in. I think there's real reluctance. I think you got to really examine and make sure you're comfortable with how this is all going to go. But whether or not I think it's the right move is fairly irrelevant. I think it's going to happen.
People have to understand one thing. OTAs has been going on for a moment, and I think they got another week or so of OTAs. It's
Here,
not,
yes.
Other teams too.
Yeah.
It's not just mini camps that you have to show up to. You have to show up. As many days that people are over at the facility working out, he needs to show up. And make it happen what needs to happen.
Dog, he could just go. Players go to the facility all the time.
Yeah.
You don't have to only go for minicamp or OTAs. Like, there are guys, today's a phase 2 day in Ashburn, which means they have meetings, right? But, like, guys go for rehab all the time. Guys go to work out all the time. Yes, they canceled minicamp, which is very strange, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't think they would make a move to hurt their whole damn team. I'm just being real about that one.
If they do, if they canceled minicamp because they didn't want BA to be able to show
then
up,
you just hope all kind of stuff happened to him.
Then that's on that.
Yeah.
That is cowardly.
If I'm the owner, and I would be like, "Why did you cancel minicamp?"
Yeah.
Please explain that to me.
Yeah.
And you better let me know that they were way ahead of schedule doing something. Because if you just did it because you didn't want them to show up, I got a problem with that.
It's 3 days, and I think you're able to wear pads. There's no hitting, but you can wear pads.
Mm-hmm.
Taking your calls next. David Aldridge joins us at noon. JP Finley here to tell you about Closets by Design. We recently had the Closets by Design crew out to the house. They redid my coat closet in my living room and my wife's closet in our bedroom, and they did a tremendous job. I live in an old house with 3 women. There is a lot of stuff and not a lot of place to put the stuff. Closets by Design came in and maximized our space. Really, really game-changing, especially for my wife with all her clothes and all her shoes and everything else. Whatever you need done in your home, check out Closets by Design because they can do way more than just closets. They can redo your garage, offices, laundry room. They can make a built-in entertainment center. I've seen the facility over in Manassas. They could do everything. They do it by hand, custom work in their Manassas facility. It is super impressive. Check them out at closetsbydesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. Big thanks to the Big Greek Cafe for bringing in lunch. We got like a chicken avocado gyro here. These Greek fries are banging.
Yeah.
Christina just dropped it all off. Appreciate that. They got 15 locations.
Wow.
And a new one coming in Tenleytown. So
Three.
check out Big Greek
Three new
Cafe.
ones they opening up.
Yeah, man. And the food is really good. The one in Bethesda is right next to my dentist. So I usually go get a gyro after I go to the dentist. Conversation is Brandon Ayuk wants out of San Francisco, obviously. Seems like San Francisco wants nothing to do with him either. The whole situation is toxic.
But he's playing into their hands by not showing up.
It's got to show up, dude. 90% of everything is showing up. Do you want Brandon Ayuk? Larry is in La Plata. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys.
Hey, bud.
No. It's time to turn the page and move on. If Belichick were here, he'd be saying, we're on to Cincinnati. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Brian, if he's not Jaden's best friend, are we having this conversation? I mean, if you're going to bring crazy into your locker room, give me Diggs. His resume and stat sheet is much more impressive than Ayuk's. You know, I'm perfectly happy with the wide receivers we have. And next year, you've got a generational draft for wide receivers, according to several of your guests that you've had over the past several months. Let's move on. Turn the page.
Turn the page, says Larry. Thanks, buddy.
All right, man.
Let's go to Mark in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, JP? What's happening, B? Hey, man, that's always good to hear, Brian. Man, I just got this to say, man, that, you know, now that we've went along, and hey, great pull on the guest from San Fran, JP, and great interview by you, buddy.
I was Stallion,
and man,
yeah.
you know, as time is going along, more and more is coming out, and that guy certainly sounded candid and honest.
Certainly candid.
Yeah, that something really bad has happened between these both parties, let's just say, and they're setting a really bad example for everyone around to see and hear. And man, why hasn't our wonderful commissioner stepped up to the plate and stepped in and asked what the heck's going on? But that'll never happen. And no, I don't want him because, and if they do get him, which we don't know, 1 year, like we've been saying, guys, we talked about this, man, a while back, and man, it's just something's got to be done about it. And man, they're setting themselves up for something really bad to happen too. I don't know if they realize that or not, but they are setting themselves up for something really, the NFL, to have some really bad publicity, and they should realize that. And hey, have a good day, guys, and always good talking to you guys, and be safe, man.
All right, man. Take care. Yeah. I don't think the commissioner can get involved. This is a player's beef with an organization. Like this feels larger here because we're kind of caught in the storm, but this is not the role of the league office or any of that. It's the player and the organization have to figure it out.
Yep.
And I mean, you see these kind of ugly situations frequently. I mean, it's odd because it's not a contract holdout. That's what we've become accustomed to. This is like a personal.
But if I have to show up to make you release me, I'm opening the door for your ass in the morning.
Right.
Just being real.
Right. Greg is in Springfield. What's up, Greg?
Hey, I know I'm in the minority here, but I really think we need to take that chance. But I think, and then maybe it's just me, and I get it how they hate each other right now, but if the 49ers didn't really think he could play, then they would cut him, I think. But they don't. I think they worried he's going to come back and look good for somebody else, and they know where he wants to go, and they don't want to give it to him. I get it. But I think they would want to move on if they thought he couldn't play.
Well,
that's just my opinion.
If they thought he could play to the level they want at the money they want, again, they would have just gave him what he asked for. But at this point, I think the reason that they're not letting him go because they don't have to pay him anything while he's sitting there if he don't show up.
No question. They don't have to pay him until he shows up, and I think he knows, too, at some point he's got to show up, where obviously him not being on somebody's roster or in training camp is a big advantage, and waiting till the last minute is going to be a huge disadvantage for whoever signs him. No question.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Greg. Listen, man, you're not incorrect that getting good players is the most important part of this scenario. And if you think he can come in and help you, that's what you're supposed to do. That's the task, is to win football games. Honestly, the San Francisco piece of this is not that dissimilar from when Kyle got the job at San Fran and wanted to trade for Kirk Cousins, and the Snyder-led organization was like, absolutely not. We're not letting you have this player. This stuff does happen. Like when when the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons to the Packers, they specifically weren't allowing him to go to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And it's written into the contract that they get compensation should he end up on an NFC East team. Like, a lot of this is not that unusual. It just is unusual that Washington's kind of in this story.
It's weird.
It's weird. Tay is in D.C. This is our guy, Tay. What's up, bud?
Good morning, fellas. Being the boss, something from you real quick, because I think the ultimate thing is, do you trust AP or not? Do you trust him to make the decision on are you bringing him here or not? The one thing I don't like is, seems like 2 years straight of wide receiver talk hovering over the team. I don't like that. And that's all I got for you guys.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man. It's an interesting. It's like the Antonio Williams pick that everybody wanted a big receiver and they went with a smaller guy. Peters has to be proven correct. Should he do this, he has to be proven correct.
But see, that crowd, Antonio Williams is the same size as Brandon Ayuk.
I know.
And all these people was talking about how small he is, but you're over here losing your damn minds for Brandon Ayuk. They're the same size. It just shows you people like to talk, but don't investigate what they're talking about.
JB is in Waldorf. JB, what do you think of Ayuk?
Man, I like I was telling the screener, man. I don't think they should take a chance on him, but I also think, man, like San Fran is not innocent in this whole situation, man.
No.
Like,
nobody think they are.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I feel you on that, man. But I just don't like how people are starting to call him out of his character. Like Chris Russell called him a POS the other day. Like, I mean, it's starting to get crazy, man. And like, if they have a problem with the guy, they just need to go ahead and let him go. And so far as him,
He's also just got to show up. He could force their hand by just showing up. I hear you.
It's got to be. It's got to be more than that, bro. Just an appearance. I mean, who's not going to come just to get their money?
That's the question. That's what makes this so complicated.
Because he told the PA, no, don't go fight for the money. So he is showing a different level of mindset.
It's got to be something. It's got to be something real detrimental for him not to come and do that, bro.
For sure.
This is what
We
I'm
got to
saying.
run,
Like,
JB.
nobody
It's
in
a
their
good
right
call,
mind.
brother. I just got to go to break, man. I appreciate you.
He said nobody in their right mind. May not be in the right mind right now then.
We're going to keep the phones open all day. David Aldridge joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. More details on quarterback Brendan Sorsby. The Texas Tech quarterback has been granted a preliminary injunction against the NCAA and is eligible for the 2026 season. Ian Rappaport reporting that Sorsby will serve a 2-game suspension as part of the ruling. He officially won't be eligible to participate in the NFL's supplemental draft. NBA Atlanta Hawks have head coach Quinn Snyder agreeing to a multi-year contract extension. Tonight it's the NBA Finals Game 3 with President Trump at MSG for the Spurs and the Knicks at 8:40 p.m. Knicks lead that series 2-0. Nationals in San Francisco tonight against the Giants, a 8-2-1 record on road series, even though they lost yesterday 5-1 to the Diamondbacks. The call tonight on the Fan with Miles Mikolas, the starter for the Nats. DC Defenders stunned Orlando Storm 28-22, so they're back in the UFL title game, and this year it'll be at Audi Field, June 13th. Men's College World Series tickets punch tonight could be Oklahoma and Alabama. They both lead their suspended games by sizable margins. Mystics are home tonight against Indiana Fever. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on the Fan.
Appreciate the Big Greek Cafe dropping off lunch. That chicken avocado gyros
is good.
That's
bro.
good, man.
It is really good.
Very excited right now to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in the Hall of Famer, Mr. David Aldridge.
DA.
What's up, DA? How are you?
Gentlemen, what's happening? What's going on?
Dude, you I want to get this out of the way, and then we're going to talk basketball. I know you're in New York for Game 3.
Yep.
I don't know how much attention you're paying to this Brandon Ayuk saga, but I bet you couldn't avoid it over the weekend when he started posting. Where do you think this thing is at?
Oh man, I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know what the, how I don't know where the 49ers end and he begins in terms of like who's causing this kind of stalemate between the two. I don't know if they're both being obstinate and stupid and selfish, or if it's one more than the other. It would seem to me that a team realizing should know by after June 1st they're not getting anything for him in the trade, and there's no point in keeping him other than to make it hard for him to sign somewhere. So, you'd like to think they would just go on, man, go with God, go and do your thing. Like we're cutting you, we're releasing you.
Yeah.
But they're not doing it for whatever reason. So at some point, I don't know what the return on investment would be for the Commanders, because if he's not here for OTAs and he's not going to be taking part in camp, how is he going to help you exactly during the season?
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So to me, it's like, look, I know maybe that's the guy you want, but you may not be able to get him. So if you think you need to upgrade, you've got some options to go upgrade at that position. Where I won't say upgrade. If you think you need to add to the room, let's put it that way. You need to add another person to the room. There's a veteran guy that's been a 1,000-yard receiver 7 out of the last 8 years. That's from DC. That ain't got no place. That hasn't gotten a home yet, and go bring him in. You know what I mean? And if you don't, just say, hey, we're good we like our receiver room. This is who we're going to rock with next year. And we'll see if it works.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can kind of be on the fence about it. Either you think you need to add somebody or you don't. And if you think you need to add somebody, go add somebody. It may not be the guy you want, but he may not be available until August.
Whenever,
and again, if that's the case, how is he going to help you next year? That's why I just don't know how he's going to help you if he just gets here in the middle of preseason and doesn't have any time, with the quarterback or with the receivers or anything. I just don't. I mean, you could say that happened with Noah Brown because he did get cut, and then they brought him in at the end of the preseason, and he came in and played pretty well for them. But I don't know.
But he had been practicing football.
He had been playing football.
Yes,
exactly.
yes.
He had been playing football for many weeks and months. So I just don't know how this helps you otherwise.
It's such a bizarre situation.
crazy.
But you know what? Let's talk about where you're at. You have been covering sports for many years. You've been to all types of major events and games.
Mm-hmm.
What is the vibe in New York right now compared to all the other things you've done? I imagine it is chaos.
I would, I'm not out these streets all the time, but, look, everybody's excited. I think everybody's pretty jazzed for the game tonight. I think the atmosphere is going to be crazy in the building. I've been in that building many times for many games, including finals games. And there's nothing like it. Generally, I suspect tonight is going to be, crazy times 20, it's just going to be insane. So I think it'll be special. It's unfortunate that the fans can't congregate right outside the building tonight. Because that's been kind of a thing that they do now during the playoffs. And we've seen it. Other cities have done the same thing the last few years. It's kind of a thing that teams have now added on. When you make the finals, you find an area for people that can't get in, and it's a good visual on TV to see your fans cheering for your team. They are going to have something at a different location. Not by the arena, but somewhere in the city. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but so there will be something, but it's not the same as kind of being right by the building. But yeah, man, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Like, they've been waiting a long time. This city kind of gets cut up into fan bases. You either, like, you're a Yankees fan, or you're a Mets fan, you know what I mean? You're a Giants fan or a Jets fan, this is one of the rare instances where it seems like everybody is hyped and behind one team. You see kids wearing jerseys. I got in an elevator today. Guy asked me, "Hey, where can I buy a Knicks hat?" Everybody's kind of into it, and it's good to see, man. It's fun. I'm happy for the city. They've been waiting a long time. Lord knows, people in Washington who follow basketball know what it's like to wait for your team to be good again. So it's great. It's great for them. It's great to see it, man. And I think it'll be a crazy atmosphere. And keep in mind, the Spurs got something to say about it too.
Yeah.
And they got to win tonight. So you will see them at their absolute most desperate, and desperate teams usually win in the playoffs. So we'll see.
Did you ever, after the Spurs beat the Thunder, did you ever expect it to be sitting here at 2-0?
I can't say that I expected them to lose both games at home. No, I thought they would win at least one at home. And it's not. They've defended pretty well. I mean, Brunson is shooting 33% so far. He hasn't really done much to impact the series. He had made some baskets at the end of game one, but he hasn't had his typical game. But they can't stop the bench. The bench has come in and killed them. Shamet and Deuce McBride and those guys have come in and just been terrific. And then the two forwards, Anunoby and Bridges have just dominated so far in this series. They've been outstanding. And Cat has been outstanding. He's outplayed Wemby, point blank, period, end of sentence. He's outplayed him 2 games in a row now. I didn't think that they would lose both games at home, but the Knicks are on a heater of all heaters, and I've said this a few times the last few days, fellas. This reminds me a lot of baseball teams like the Nats in 2019. The Nats were kind of stumbling and bumbling during the regular season, and they didn't really look very good. And then all of a sudden, they got hot, and they stayed hot. You know what I mean? And they just ran the table and won the World Series. Like, it goes that way sometimes with a team that kind of figures it out and, has been scratching and clawing for several weeks. And then they just get really battle tested. And this reminds me of a baseball team that just got hot at the right time of the season. And the Knicks they haven't lost in 43 days, guys.
Yeah.
That's
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They haven't lost a basketball game in 43 days. That's insane. That doesn't happen. And so at some point, you just have to go, they're just playing better than everybody else right now.
Yeah.
And that's been what it's looked like so far.
Talking with our friend David Aldridge here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. DA, I saw a tweet that I thought was pretty interesting. After Wemby had the turnover in the closing seconds of the Game 2 loss, are we being appropriately critical of Wemby when it's deserved, or does he kind of get a pass because he's so young and this is the first time at this stage, all those sorts of things?
I will say that I don't spend a lot of time kind of marinating in hot takery and what's being said on TV and what's being said on social media. I just don't. It doesn't make me more virtuous than anybody else. It's just not something I spend a lot of time doing. I don't know what the point is.
Yeah, I get it.
So if people are being critical of him for the first two games, I mean, you can be critical of him. He hasn't played that well, to be honest. Part of it is the Knicks have provided some real defensive resistance to him. Part of it is that he hasn't played well. Made a terrible mistake at the end of Game 2. So it's fair to criticize. Look, you play for a championship. Like, you got to have not just championship effort, but championship production to win a ring. It's hard.
Yeah.
And nobody on that team has had to do this before, except for Luke Cornett. He's the only one. So it's a new ground. So you can be critical of him, when it's warranted. I would say he's probably going to play better as the series goes on, because most great players figure it out over 7 games. They figure out the best ways to attack. Their coaches help them. Their teammates help them, right? And if he has a bad series, well, he's not the first young player to have a bad finals. You know what I mean? Most young players go through this. LeBron didn't have a great finals in 2007. Yeah, he played well, but they got swept. You know what I mean? Yeah. They still got swept. So you do sometimes, most of the time, have to go through this.
Yep.
There are the occasional Magic Johnsons that say, no, I don't have to go through this. I'm 20, I'm Magic Johnson, and I'm just going to go win this finals on the road in Game 6 with Kareem not playing, because I can do that. Okay, there's some guys that can do it, but most young players have to go through what Wemby's going through.
But I think it, Dave, is that for me, I always say people have to learn how to win, learn how to play at this level. He has never been in this situation, and most of the guys on the team with him hadn't been in it. The Knicks have been close to this over the years, so they've got a different level of experience now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Jalen Brunson has been doing this for a while. That whole team, those guys have a chemistry. And I just think it's society who we put the extra pressure by trying to make people stars before they are, make them bigger than what they are before they are. Then when they don't do the things we want them to do, we want to knock them. No, it's our expectation that's being messed up.
There's some truth to that, but there's also truth that they did beat the defending champions in Game 7 on the road, and so that creates an expectation.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like, if you beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 in Oklahoma City, people think, all right, then you the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just beat the man, then you the man.
Yeah.
And so you come up, and you don't, and it's a different series, and I do think there was a bit of a hangover because they put so much energy into beating OKC. I do think there was a hangover, but there's also a team on the other side that ain't lost in 6 weeks. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So they came in and took it. It's not like the Spurs gave it to them. The Knicks came in and took it, and so it's always a little bit of everything. B. I mean, it's what you said is right, but I think there's a lot. There's several things to it, especially when it's a team that hasn't been in a championship series before. And the finals are just different, man. They're just different. It's a whole different energy. Your fans expect so much, and they're nervous, and they don't really cheer like they normally do because they're so nervous. And then you have Knicks fans that bought their way into the building, so there was a lot of Knicks fans in San Antonio, and that kind of impacts the home court a little bit because you're not used to having thousands of fans of the other team cheering for them, so there was that vibe too. And so, it's a lot of different things going on in it. But I think I don't want to take away from how well the Knicks are playing right now.
Oh, yeah.
They are playing incredibly good basketball right now.
DA, what's more likely, a Knicks sweep or the Spurs come back to win?
Oh, a Knicks sweep would be, of course, would be more likely. Will it happen? I don't know. I mean, look, tonight's the series. If the Spurs win, we have a chance in the series. The Knicks win, it's going to be over pretty soon. You know, it'll be over by the end of the week. I mean, you can't. I don't think anybody, even the most ardent Spurs fan, can sit there with a straight face and say, we expect to win 4 of the next 5 games against a team that hasn't lost a game in 43 days. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's just not, you don't expect that. You may hope for that to happen, but you can't say you expect that to happen.
If they expect for it to happen, something wrong with them.
Right. You expect to win 3 road games, in a row, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not, that's not my expectation at this point in the series. I expect the Knicks to win this series, whether it's in 5 games or 6 games or, I mean, I suppose it could be 7 games, but right now I think 5 or 6 have a very good chance of happening, one of those 2.
What does San Antonio have to do tonight to win one? Like, what is offensively? They get stagnant. Like, I just don't know what. Yeah. The Knicks deserve all the credit, like you said earlier. Karl Anthony Towns is playing his best basketball at the biggest moments and deserves a ton of credit for that. Like, I don't know that the Spurs can get right with the way New York's defending.
Well, Doug Collins, who I worked with at Turner for many years, he used to always say this. He used to always say, if my best player is struggling offensively, my job is to get him a layup as a coach. I got to figure out a way to get him an easy look at the basket. And so I think it's the Spurs have to find a way to get Wembanyama going early where he's not. I don't think Wemby's at his best when he's facing the basket and trying to get to the rim and spin and cross people over. Can he do that? Yes. Can he do it against this team? No. You can't do it. You're going to turn the ball over. You're going to take contested shots. You're not going to shoot. So they have to figure out a way to get him the ball on the move, going toward the basket. And there's things you can try. I know that's not. He may not be the most comfortable player on the block. I get that, but I think you have to be able to adapt because they're not going to let you play the way you normally want to play.
True.
They're just not going to allow you kind of to do what you want to get to your shot, to get to the elbow, or to get a foot in the paint. Karl's big and strong. He's not going to allow you to just do that. They're bringing help all the time. And so you've got to find different ways to get him going. You got to get him on a duck in. You got to set a cross screen for him. You got to do something where he catches the ball and he's 6 feet from the basket.
Yeah.
And now he can make a decision about shooting it or passing it out of a double team. So I think that has to happen. I think they have to create some more turnovers because San Antonio really wants to get out and run, and they're really good in transition. And they're going to have to make some threes. They got to make some threes. They made some in the first 2 games. But they usually are a high-volume three-point shooting team. They like to shoot a lot of threes in a game. And the best way to shoot a lot of threes is to get a lot of threes in transition. And you get threes in transition by turning over the other team. And they have to create more turnovers to have a chance to do that.
And I think offensively, I watched an Oklahoma City game series. They shied away from taking shots around Wemby. New York's going right at him.
Yeah.
They're making him play defense more, which in turn affects him on the offensive end too.
No doubt, and that's the uniqueness of Karl Anthony Towns is that he's certainly the best shooting big man in the league now, and maybe one of the best ever. He makes it hard for Wemby to just stay packed in the paint because Karl can make the three. He shoots deep threes and makes them. Mm-hmm. So you have to respect that, and then. If you come out if you close hard on him, Karl is very good at getting his shoulder into you. And once he's got his shoulder into you, it's a wrap because he's 6'10", 260. He's a big person, and he's a strong guy. And so once he gets you on your heels, he can get to the basket very quickly. He's very good at it. He's very good at drawing contact. And he's playing at a very high level right now. Cat is having a hell of a postseason. And, it just makes it's a hard matchup for Wemby. It's just hard because Karl can do different things offensively to make it hard for Wemby to guard him.
DA, man, thank you for the time. Enjoy
Appreciate
that
you, D.
scene at the Garden tonight.
All right, gentlemen. Good talking to you.
All right. Thank you, man.
The legendary David Aldridge. Thank you for the time. Hope everybody enjoyed that interview. I want to talk a little hoops, talk a little NBA draft coming up. Plus, Nats won another series this weekend. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Ah.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Texas Tech star quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. However, Ian Rappaport reports he will have to have a 2-game suspension to begin the season. Atlanta Hawks and head coach Quinn Snyder have agreed to a multi-year contract extension. Tonight, it will be the NBA Finals Game 3, Knicks against the Spurs at 8:40 p.m. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp. Commanders' third round of their OTAs begin tomorrow in Ashburn. Nationals baseball against the San Francisco Giants tonight. 9:45 live on the Fan. Yesterday, 5-1 setback to Arizona, but the Nats did win 2 out of 3 in Phoenix. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of conversations. Stallion just told a funny story. I don't know if you can tell that on air, but it was pretty damn funny. As we're kind of getting further and further into the meat of the NFL offseason before the big break for most of June and July, and then training camp's right around the corner. B, I want to zoom out a bit.
Let's go.
Obviously, Brandon Ayuk talked over the weekend. Maybe we can play BA again, but like the question, do they want to add Brandon Ayuk, or do they have to add to the receiver room? I think those are different questions, right?
I think they're different questions, but I think for this thing to still be going this long, they feel that they are going to solve a major problem that they have. Because they think he's still what he was, or they hope he's still what he was. Say it like that. This is a tricky one. But we've seen guys step away, come back, and be okay. We've seen guys step away, come back, and be nowhere close to what they were. If he doesn't come back and he's close to what he was, is this a failure on this team's fault? Part?
I think the question. Do they need to add in the receiver room? I don't know that that's a firm answer. I'll let callers weigh in because I think callers feel very differently, right? 800-636-1067. They are publicly saying, we love the room.
Yeah.
And I would kind of add, their actions support it.
Okay.
Like, Diggs is here. He trains up the road. Like, you can get Diggs in for a visit, no problem. Maybe he has. So I'll leave it at maybe he has. But, like, they're not signing him. That's probably a money thing. I don't think there's real questions on the Diggs front. I know there was this nonsense with the cook or the chef that the judge, I think, threw out immediately. Keenan Allen, like there's veterans out there.
Yeah.
If they felt compelled to do something in the receiver room, they'd probably do it. So it does feel like
it seems like they're waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And listen, if he is anywhere close to what he was, everybody can understand that. But I asked the question. Guy is not there for mini camps and training camps and stuff like that. Can you count on that? We watched last year, guy never was hurt. Wasn't it those things that would happen? And if that were to happen, is that like a mistake? Or you just got to roll that dice no matter what? Because like we mentioned earlier, I've heard people talk about how small Antonio Williams is. And soon as I said, let me go look at Brandon. They basically the same size dudes. And I want to know from those who lose their mind over Brandon, but try to knock Antonio, what's the difference? He's been here before? Still the same size?
Sure. Ayuk's done it at the NFL level, right?
I understand, but he had to get to the point to do it, but he hadn't done it in 2 years.
Let's check with Mike in Annapolis. Mike, do they have a need at wide receiver, or are they just waiting for Ayuk to become the guy, to become available?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, buddy.
Man.
All right. I think they do have a need at a wide receiver, and I can tell you why I would want Ayuk, and I can tell you why I wouldn't want Ayuk. Why I would want him is he is committed. Like, there's no doubt about it. He wants to be in Washington with Jaden, and there's got to be something to be said for that, right? Like, that's where his focus is. We know it should be on his money, right? He walked out on that. That's if you got to find a silver lining, it is that he is not waffled from wanting to get to Washington. So maybe there's some motivation there. And I will tell you why I don't want him. And I'll go back to Terry last year with his holdout, and he didn't get in his full off seasons of work, and he came in, and he was a little nicked up, those soft tissue injuries, right? So I think Ayuk, even with the time off and not getting his full training, I mean, that could turn into a train wreck real quick, if you ask me. If he gets nicked up and then he's not happy, who knows what you get at that situation.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Pete, thanks for the call, Mike. Good call, man. Thank you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Hey, bro. Take care.
Considering Ayuk and Williams are about the same size, does bringing Ayuk in stunt Williams' potential growth?
No, if they based on what you look at, they'll be playing two different positions. One be on the inside, one be on the outside. But if you're going to be very good on offense, your receivers have to be interchangeable. So, yes, guy may be labeled as an X or Y or Z, whatever. But that guy needs to be able to run all those routes from all the positions that the other guys run from. That is when your offense is more fluid and it's tougher for a defense to figure out what you're about to do.
Totally. The fluidity will be a feature of the David Blau offense, not a bug, not what we've seen with Cliff, where you just line Terry up on the left and there's a little bit of movement maybe on the right side. Let's go to Pat in College Park. What's up, Pat?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
So I think they need another receiver with experience to add to Terry, but I think it helps that Brandon's got chemistry with Jaden. But I also think they're out of the business of the kind of BS in the locker room. So I think they give him a 1 year prove yourself, see how it goes. That way they're not giving up everything when he's available. Give him a 1 year prove yourself, then extend it from there. But I think they could use somebody else with experience, especially if they got chemistry with Jaden.
I would ask this question. How you know you got chemistry with Jaden? They haven't played ball together in 6 years. And we watch people go from 1 year to the next on the same damn team with the same quarterback, and they don't have a chemistry. So we automatically assume 6 years later, you're not a college student anymore. You've played at a different school at quarterback. You've gone into the pros and played with different people. Your chemistry is just automatic? That's a hell of an assumption.
It's a hell of an assumption. And I'm not sure it's an accurate one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they've thrown the football and worked out, but
I've thrown you the football. We don't have chemistry and throwing the football in the football game, do we?
Like, try to think back. Brandon Ayuk hasn't caught a pass since Joe Biden was president. Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels haven't played together since pre-COVID. Like think about the lengths of time we're talking about.
I don't think people really think about those things, Jay. I think people make their mind up on what they want, and they're going to present that no matter what it takes. Because all of the callous assumptions, they have no backing for that. And the people that,
I guess some of the backing is how Ayuk is very clearly trying to get here.
Okay, but like, I'm going to ask you the question. You have two players. One who just want to play one place. The other one like, I want the opportunity wherever. Which one sounds like the one that really want to prove themselves?
The other guy.
So, I mean, I understand what's said, but we, in this day and age, with this mindset of people want to be a commander. When I was drafted, the same love I brought here, I just brought it any damn where I went. Because the opportunity was what I cared about, not the team. And if a fan don't like me because I'm saying that, one finger salute to you. Because you want a person to bring that drive no matter where the hell he is. So if this team doesn't want him, is his career over? If this team happens to get to a point and can't sign him, we can't wait no longer. And he gonna stop playing?
That'd be a problem.
That's what I'm saying. So if a person has that level of a mindset, that's a problem to me before.
Is there a receiver issue? Or are they just waiting for Ayuk? Let's go to our guy, Trucker Dan. Trucker Dan, what's up?
What's up, gentlemen? What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, bro?
Man, the room is perfectly fine. Let me say that first and foremost. And a lot of guys, I've just been listening to y'all for months now. People don't get it. Like, Brandon Ayuk is a surplus. Brandon Ayuk is not needed. Brandon Ayuk will not come and automatically start on our team because that's not how this team operates. I'm just sick and tired of people bashing him. Y'all did that last year with Terry McLaurin. If he, what they said last year, Terry was deserving of the money, y'all would have been signing him. Look how it went. People forgot that these football players, they're not even adults. Most of them not even 35 years old. They're young adults. For people to bash them like they're not humans, like us, I just think it's because of the money. People envy people with money and stuff like that. But that's on another note. Brandon Ayuk is not needed, but when he comes here, I just hope the best for him. And our room is like that. We got tight ends, that's great. These young receivers that ain't have make a name yet, they will make a name this season. This offense will catch the league by surprise. And that's the no worries that I have. We don't need nobody, and that's why we're not going our way to trade for people and sign people. Brandon Ayuk will come. He will just train. He'll be in the back, and when it's time for him to play, that's when they're going to put him in, and he's going to play.
All right. Appreciate you,
I
man.
got to say, man.
It's a good call. I do agree with you, Dan, in some capacity that fans, by and large, don't view players as humans. Like, they're just regular dudes. They have wives and have to go to the grocery store and cook dinner. Like, they're just the 0.0001% of the human population that's big enough, fast enough, strong enough to play professional football. They're still just people. And certainly on a human level, Ayuk appears to be struggling, and I hope he finds what he needs.
Yeah.
But the Niners are not whatsoever compelled to give him what he wants either.
And they're not obligated to.
Right. We're going to take your calls when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out on vacation? Adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get an instant alert if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax. Just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Chris Russell wandering around, drinking weird drinks. I think part of the Brandon Ayuk conversation is, do they need a receiver or do they want Ayuk? Will they add Ayuk? We operate with some level of presumption on that. We don't actually know.
We don't.
Adam Peters got asked about Ayuk at the Combine, I believe, and said, well, he's under contract with another team. So I can't say anything.
Yeah.
Do they need to get better at the receiver room, period? Because that changes this scenario. Shaq is in Lanham. Shaq, what's up, man?
What's going on, JP? What's on, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I think they need to upgrade. I mean, we got Terry, and the rest of the guys are, let's hope, or let's wait and see. None of them have done, a couple games here and there. Even with Diami, the first 3.5 years, he didn't do anything. And everybody's on it for the last 7-8 games. All of a sudden Diami's this and that. But we need to upgrade. I'd go with Diggs because he's a known commodity. I'd go with him 1 year because we can't start out slow. I'd take Diggs at this point. But we need to upgrade, at least attempt. I mean, other than that, wait for one of those late cuts in training camp from the surprise team.
All right, brother.
Appreciate the call, Shaq.
Yep.
Shaq says they need to upgrade. What does G in Lanham say?
G,
what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I hope I'm not echoing it. If I am, I'll turn my I'm in the car, so.
No, it sounds all right.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, long story short, man. Nah, I don't think we need them. I think we need to build through the draft. We did the thing with Debo. I think we got good young talented wide receivers in camp right now, and it's no slight to Ayuk. I think he's a great wide receiver, but I don't want to take San Francisco's problem off their hand. Like I say, I think we're good. I think we got a good young talented offensive coordinator in the mix, and I think fans just need to hold on tight, man. And I'm encouraged, Brian. I met you. I'm a first-time season ticket owner. I'm planning on continue being one, and I've watched the team since the '60s. So,
oh wow,
I think we just need to build through the draft, man. Yeah, I mean Charlie Taylor days. I watched those games, man. So, and it was a pleasure meeting B. Mitch. Philly, you got a good dude by you, man. I could tell right offhand. He about it, man. So, yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Hail to them Commanders, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, buddy. He says they like the group they've got. Honestly, seeing a couple days of practice now, I kind of like the group they've got. But you can always get better. That's the name of the game. Eli's in D.C. Eli, what do you think of all this Brandon Ayuk stuff? Do they need to get better at the position regardless?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I think they're cool. I think we need to think of it this way. Think of the best coordinators and the best coaches. Could they come here, for example, in the perfect world and make this roster work? That's rhetorical. And if that answer is yes, that means we need to wait and see if he's one of those coordinators to make this work. I think it's going to be cool. I think the scheme change is designed to hold the defense for a second to give your skill position players a chance. So they don't have to be 10 out of 10. You can have 10 out of 10 guys, and it still doesn't work. So we need to wait for the scheme. We got a tight end that can move around. There's other things that I think is going to help the guys that we have. And you already said you like the guys that we have. You see them moving around in the new scheme. I obviously can't talk too much about it, but I know good things are going to happen when the defense doesn't know what's going to happen at that mesh point. So allow for the skill position players to do what they're going to do. We don't necessarily need them. Now, I think they're just trying to slow Brandon Ayuk up at this point. If he can play, they're just trying to get him on. And I'm curious if your point on this, B. Mitch, how hard is it to get in mid-season or after the fact? If he can ball, maybe they just try to slow him up when teams already together and maybe he don't know what's going on and slow him down. But if he can play, he's going to play regardless. But I don't think they need him. But if they want him, we'll see. But we cool, brother. We cool.
All right, see you, man. What do you think? Say he signed here mid-August.
Listen, man. There is something to be said by when you're out here with your guys and training with them. Normally you push harder, you get in better shape than you do when you're by yourself. You know what I'm saying? And we discussed this last year when we were discussing Terry. I kept saying you get ready for football by playing football. And you and I both know Terry is a self-starter, self-motivator, works his ass off. Still wasn't there like he would have been if he had been in the camp. You know? So the thing with Ayuk is I would love to know how good a shape he's in. If he was around, we could see that. If he had been working out somewhere, we'd probably see that. And the way he posts, if he was working out like talking about, he'd be posting that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So right now, it kind of scares me. Like, he could come in and can understand everything in the mental aspect because he's a football player. He's been around it. But just knowing it, not playing it, that's a different ball game.
Different ball game.
And then you get ready for football by doing what, Jay?
Playing football.
There you go.
It's I don't know, man. This situation is unique to say the least. I can't say I haven't gotten Jeff or Stallion on it. Let's do that real quick. You boys want Ayuk?
I'm so out on Brandon Ayuk at this point. Like, this weekend was the nail in the coffin for me. Like, it's just, there's too much drama. There's too much drama surrounding the situation. I think Dan Quinn and this staff, they put too much work in to establish a good culture. And if you were to ask yourself, is Ayuk going to threaten that? I would lean towards yes. And even if it's just a tiny threat, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to me. And also on top of all this, can he still play? That's a real question.
I'm out on the Brandon Ayuk drama. But something is saying in me right now, like, he's not going to be like this if he gets here, you know, because he's in a better situation. I think, you know, when you work with someone or work for somebody and, you know, things start to develop a bad, you know, relationship, this is what happens. Whether it's a relationship, whether it's friends, once stuff hits the fan, it hits. And at this point, it seems like it's just emotions like pouring out right now. But I would take him. He could get a second chance. You know, I'm all for second chances. But the contract-wise, like you said, it got to be some stuff in there. And I'll give him 1 year to see if he can play. If he can't, we move on from him.
We move on as well. We're taking your calls. Grant and Danny started 2. We got uno más hora.
This update brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15. Texas Tech star quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. The Atlanta Hawks and head coach Quinn Snyder have agreed to a new multi-year contract extension. Tonight it is Game 3 of the NBA Finals, Spurs and Knicks at 8:40. Knicks lead the series 2-0. President Trump will be at MSG in attendance. Nationals baseball 8-2-1 on road series this year. They'll take on the Giants tonight at 9:45. That game live on the Fan. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp. Commanders back for the third round of OTAs tomorrow. DC Defenders and Louisville Kings at Audi Field June 13th for the UFL Championship. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at PentagonMemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We got to talk about this Brandon Sorsby situation, okay? If you're unfamiliar with Brandon Sorsby, he was a quarterback. He was at Cincy, right? All these guys transfer all the time. Sorsby's considered one of the best quarterbacks in college football.
Mm-hmm.
And transferred, because they all do, from Cincinnati to Texas Tech. It was a straight up auction between Texas Tech and LSU to get this kid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he was going to make somewhere in the range of $10 million or something to go play for the Red Raiders. And maybe about a month ago, it came out that Sorsby had a major gambling problem. He was ruled ineligible by the NCAA after the NCAA discovered Sorsby had wagered approximately $90,000 on professional and college sports over 4 years, including not one, not two, 40 bets involving the Indiana Hoosiers football team when he was a freshman on that team.
So he bet on his own team, too.
40 times. 4-0. 90 G's. This is not insignificant. This is not, Friday night with the boys, I was kind of hammered and put a bet in. This is a consistent behavior.
Yeah.
And so the NCAA made him ineligible. Correctly. Dude gambled on his own team in college. They were correct in doing so.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens now, constantly, in all matters of the public arena, you find a judge that'll appeal it or say that's not possible or whatever.
Especially one in your town.
So a Texas judge, I'm reading now, this is news, Texas Tech star Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026, even after the transfer quarterback was declared ineligible for wagering on college sports. Now, you guys said you looked up the judge. I am guessing the judge is a Red Raider season ticket holder that is a law school professor at Texas Tech.
He's in the 99th District Court in Lubbock County, Texas, where Texas Tech is located.
Of course he is.
Judge, want to know his name?
Sure.
Ken Curry.
The dude that runs Texas Tech now, I believe his name's Cody Campbell. He has emerged as one of the most powerful people in college sports.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one meeting with Trump trying to get all these college sports things changed. He's trying to go after the TV contracts. He claims it would save Olympic sports if his theory is to put all of college football together and then auction off that television product as one singular being, right? I don't think it'll happen because the SEC and the Big Ten have their own deals. They probably don't want to cut everybody else in, whatever. But this dude, Cody Campbell, is a big deal. Multi-billionaire, I believe he owns the oil and gas rights literally to the land Texas Tech University sits on. Texas A&M, and Texas Tech are actively pumping oil from campus lands. Like, if you wonder how they have so much money, like
Let me read what the judge said in his injunction. The judge says Sorsby would miss out on the coaching, camaraderie, and training, and wouldn't be able to build necessary skills to help himself and Texas Tech team if he didn't receive the injunction. You know why? You did something that you knew was illegal. You got caught. You're not supposed to be able to receive those things. You know what I'm saying? So he basically in his thing said he won't be able to help Texas Tech.
Totally. Sorsby's lawyer said of the judge approving him to play football again, Brennan gets to devote himself to his team and the education of athletes on the dangers of gambling addiction. He will continue his treatment, miss 2 games, and there is no injury to the competitive integrity of the NCAA.
He was clinically diagnosed with a gambling and anxiety disorder. You know the people that get caught with those things? Somebody who gets busted and it affects their money. It's not no damn disorder. You just like to gamble.
The NCAA strongly disagrees with the court's ruling in Sorsby's case and is deeply concerned about the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome, which undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports. The NCAA is full of it. Mm-hmm. They are a sham. They're correct in this situation.
Yeah.
This is egregious and perhaps made worse that it's also not a surprise.
Oh, it's not a surprise. But they can appeal this again. They got to take it somewhere else because you won't win in Texas. Unless you go somewhere where Texas A&M or Texas is.
Stallion, maybe go to College Station. You might get a different answer. The president, I believe it was the president of the NCAA. Do you have that tweet? Did you text it to me? Is it in the group chat? I think he's correct in just, I got it here. So Charlie Baker is the president of the NCAA, said there is no better example of why targeted intervention from Congress is necessary when you have schools and deep-pocketed supporters willing to look the other way on the glaring integrity threat of betting on your own team and judges whose rulings effectively strip away our ability to stop them. Only Congress can equip the NCAA to apply this common sense rule to everyone fairly and consistently. Mm-hmm. The Protect College Sports Act would empower the NCAA to enforce rules, including the gambling restrictions. It's needed now more than ever. Like, think about how glaringly wrong something is. I won't speak for you, that I support, 1, support the NCAA, and 2, want Congress to act upon it. Like, those are 2 of our most dysfunctional franchises in this country, between Congress and the NCAA.
Yep.
Like, I don't trust the bulk of these people as far as I can see them.
They're right because you see this. Every judge that has ruled in favor of a player has an affiliation with the school. And listen, I just don't understand how all these judges can come up with these rulings that are certainly against what the truth is or what it seemed like the rules and the laws were, and they never have to worry about anything because of it.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How the hell do you fix this? Because seemingly every decision that is right or incorrect, right or wrong, you could go to a judge that will support your stance.
You're right. They have to start making them go to a judge that don't have an affiliation. So a third party or go to somebody that, is there just to handle this type of thing. If you go to a guy who's in the city of Lubbock, where Texas Tech is, he must have some affiliation with them. He's not ruling against them.
Who's the judge? Ken Curry?
Yeah.
I'm curious. All right. So I'm trying to. Where did this dude go to college? He apparently was a professor at University of Texas, Arlington. but I don't know. I don't know. This is going to take me too much. Like, I'd be shocked if this dude isn't a Red Raider supporter in some capacity. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, if he's right there in the city, at some level, or he got a friend that is.
Let's go to Joey in Germantown. Joey, what is the fix here, dude?
There is no fix. They made their bed. Now they have to sleep in it. I mean, you look at every broadcast. It's the Sugar Bowl sponsored by DraftKings. They've made sports betting so accessible. They even have people whose job it is to make the app more addicting. Like, I'm not against sports betting, but this was bound to happen. And now we're talking about all the taxpayer money we have to waste on appeals court and blah, 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 when there's so much more important things.
I understand your point, but
the cat is out of the bag.
There are rules in this world, and there are laws in this world. If you break them, there are ramifications. He just has to deal with the damn ramifications. So they tell me they made their bed. So you mean to tell me by letting people off, that's them making their bed and laying in it? No. They do a lot of stuff, but if you do what you're not supposed to do, then you have to deal with it.
I've got some insight on Ken Curry. So he earned a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Texas in Arlington and graduated from the University of Houston Law Center in 1976. So surprisingly, there's no ties to Texas Tech.
He's in Lubbock.
But he's in Lubbock.
Okay? And if you're in Lubbock, in a football love state, I'd be damned if he's going to be able to do something against Lubbock, Texas, against Texas Tech, and stay in Lubbock.
Not to mention, and I don't know, but often judges are elected. And I don't know when the election is or what. Maybe he's not an elected judge. You think he's going to rule against the Red Raiders in Lubbock?
No.
Well, he was retired and actually hasn't even been in a court since 2019. And then all of a sudden
How the
came
hell
out
did
for
he get
this.
to make this then?
I don't know. He came out of retirement for it.
A lot of things going down in Texas. Look at the Mavs.
Well, supposedly the judge who was supposed to be on this case, I was just reading this from like On3, and the judge that was supposed to take it was a Texas Tech grad. But he stepped down and was like, I'm not going to take this
He stepped down
case.
to let his buddy, who didn't have an affiliation, do his dirty work
like,
for him.
oh, you know what? I'm too close. I'm going to step back here. Hey, Kenny, you got a free afternoon? So the dude, Cody Campbell, who is, I mean, truly one of the most powerful people in college sports, put a statement out. This unfortunate situation is the outcome of a broken system. I'm doing everything I can to fix it, but until there's a permanent solution, Texas Tech and its student athletes have to do the best they can to navigate and compete amid the chaos that exists in the reality of the world we live in. I mean, so this Protect College Sports Act, you and I generally are not supportive of the NCAA. I'm curious what you think here. The goal is to keep NIL and revenue sharing, gives student athletes a federal right to earn compensation from NIL activities, preempting the current fragmented patchwork of state laws, codifies elements of the House versus NCAA settlement, establishes a revenue sharing cap, and requires public disclosure for deals exceeding $600. Can we support that?
I'm cool with it.
I do think it'd be a lot easier if it was a federal system rather than state by state because, I mean, this Texas situation is pretty indicative.
You don't think that these states are going to try to let their schools get more to try to get an advantage?
They might.
It should be a thing, like you said.
Let the feds handle it. Yeah. What do you think about this one? Athletes are limited to a maximum of 5 years of eligibility and restricts them to transferring exactly once without penalty.
I'm with that.
Additional penalty-free transfers are permitted in specific circumstances, like when a coach
If the coach leaves, but I also feel that the same thing should happen to the coaches. You sign a 5-year deal, you leave this one time, you sign another deal with somebody 5 years, you never get to leave again. But these players should not be able to transfer every damn year.
And
I don't buy that.
6 or 7 years.
And that's the AAU mindset. Every time something don't seem to be working for you, you want to just run to the next one. No. You transfer one time, then you stuck.
Also, this is voluntary, so it won't work, but establishes a voluntary conditional framework allowing conferences to pool media rights, aiming to maximize revenue distribution and protect women's and Olympics sports. That's a great theory, but much like the reason Major League Baseball wishes they could pool all of baseball's rights, right?
Yeah.
You know why that's never going to work? Because the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Mets, and the Cubs are never going to agree to that.
Never.
Because they make way more money. And the pool that MLB can sell, they've got the Nats and the Pirates and the Cardinals. People care, but not like they do about the Yankees and the Dodgers.
No, they don't.
So, like, pooling the revenue, like, Texas ain't signing that. Michigan ain't signing that. Ohio State ain't signing that. It's just the reality.
Listen, man, and let's be real. Every athlete in every school is not equal. Like, right here, what you're saying is, let's protect all these other sports by getting the money that they're making in these other sports. But you still want to sit up here and poop on all the damn football players and the basketball players who generate income in most places. The other sports don't generate a damn thing.
B, I got to tell you, I looked up Lubbock on a map because I wasn't sure exactly where it was. Texas has some big cities.
Oh, yeah.
Dallas, Houston, Austin's grown like crazy, San Antonio. Lubbock's not near any of them. Lubbock's kind of out there, dog.
Yeah. Lubbock sits out like VTech sits out.
It's closer to New
Virginia.
Mexico than it is
But I'm
to
saying
Dallas.
it's just way out away
Yeah.
from everything else, just like Virginia Tech.
This is just a mess. And
Every time, and listen, it's not just stuck with Texas Tech or Lubbock. Every time there's a judge that rules an injunction, it's a judge in the city where the school is.
didn't Bama, why Brian don't know this, didn't Bama bring a basketball player in that played in the G League, and it was a Bama judge that had to get him approved?
Yeah, and he played 5 games, and then the NCAA said, yeah, this is enough. So he was done.
But the judge didn't overrule the NCAA?
He did, and he was allowed to play, and then finally they filed another injunction, and he wasn't allowed to play. So he played 5 games.
The NCAA going to find a judge that's going to mess with Soros. Soros won't play every game this year. He'll miss 2. He'll probably miss more than 2.
Do you think he plays?
This year?
Yeah.
Today is June.
June 8th.
I'm thinking he will, but I don't think he'll play the whole season.
So under the judge's agreement,
He missed 2 games.
Misses the first 2 games. Abilene Christian.
Yep, and Oklahoma State.
Oregon State. I imagine there'll be significant favorites in both of those.
Yeah.
I don't know. At Oregon State could be a tricky game.
Oregon State goes up and down per year.
I wouldn't be shocked that he gets to pick which games he misses, and it's Abilene Christian and Sam Houston. If you're in the locker room, you're this dude's teammate. He's transferring to come be your quarterback. Texas Tech was very good last year, but their offense stunk.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying to this kid?
You're in college, you probably ain't saying nothing to him because you know the school brought him in. But eventually somebody going to crack and say something.
But you know what he's going to hear when he goes on the road? Like
everything.
I mean, everything.
They won't be able to protect him from that.
No. It's just so bizarre, dude. They play at Colorado. You think the Deion fans won't have some signs for this young man?
Oh, they're going to have some signs.
I do feel for young men, probably young men in college particularly, because the gambling apps are addictive. And all the commercials are constantly about parlays and people getting rich. You don't hit on parlays, dude. There's a reason the parlays pay out better.
Yeah, but you know what, though, Jay? As much as you say it's addicting, there's hundreds and hundreds of people who don't get caught up.
Totally.
So, because he got caught up, the other ones that don't take that risk, the other ones probably didn't take the risk, not because I don't want to lose money. Oh, that's against the rules.
That is just a messy situation. I want to check on the Wiz. I want to check on the Nats. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and we all know somebody out there with a little too much confidence when it comes to home repairs. They go, yeah, I can fix that, and we all know they shouldn't. You grab a wrench, you watch a video on YouTube, and you give it a shot, and you know what happens? The problem only gets worse. Or maybe there's a dude with a truck, drives around your neighborhood, calls himself a handyman. You want to save a little cash. Oh, I'll just pay Bill to do it. What a headache. That's where Crop Metcalf can change things. Servicing Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia since 1979, Crop Metcalf provides certified experts and proactive memberships to take the guesswork out of home repairs. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, Crop Metcalf keeps your home running smoothly without the stress or the do-overs. Instead of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, you can count on it being done right. So do every overconfident do-it-yourselfer you know a favor. Tell them to leave it to the experts at Crop Metcalf. Book an HVAC Precision Tune-Up Special, now only $99 at ServiceExperts.com.
Roger Federer will be back in the United States for an event days before he gets enshrined into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. Federer will play in New York on August 25th in the Roger Federer An Icon Returns to New York event, which will include Andy Roddick, John McEnroe, and Andre Agassi. First round pick defensive tackle Peter Woods has signed with the Kansas City Chiefs, 4 years and $18 million. Texas Tech star Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA. Clears the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. However, Ian Rappaport reports that he will be suspended for the first 2 games. Atlanta Hawks and head coach Quinn Snyder have agreed to a multi-year contract extension. The Knicks and the Spurs tonight at 8:40 NBA Finals Game 3 with President Trump expected to be at MSG. Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett plans to report to minicamp this week. Commanders get back to OTAs tomorrow. DC Defenders take on Louisville Kings June 13th, Audi Field for the UFL Championship. Nationals against the Giants tonight, 9:45 on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Nats over the weekend, B. I'm guessing you didn't see much being down in North Carolina. Another series win, dude. They just keep stacking up these series wins. If only they never played the stupid Marlins.
I told you they play against a better team. They probably bounce right back and win a series.
Man. So they took 3 over the weekend. I'm sorry, they took two out of 3 over the weekend in Arizona, and then they're set to play the Giants starting tonight. Another 9:45. Little West Coast run for the Nats right now, but the bats were hot, dude. I watched Friday night. They got out. They were rocking early. They ended up putting 2 touchdowns on Arizona.
Wow.
14-1 final.
Wow.
Saturday was kind of a good time slot because it was like an afternoon West Coast game. So I feel like Saturday was like an evening game, right? I feel like I was watching that at like 5:30. Did you watch any of the Women's Open either? From Riviera?
I told you just watch some stuff last night, highlights.
When the golf's on at night.
Nelly Korda.
So good. Yeah, I'm really happy for Nelly Korda.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I was thinking about this because there's a massive golf boom going on in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Has been since COVID, really. Eyeballs viewership on men's golf has never been higher.
Yeah.
Right? Eyeballs viewership on women's sports has never been higher.
Mm-hmm.
We got Caitlin Clark coming to town tonight. That arena's going to be bananas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Women's basketball's through the roof. Women's soccer. You and I go to Spirit games. We had Howard coach Kenny Blakeney in here, told us he's a season ticket holder to the Spirit.
There you go.
But it doesn't seem like you combine all those factors where women's sports is at an all-time high. Golf is at an all-time high. Still, women's golf just doesn't seem to break through. It was huge for Nelly Korda
I'll be
to win
honest
that
with
U.S.
you,
Open.
and most guys should be watching women's golf because our games are close to theirs.
Totally.
Not close to the men. The men just knock the damn ball way beyond everything, and even if they're in the rough, they spin it out the rough. We don't play like the dudes.
No.
They overpower the golf courses.
Totally. Different world.
Yeah.
It was an interesting juxtaposition that women's golf just doesn't get the attention that these other.
But if I were at
sports.
home, I would watch it, and that's how. But I was on the road, so I got home and I just turned it on. And watched all the highlights.
Yeah. I was watching last night.
Because Nelly can play, dog.
She can play, and she can hit it.
She got a sister.
She can hit it.
I wonder how her sister feel though, because Nelly's always up there.
Well, it was cool too that the other woman, Charlie Hall,
Mm-hmm.
I think she's British. She's the one that's always ripping heaters out there, and there's like always videos of her on the internet smoking cigs and hitting drivers. It's kind of awesome. She made a hell of a run. Like Nelly had to birdie 17 and barely made that par putt on 18 to win it. And the U.S. Open, I think for a long period of time, the U.S. Open was the biggest in men's golf. I think the Masters has surpassed it now.
Yeah.
But there is no Masters in women's golf.
No.
So the U.S. Open is it. Maybe the women's, the British Open too. But Nelly's now won the first 2 majors of the year. Probably going to, I don't know where the women's British Open is this year, Scotland or England. Probably heading over there before too long, man. I got two things. I got a quiz that I wanted to do. So I get this like financial newsletter 3 times a week, and it linked me to this quiz today. So we can all participate because I don't know that B and I are going to get this together. Which male solo artist has the most number one hit songs on the Billboard Hot 100 chart? The options: Bruno Mars, Drake, Elton John, or Michael Jackson. I feel like it's got to be Michael Jackson.
It's
right?
Michael Jackson or Drake.
Drake.
Drake?
It's Drake.
Yep.
Drake.
Because he topped him, I think.
He has that line, I got more hits than the Beatles.
All right. I'll say Drake.
But
Drake is correct.
That's kind of like
it's so misleading. It's
yeah, it's misleading. I should say.
Drake has officially dethroned the king of pop to become the solo male artist with the most number one songs of all time. It is worth noting, however, that Elvis's breakthrough predated the launch of the Hot 100 chart in 1958, and he still has 7 number ones. So that's probably like whatever. I'm not the Elvis fan, perhaps, that I should be, but he'd have more because Jailhouse Rock and whatever else predated that. All right, number 2. We're 1 for 1, boys. Number 2. Which mobile app hit 1 billion monthly active users in the shortest amount of time?
TikTok.
ChatGPT, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok? This is a quiz for the
I'll say
young
TikTok.
folks. 2 votes TikTok?
I'm going to say ChatGPT.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I'm gonna go TikTok.
What do you think, B?
I'm gonna stick with the TikTok, and I think ChatGPT is what you're looking up and lost. The TikTok is what everybody want to just do their little videos and all this stuff.
TikTok, incorrect.
It's wrong?
ChatGPT.
Wow.
The mobile version of ChatGPT hit 1 billion monthly active users in just 3 years. It took Facebook and Instagram about 8 years, took YouTube over 6 years, and even TikTok, which at the time felt like it was a global sensation, took more than half a decade.
Wow.
Damn.
So it was okay.
It was ChatGPT.
Yeah, I was thinking like social media because my head went like that's not a social media thing, but it makes sense now.
I have no idea the answer to this. Which type of sedan had the greatest year-over-year sales growth last month? Honda Civic, Hyundai Sonata, Subaru WTX, or a Toyota Camry? I feel like it's got to be Civic or Camry. But if it's growth, I feel like there's a zillion Civics and Camrys already. Maybe those are already there and it's one of these other cars.
Subaru.
Subaru?
I don't see Subaru
Why?
on the road ever.
I don't even know that I know what a Subaru WTX is.
They're all about the safety features.
Subarus are all that
But
same
they always
kind of
been about the
station
safety
wagon
features.
looking
They
car.
still didn't sell more cars than everybody.
I may gotta go. The other
I'll
option
go
was
with
the
the Hyundai.
Sonata. Yeah, I might gotta go with the Hyundai.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Hyundai. They're a lot cheaper. And I think people are kind of into that
What are you
now.
driving?
Driving a Jeep.
Okay. Hyundai Sonata. Damn it, White Brian.
He was right.
In May, Subaru's WTX sales grew 147% from the same period last year.
I tell you, bro. I sure don't see no Subarus on the road.
Me either.
You see them.
Where they driving them at?
I don't think I've ever seen this car in my life. But maybe that's the tricky part, is that it's the growth of the sales. So if you're selling one a month, and then all of a sudden you have a hot month and you sell 8, your growth is significant. What
Car
does Rose
salesman
drive?
JP stepping in.
A Volkswagen.
B, this is your favorite topic.
What?
Star Wars.
Oh, Lord.
Adjusted for inflation.
I'm not participating.
Adjusted for inflation, which Star Wars movie has grossed the most money? The original Star Wars, Phantom Menace, The Force Awakens, or the new joint that's out, The Mandalorian and Grogu? It's got to be the original, right? You think it's Phantom Menace? When that came out, it was a big deal.
White Brian?
Yeah, White Brian, we need you here.
I was going to guess Revenge of the Sith, but Phantom Menace is right around there, so I'll go that.
I'm going to say the latest one. I have no idea.
I'll say Phantom. I think it's the original, dude.
You would think.
I'm voting original.
Because
and I
it
get
still
the click.
shows, right?
Yeah. Boom! Original. Win one for the old guys. Adjusted for inflation, A New Hope grossed $4 billion worldwide. The new joint, The Mandalorian and Grogu, made only $25 million its second weekend, which apparently is bad.
Wow.
How about this? This is for us, fellas. Which fast food chain is Yum Brands considering selling to a private equity firm? Habit Burger and Grill, which I've never heard or seen.
Never heard of.
KFC, Pizza Hut, or Taco Bell?
I'm gonna say Habit.
Probably Habit because we didn't hear of it.
I think it might be Pizza Hut.
I'm going to say KFC.
My original guess was KFC, but I kind of like Pizza Hut.
I feel like KFC and Taco Bell, half of them are one store that sells both.
They're together.
Pizza Hut's like a different entity, man. It's like a sit down, or at least it used to be back in the day.
I've only seen like 2 Pizza
I know
Huts
last
around
time
here.
I've been to a Pizza.
Pizza Hut?
And Habit is right by my house.
You've seen a Habit?
Yes.
No, I've never seen one.
I've never seen it.
It looks like a
Was
like
it
a
just
white
like a
building. with
knockoff
like a red-
Five Guys?
I've never eaten it before. I've just seen it before.
Oh, Pizza Hut. We were right. Pizza Hut is correct. According to a report from Reuters, private equity firm Long Range Capital is in exclusive talks to potentially snap up Pizza Hut. There you have it.
Can we get more Pizza Huts though? Because I think they have the superior crust, like out of all pizzas.
You should hit up Long Range Capital. All right, we got 2 more. From February 28th to June 1st, which state saw the highest percentage increase in gas prices? Sure as hell feels like right around here.
Probably
But
Cali,
Connecticut, Illinois, or Utah? I feel like it's got to be California.
California or Utah.
But California's prices were already super high.
They were.
Connecticut. I'll explain why after this answer.
Because you drove through there.
No. I watched something yesterday.
Why don't you explain why before the answer?
All right, I'll explain why. So supposedly up in New England, they can't get like natural gas from within the United States based on like how
the routing
is. And so they have to go from overseas, and obviously in today's world, they can't really get it. So it's a whole thing right now.
Okay, that might make sense and be accurate. However, we're talking about gasoline that goes in your car, not natural gas.
Well, then I guess never mind.
Are we going with Connecticut based on the Stallion?
I say we go Connecticut.
Let's try it.
Let's trust Stallion.
Incorrect.
We would never trust Stallion again.
The right answer is Utah.
I said Cali or Utah.
The national average price for regular gas sat at $4.32 a gallon on June 1st, up a whopping 45% since the war broke out in late February. State level increases range from about 30% on the West Coast to more than 60% in Utah, Wyoming, and Montana. And that's a lot, dog.
How much?
65% price increase in Utah. Probably because it's just inland. You know what I mean? You got to get over the mountains and all that to get it there. Last one. According to a survey, what portion of employees plan to take at least a day off for the World Cup? 1/10, 1/4, 1/3, or half?
Half.
And this is workers all over the world. 1/3 is the answer. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Warm weather is here, and it's time to get back outside riding, just like I was this weekend. Now is the perfect time to talk about Bike to the Beach. Join the Bike to the Beach team on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. If you can't make it, you can show your support with a donation. We finished with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just steps away from the ocean and right in the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start something strong together. Join my team or start your own team at biketothebeach.org or just go on my Instagram account. I have the link in the bio, biketothebeach.org.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. To open the show, we told you it was 8 years ago yesterday. The Caps won the Stanley Cup. Well, we're going to double that throwback. 16 years ago today, Steven Strasburg made his debut at Nats Park against the Pirates. I went to that game. I believe I was with my boy Jamie Gillespie, Peter Stewart, and Jimmy Miller.
14 strikeouts.
And it was electric.
Yeah, you can hear that through the TV.
Let's hear it.
Yes.
2 outs, top of the 7th. No balls, 2 strikes. The line, the kick, and the pitch. Swing and a miss! 14 strikeouts! 7 in a row! Unbelievable! That may be all for the night. And they are saluting their new hero here in D.C.
There's a new mayor in town, Dave. He won the election in one night.
14 strikeouts. Wow.
As advertised, better than that. They want a curtain call.
It was incredible there. The energy, the excitement. It was so much fun. He was so damn good. And we were sitting out in the outfield kind of above the opposing team's bullpen, and there was a home run hit out towards us. My buddy had gotten up to go get a beer or hot dogs or whatever because nobody was leaving the seats while Strauss was pitching. So you had to go while the other team, I guess while the Nats were hitting. And the home run hit his seat when he got up to go. The ballpark was packed, and it was like the real beginning of significant optimism for what the Nats were building. Were you there for the opener? Strasmus?
No.
You were there, Stallion, you said? What was your experience? It was electric.
I mean, it was the first time in my life outside of opening night at Nationals Park in 08 that I saw a Nats crowd that insane. And still, it's like I would say top 3 sports moment for me of all time till this day.
I was there for Nats Park opener. I was there for Strauss's debut. I still think the craziest I've seen that crowd. Now, granted, it's a playoff game, so it's like you're kind of judging it on a different barometer. But when Jason Worth hit the walk-off home run in that division round series, that was nuts in there. We didn't even have seats. We had standing room up in the bar up top of center field for that Worth home run.
Good place to be.
It was fun. It was vibing. It was cold that night, though. Strasburg opener. Weather was perfect. It was a perfect evening. It was like a random Tuesday or something, right? It wasn't. It's crazy, dude. I mean, back then, it's funny what you do when you don't have a wife and children. We drove up to Harrisburg to watch Strauss throw for the Harrisburg Senators when they were the minor league affiliate. And then I remember going to Bowie to watch Harper play. I guess Harper was playing for the Hagerstown Suns, maybe, but they went and played the Bay Sox in Bowie. And both were incredible to see those kids in the minors when you know they're coming up. But I think even in the minors, watching Strasburg pitch, and I didn't realize how big he was. He's a unit, dude. It was, obviously it didn't go all the way like we wish it had with Strasburg. He just always had injuries and stuff. He's probably not like a Hall of Famer. He doesn't have the longevity to it. But for the Nats,
but he gave us some hell of a moments.
So they don't win a World Series without him.
Hell no.
He was excellent, and it was fun, man. I believe his Kornheiser nicknamed him the Orchid because it's an incredibly beautiful thing to see that is very, very delicate. I think that's pretty accurate, man. Nats playing good baseball. Funny. Watch them tonight, 9:45. We got some bets to make. We got a basketball game to watch. Game 3 at Madison Square Garden. It's going to be electric up there.
It will be.
8:30 tip. Spurs coming to the Garden as 2.5 point underdog. I'm sorry, yeah. Depending where you're shopping. I guess it's 2.5. Depends where you're shopping. If you're looking at DraftKings, it's 1.5. FanDuel's 1.5. BetMGM's 2.5. You got options. Who do we be? You've been playing these totals. 216.5 if you're interested in the total. Who do we like, boys?
Since I won the week last week, I'm going to take the Spurs to win tonight.
Did Jeff actually win the week?
Not about it.
He won the week at 2-2.
That's a bad week.
Hey, a win is a win, baby.
That's a bad week. There's also baseball if you want to bet baseball tonight. There's no hockey tonight. There's WNBA. Fever are in town. I know what I'm betting. I'm betting basketball. I'm taking the Sticks, baby. 5.5-point underdogs at home.
Okay.
I think they beat the Fever last time they played them. Caitlin Clark point total, 19.5.
Okay.
Josh Hart, 10 points.
What are the odds on that?
Minus 111.
Stallion? Stallion's going to bet on baseball. Some dumb baseball prop bet.
No.
No, I'm not going to be real dumb, JP.
Remember when he started talking about natural gas when we were talking about
Give me the Guardians tonight against the Yankees.
Thank you for taking the smoke off me. I'm taking Knicks minus 1.5 tonight. Roll Knicks.
Jeff?
2.5.
We like the Spurs a little bit better. Yeah, 2.5. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program
he was
today.
He was trying to buy it down.
Yeah, he's buying the juice. Thank you to Grant Cohn for joining us. Thank you to David Aldridge for joining us. A lot of great calls, a lot of fun conversation today. I'm guessing Grant and Danny will have some opinions on Brandon Ayuk. I encourage you to listen to the boys. Thank you all very much for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. NBA Finals Celebrity Row property is worth $1 million. The New York Knicks announcing today that was the winning bid for an auction for 2 seats for Game 3 tonight. There's going to be a Roger Federer event August 25th in New York City called Roger Federer, an Icon, returning to New York before the U.S. Open. Andy Roddick, John McEnroe, Andre Agassi will also be there. Texas Tech star Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. Nationals baseball against the Giants tonight. That's at 9:45 right here on The Fan. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan, June 8th, 2026. We're with you for 4.5 hours today. We appreciate everybody checking us out, as always, on The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, got an opportunity for somebody to win tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. We'll have those tickets for you exclusively on Grant and Danny all day long. It's World Cup week.
Yes, sir.
The United States' men's national team plays on Friday night, so Jack Collins of SiriusXM's college football station is going to be joining us to talk some soccer. Looking forward to that. Jack will join us at 3, and at 5 o'clock, Jesse Doherty was writing about the Washington Nationals again.
I like it.
First time in a couple years. He wrote a really good piece on Paul Taboni's operation. We'll talk to him coming up at 5 o'clock today. Danny, how are you?
You know what? I've been better. I got a cold. I'll be fine. I can hear all you guys out there with your concern. I'll be okay. I'm going to make it. I got my tea. I got my water, as Darius would say. A lot of people say water. Darius says water. I don't know why he got trapped in right there, but it's just the opening soliloquy of the show. I'm ready to go. Good sports week. Nats took 2 out of 3. I got a finals game tonight. I was dead wrong Friday, by the way. You were out. Toby and I were in. I did my thing. Remember when I said the Colts were going to beat the Patriots? And it was like, this is an Andrew Luck Colts story, and they lost by 1,000, the Deflategate game.
I do remember, because you've mentioned it 170 times.
Because no one's been more wrong.
Yeah.
I literally said, I couldn't stop saying it. This feels like a Spurs blowout win to me. The first game, they missed a bunch of open shots. If I'm Mitch Johnson, I show him a tape of that. Like, dude, we're fine. We're going to be okay. This is me just fine and dandy. We will come back. The series will be 1-1 going to New York. Nope. Couldn't have been more wrong about that. So I'm on fire.
Do we get to retire your reference to your prediction of the Patriots and the Colts so that now you can mention this one 1,000 times?
No, this series isn't over yet. If the Spurs come back and win, I mean, that doesn't look good right now. You know, a lot of times when teammates are facing you, that's when you want to throw the pass. Wemby had a different strategy where he threw it off his teammate's buttocks right out of bounds to pretty much cost him. But, yeah, so I was pretty much dead wrong about that. But that's where I'm at. We're going to recover. We'll be fine.
I want to get to the Wemby pass heard around the world there at the end of the game. The old butt fumble coming up in our weekend recap in just a couple of minutes. But I will say I challenge anyone to have a more summery weekend than I had. It is official summertime in the Paulson household. Little League baseball game on Saturday that went into a cookout at my parents' house with the kids in the pool.
That ain't bad.
That's pretty much summer.
That ain't bad.
Then yesterday on Sunday, out of church, friends over, all the kids go to the pool for a few hours. I go exchange a propane tank. We're grilling out flank steak and dogs, and we're playing some music out on the back patio outside, just enjoying ourselves with an outdoor dinner kids table. That's summer. I don't know what you think summer is. That's summer. And then today, just to top it off, the icing on the cake, we went to Sharky's where the kids get their haircut in the little like kids' cars, and you know it's your first haircut, so they cut your locks and they put a little coupon together for you with a picture and a nice little keepsake. Fresh summer cuts for everybody today. They all got their haircuts for the next couple of months. We went short. The daughter who's never gotten a haircut got the bob going. So nobody's ever been more ready for summer than the Paulsons.
Well, she got the Griffin going?
She's ready to go, yeah.
I love it.
That little half length there. It was funny. She got her nails done at this place.
They do that too?
Washing the hair. Oh,
that's pretty
it was
phenomenal.
adorable. So,
But that's like a 3-hour ordeal, by the way, with as many children as you have.
It was longer than I wanted it to be. I made an appointment for the minute they opened at 10. We got out of there probably at like 11:25. With 3 kids, 2 of them getting nails done.
I imagine overall someone's like 90 minutes, that's not that big a deal. I can imagine sitting there in that place being like, the time is literally going backwards. Doctor Strange is using the time stone to reverse polarity at this point.
There's also toys everywhere. These people are not dumb. So it's like going down the toy aisle. So the whole time it's like, if I'm good, can I get this? Can I get that? And my wife is the best at saying no. Nobody has ever been better at not getting the toy for the kid than my wife.
How does she do it?
She is Wemby at the rim, the defensive player of the year. She's just throwing shots into the 3rd and 4th row. There's never been a better rim defender. And I am a 5'6" guard who can't move laterally.
Hands up, buddy. Move your feet.
So we walked out of there with some toys, I'll tell you.
So what my kids do, they start negotiating with me, and I find myself in an argument. Like, I'm the adult with the money,
right?
And they're the child with nothing. And somehow I'm like, well, but okay, but if you were good on your report card, but and all of a sudden I'm like, no, I said no, didn't I?
They also know that they'll say it quietly just to me when mom like walks away for a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, they know.
So I can see, I know what's happening, but at the same time, it's just a pen or it's just a bouncy ball and next thing you know, they have 3 things. Now there's a stuffed animal they need to. Like, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
We came for a haircut. We're doing this shopping trip at KB Toys, basically. All right, let's go through the weekend, though. Another series win for the Nationals. 2 out of 3 in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. They get the first 2 games of this series on Friday and Saturday. They end up losing the finale yesterday 5-1, but they outscored Arizona 20-2 in the first 2 games. And notable here, Danny, because they'd been swept by the Marlins and their offense had completely sputtered. You and I on Friday are asking, is this the beginning of the regression? Have they peaked and now they start to slide backwards? Offensively, especially, have we seen the beginning of kind of the rest of the year where they end up ranking 14th in offense instead of number 1? And then they go out and hit 6 home runs and score 14 runs in the series opener on the road Friday. And then on Saturday, score 6 more runs and win going away. This is what they've done all year. Every time you think they're about to regress, you think reality is setting in, they can't actually be a 500 team sustainably for much longer. And then you start to see, always at home, by the way.
That's right.
Where the cracks show up and they start to have these crevices growing. You're going, okay, here it is. This is the end. They get on the road and they play good ball. 2 out of 3 from a potential playoff team in the Diamondbacks where they pounded them twice, 20-2.
They are a 100-win pace team away from home. I say that again. They are a 100. It's not like, oh, they're 96 and I'm rounding up. They are a 100-win pace team away from Nats Park. Remarkable. Remarkable.
I saw a stat yesterday. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. But they are having one of the most unique seasons in baseball history. If you look at their home record, which is 12-20, and their road record, which is 21-12, they're plus 26.1% in terms of win percentage between away and home victory rate, would be the largest in the modern era by a lot, by the way. So far, in the modern era, the 1994 Chicago Cubs were 20% better on the road than at home. The number 2 team, the Royals, in 1998 were about 17% better. The Nats are 26% better on the road than home. There's never been a team in the modern era, Danny, that is this good on the road, that is this mediocre at home. So something's got to give. This is probably not going to sustain over 6 months. But it just speaks to, as we said on Friday, there's not a good reason why you'd expect them to go to Arizona and just bounce back. And then James Wood is on base, and Curtis Mead hits a homer, and it's 2-0 before the game really gets going, and Luis Garcia goes deep twice. And I think in the first game of that series, James Wood homered within 4 minutes, and it's on like Donkey Kong.
The guys are still getting their concessions, still making their way to their seats, and the Diamondbacks are already down and would never recover. It's a bummer that old friend Michael Soroka just shoved it on them yesterday for a chance for a sweep, but even still, just another 2 out of 3. And that's after the womp kind of series, losing to a lowly Marlins team that came in really struggling. Marlins are frisky, by the way. I was impressed with them, even though they haven't been good before or after.
I think they're better than their record because they've got good starting pitching and they're bat to ball. They got a couple all-stars at the top of that order.
Yeah, they're pesky.
But here's the problem. They've played the really good teams actually very well. If you look at games against teams over 500, the Nats are actually better than their season win percentage. It's when they play the bad team, like Miami, who they're 1-5 against, by the way, that you worry a little bit. We'll enter the San Francisco Giants, who went into the weekend with the worst record in Major League Baseball. They have since been able to surpass the Colorado Rockies. But in the National League right now, they're the second worst team in the NL. The Nats have 3 against the Giants on the road starting tonight. 9:45 this evening and tomorrow, and then a day game on Wednesday on Getaway Day. But beat this bad team. Don't let them jump up on you.
You do that in a lot of leagues. You know, you have a good winning percentage, or, you know, in the NFL, obviously you beat bad teams. Most likely you finish with a winning record. I mean, it's that simple. In the NBA, it's kind of the same deal. If you take care of business against the teams that are even with you and below in the standings, you end up as probably the 5 or 6 seed. The real good teams beat everybody, and that's how you get your 60 wins, et cetera. But you look at in Major League Baseball, the Nats have had a really, really ridiculous schedule. When you look at it, a bunch of first-place teams, a bunch of playoff teams. The tip-ins, the ones that should be tap-ins for birdie or for par or whatever you want to call it, your golf analogy, they have not been particularly good. They're a game over 500 against the Mets. As you said, 1-5 against the Marlins this year. There are plenty of teams that are really, really tough on your schedule to come. These are the nice ones, supposed to be to help you out, to build the confidence up a little bit. Chance to get your numbers against some 4A pitching.
All right, you mentioned the Spurs going down 0-2 in the NBA Finals to the Knicks. The last team in any sport to come all the way back from down 0-2 when you lost twice at home before you had to hit the road in a championship series was a mid-90s Yankees team. There's not much precedent, and there's zero precedent in the 2000s for a team, again, any sport, hockey, basketball, baseball, where we have series of 7 games, going down 0-2 at home and coming back to win. So the Spurs are in big, big trouble as they get to Madison Square Garden tonight for what will be the most expensive ticket in recent sports history. And it's all because of this Game 2 collapse in the final minute and a half or so. Now, everyone seems to forget that they really shouldn't have won that game necessarily. I know they played the better first quarter, and they were up by 9. But after 3 quarters, they were down. They trailed by 14, I think it was, in the fourth quarter. But they were able to play great defense. They shot the lights out. Victor Wembanyama was phenomenal in that fourth quarter to get him back out in front. And they take a lead. They end up a point, falling apart in the final moments of that game. Namely, as everybody's pointed out, the turnover from Victor Wembanyama, and then he had a chance at a 22-footer that he couldn't hit. And they end up losing 105-104. So they're in big, big trouble. I think Wemby's getting a little bit of a raw deal in the coverage of Game 2. I think it is perfectly fine to say he had 2 late shots that he missed. If he hits one of them, they win. Sure, no problem. The way people are talking about the turnover where he threw it off of his teammate's butt is as if it was one of the biggest gaffes in sports over the last few years. I don't see it that way.
How do you see it? Conversely, I mean, it was if it's only poorly timed, if it happens in the first quarter, maybe we don't care about it. But in that moment, certainly that cost them dearly, right? I mean, I think it's fair to say that was pretty disastrous.
It was disastrous. The result was disastrous. The play itself was not that big of a deal. Mitch Johnson should have called timeout. First of all, he didn't. Where is the questioning of this coach who's been utterly outcoached by Mike Brown in this series? That would be my first question. But I think you call timeout there as they were a little bit out of whack coming up the floor. Second, how do I see it? I see a miscommunication where your teammate is kind of turned around looking at you. You throw it toward them. And as you're doing that, he's turned around to run up the floor. It's no different than like a wide receiver looking at a quarterback, crossing the middle. The quarterback throws the ball, and as he's like doing that, the receiver turns upfield as if, okay, he's not throwing to me, I'm going upfield. How would we analyze that? We go, oh, they weren't on the same page there. Look, he tried to throw it to him, and the receiver was on a different page. That's not what people are saying, though. You know, they're crushing Wemby like it was he pulled a Michael Ruffin or something. Just threw the ball up in the air, panicking, and it landed in the lap of Rick Sanford.
To me, it was more. I think it's probably closer to the mob for me than it is to. Sounds like what you're saying. I don't have a problem with not taking a timeout there. I think that's a good sports debate. Where, a lot of coaches would rather, and I would rather too, on a long rebound breakout situation. I'd rather have the ball in my best player's hands. I'd rather go and not let them get their defense set. I can have a run out there. I've got sub 10 seconds left. That's kind of my spot. That's where I'd sort of rather let that play go. But I think it's an interesting conversation one way or the other, timeout or no there. But I think a lot of coaches now don't do the timeout.
But when they turn the ball over, because you're 7'3" big, is throwing the ball to a guy that's not paying attention, I think it's pretty easy to work back from that result and go, maybe they weren't on the same page there. There was also, and I think it was in the call right away on the play-by-play, there was a hesitation where they're going, are they calling a timeout? And Wemby's kind of like looking over, and they don't really know. There's a confusion as to...
And I think that's fair to criticize, hey, if we get the rebound here, what are we doing? Guys should know. So if you want to rip the coach for that, clarity. I think that's fine. But I'm looking at it going, I cannot believe that Wembanyama is going to give the ball up there to advance the ball 6 feet to Stephon Castle. It didn't really have... If he's running out up the court, if he's across half court and down there for a chance at a layup, okay, but... That's what we're going to draw up as a play for Wembanyama to go, let him create, let him do the thing that we were going to do. I mean, to me, this is that's your pass. It's not an incomplete pass for the receiver. It's for the quarterback. So I understand your point that Castle turns around and part of that's on him. But to me, it's a much bigger Wemby story there where he's unsure. That's alpha time. That's go for me.
I agree. But that's the 7'3" big man, not the point guard.
Well, it's not Luke Cornett. It's not Bill Wennington from back in the day. It's a unique animal that.
But the amount of times he's brought the ball up the floor as opposed to who he's trying to pass to is a microscopic percentage. It's very normal that you would pass to him, you'd get up the floor, you'd run something quick. I don't think Wemby, by passing it there, is going, whatever you do, don't give it back to me to shoot this shot. He shot the shot before that. He shot the shot after that. I don't think he was being passive and trying to play hot potato. I think he was going, we only got a select number of seconds. You get your ass up the floor. You're faster than I am. Here's the basketball. But it's just one of those where when I watched it, as opposed to the way it's been talked about, are like, I don't see it. I don't know. As if it was a foible. It was a blooper. It's a funny moment because it hits them in the butt and it was, cost them dearly. But I don't view it as like something that'll be remembered as a Wemby mistake for 15 years, which most people do.
Yeah, it's not a Mark Sanchez moment, certainly, but I do think it was a bad moment. I think that's the
turnover was bad. I don't think that's debatable. I guess I'm trying to think how I'm trying to say this. Well,
it's not the embarrassing gaffe people are making out to be, maybe?
It was a miscommunication between two players. That's very common and very normal. I think people were acting like if you didn't see it and you heard everyone talking about it the next morning, you would think he did something like shooting on the wrong basket or on
Chris Webber timeout when there weren't any.
Exactly. On an inbound pass. Like he threw it off someone's back to get himself a layup or whatever, but the guy turned around and caught it, and it was just like you handed the ball to the other team. I think it was way more innocuous than that, if that makes sense. It's a terrible result. He killed them in the moment because he turned the ball over, but I'm not going to have that much of an issue with him trying to pass the ball off to a guy who's more naturally going to bring it up and maybe help get him a better shot. Him just bringing it up with everyone coming to him, maybe he could have dished somewhere. But I didn't hate that moment for him as much as everyone else did. The bigger deal was he had two good looks at the end of the game.
Yes,
he hit shots, and he didn't hit either of them. So you're down 0-2 now. And I was saying in the Western Conference Final, he took over. He was the hero. Well, if that's the case, you got to be able to do it the other way, too.
Totally.
Where this series, through 2 games, has not gone the same way for him.
Well, this is what we thought was going to happen in the Western Conference Finals. I say we, like a lot of people that follow basketball. Everyone kind of has to go through this initiation process, right? You think of the years that Jordan and company lost to the big bad bully Detroit Pistons, and it damn near broke him, and you have a choice. There's a fork in the road. You either become the team that never gets over the hump, or you do something about it. They did something about it, obviously. a number of guys. LeBron went through this. Got blown out by the Celtics, where he all but quit when he was with Cleveland. And then the first time in the finals, they got boat raced, and LeBron wasn't particularly good. You can go through a myriad of these. Kobe Bryant, his first go-round in the playoffs was like 1 for 15, I think, in a fourth quarter, throwing up air balls, and he wasn't ready for the moment. That happens, certainly. And when a guy's 22 years old, but the fact that they beat the King on the road, they beat OKC, the defending champs. I know they weren't 100% without Jalen Williams, but still, that's a pretty big deal. Everyone goes, oh my God, you've ascended, you're ready. This is more normal. The 22-year-old that's going to be here again, that's that good, we thought, okay, maybe he's immune to this. And it turns out maybe he's not. And that's fair. I mean, the Knicks deserve a lot of credit for it, and he's got a chance to rewrite the narrative. This could just be a footnote. Remember those first 2 games? Remember when they won this series and he was actually not that great in the first 2 games and he missed two game winners? Isn't it funny? Or it could be okay, now we know a bunch of first-round draft picks, top 5 picks from the last 3 years that are the core of this team. Maybe they're not quite ready to ascend just yet against a tough veteran playing together Knicks team.
Yeah, he's a +3 in the series, and he's gone 26-12 and 29-9. So I don't really see this as some referendum on Victor Wembanyama's readiness, to be frank. But to your point, at 22 years old, forever, guys have not won championships. They do not get to and lead their team to the title. And it was coming easily, and now it's come a lot less easily. I think the story should be less about Wemby and more about the Knicks. Leading into the series, I just kept pointing at the fact that they just had the best, most dominant point differential in an 11-game run in NBA history. Not in the playoffs, in any 11 games at any point. It just so happened for them that it was the playoffs. Blowing teams out left and right. And this Knicks team is better than they've gotten credit for. And now, I think finally, going home up 2-0, you're starting to get some of that credit. Finally. But they're really, really good. And to me, that's kind of been the story of the series. But especially with basketball, generally in sports, but really in the NBA, we have to do it with who's the best player. Okay, well, it's either, if they're winning, it's an endorsement of them, or if they're losing, it's a referendum on them. I'm watching the games, and I'm going, every possession doesn't have to be about Wemby. When it's relevant, sure, that's fine. I just think there's a Knicks discussion here. There's a Jalen Brunson conversation here. He wasn't even that good in Game 2. He was 7 of 25 from the floor and missed 6 of 8 threes. But when it was time to hit some big buckets late, he did not hesitate.
Yeah, he's 19 out of 56 on the series, Brunson is. Has not shot well.
No.
But that's, again, to your point, we do the narrative thing, and it's easiest in basketball because those guys play 40 minutes and are at both ends and they're responsible for so much.
It's also how we market the game.
Yeah.
We don't say, the Lakers are coming to D.C. to take on the Wizards. You say, LeBron's coming to town. Like, that's how the NBA is marketed.
And it has been for some time. But again, like a single player has such outsized influence on the course of a game. I mean, to me, the MVP of the finals so far has been Karl Anthony Towns. And I don't think that's going to happen. It'll end up being Brunson because of the fourth quarter heroics. But Towns is doing everything at both ends, has been, to me, the best player in this series.
He's been super efficient, too. 8 of 12 from the floor in Game 2, hit 3 threes, which is big to pull Wemby away from the rim and get some of that defense out on the perimeter. But yeah, 21 and 10 double-double for him in Game 2. The prescription is often him early and let Brunson close.
Yep.
It's very much like baseball. He's the starter.
That's right.
And then they go to the bullpen, and that's Brunson. And it really doesn't matter if Brunson's shooting it well or not. He's just going to take you off the dribble and hit a crazy shot with your hand in his face in the final 2 minutes.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's the MO.
Brandon Ayuk was very busy on social media this weekend. Oh, boy.
Here we go.
The hiatus of him not talking is over. Unfortunately. Next on G&D.
And it's brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Announced today, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby was granted a temporary injunction versus the NCAA today that allows him to play the 2026 football season. The team does say he'll miss the first 2 games of the season. In the NFL, the Commanders have their 3rd set of OTAs starting again tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the NBA, it continues tonight. The NBA Finals in New York for Game 3 of the series. New York leading it 2-0 over the Spurs. This is the first NBA Finals game in New York in 27 years, and the average ticket price for tonight sits around $8,000, which is more expensive than most Super Bowls in history. The Nats back in action against the Giants in San Francisco, starting the back end of its road trip. San Francisco coming off a series win over the Cubs in Chicago. The Nats, meanwhile, coming off a series win over the D-backs, where they outscored Arizona 20-2 over the first 2 games. They're 33-33. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your Monday. So after a respite where we had not heard anything from Brandon Ayuk for an extended period of time, he took to social media to make his presence felt this week. Couple different ways. The first thing we saw from Brandon Ayuk was some pictures that he had posted, including one picture where his pants were like almost down to his thighs. And he was in his boxers, like in the bathroom. I think that one was just to show everyone that he's in good shape because he was pretty ripped up. He, looked like he had been in the gym quite a bit.
I was sending a message there, I suppose, right?
Yeah, because remember, a lot of people were suggesting with these images that were fake of him getting out of a car or whatever, he's wearing a hoodie, like, oh man, he's let himself go. He looks heavy. They were talking about his physique and he's not working out or whatever. So he was shirtless. But he was in a Washington Commanders hat, as if you needed another subliminal message in there. And then his pants were like halfway down his legs. So he's basically in his underwear, like an underwear model, in a Commanders hat. And it's just a selfie in his bathroom, mirror selfie. And he posted it with no caption. I took that to mean I'm in great shape and I want to play for the Commanders.
That was my viewing of that as well.
There was another I want to play for the Commanders thing he did, where he had like what appeared to be a Commanders issued football. I don't know if it was you get this for a game ball performance, or if this is a practice football. I took that as a message as if to say, I've been throwing and working out with them. Like I've run some routes with Jaden. How do I have this football if I'm not moving things along? Maybe he was in California when they were throwing and we just didn't see him on video. But I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to find things where they're not too, where I'm a detective trying to sleuth around here and it was just a football with the Commanders logo or whatever. But I took it to mean I'm actually ready to play with these guys because I caught some passes from one of the players that maybe I know pretty well who plays quarterback.
Yes, indeed.
I was thinking something like that.
Yeah, there's a bridge that's been built there. I don't have any other interpretation. It seemed to me to be like I don't have a great analogy, but it's like letting someone know, hey, I'm no longer in that relationship. I'm single. Here are some Instagrams when I know you're online. Like I see your profile and it says Grant's online, and now I'm just posting picture after picture after picture wearing the Grant's my favorite t-shirt. Like I'm trying to let you know that I'm single.
Commanders gear.
Yeah.
You are under contract with the San Francisco 49ers, albeit you hate them and they don't like you and you're not going to be there. But you're going to be a free agent, and that means there's 31 teams that could vie for your services.
And I only like one of them.
But one of them is the place I want to be, and it's right here in Washington, D.C. with the Commanders. But he wasn't saying anything. Some weird captions or whatever, but a couple of images. And then that changed on Sunday morning when we got our first comments from Brandon Ayuk during this dispute with the San Francisco 49ers. This was Ayuk on his Instagram page just yesterday morning.
We dealing with
you know, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court. But they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, you don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Ass boys, little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they're like, oh yeah, that's Liddy. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Ass boy, little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared, they scared. The truth is they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, you know that allegedly. But what they not gonna say is BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable. It's coming. Stop running. Stop being a female dog. Stop being a female dog. Stop being a little cat. Stop running from the belt.
Oh, boy. All right. So there you go. There's Brandon Ayuk, the ancient philosopher, with some of his thoughts on everything going on. So I want to say this first, and I'm going to try to be careful here. I hate when we just automatically assume something is wrong with somebody. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, people will say, oh, he needs help, or there's some kind of mental health thing going on here, or this seems like CTE, whatever that is. Yep. People will just say, when Antonio Brown is acting out and acting a fool and getting arrested and just acting like he's not a functioning member of society, everyone wants to just suggest, well, he's clearly got CTE and he needs help, and let's hope he gets help, and we'll say a prayer for him or whatever. Maybe. But there are people who just act out. There are people that might be perfectly fine and are just acting differently. Now, I'm not suggesting Brandon Ayuk, who's only ever really, that I know of, been in trouble with the law recently for a speeding ticket, is the same as Antonio Brown. But I've seen a lot of people prescribing him with issues of, CTE or whatever else is floating around there that are not doctors, that have no idea what's what. I've also seen a lot of people saying, like, his mental health is a question mark and all these things. I'm not going to subscribe or prescribe anybody on him, anything on anybody, because I'm not a doctor and I have no idea. All I can do is just judge people based on their actions, and I can say if he's in a bad place mentally. I hope that he does get to a happier place, a better place. This video, to me, was alarmingly weird, I thought. It was very strange. This is not how a grown-up posts video. Like, if Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin or Bill or any player on our team did this, you would go, what in the heck is going on? That is super weird. It's kind of on brand with what I would have expected from Brandon Ayuk, to be honest, when he's posting shirtless boxers selfies in his bathroom. But at the same time, Danny, this is just my caveat to the conversation we'll have, my prerequisite, so to speak, before we dive in on this. This is strange behavior. So whether you want him here or you don't, let's just acknowledge this is a strange way for an adult to act, and then we can move forward.
I think that's all fair. Let me stipulate to that. Now, I also had a strong takeaway. I understand who I am. I am a corny 46-year-old white. So in general, a young person speaking, I kind of don't understand all of it anyway. I have no idea what he was talking about. I don't know who's taking the ball and leaving. I don't know who the little ass boy is that he mentioned multiple times. Who is the bitch? Who's the cat? Why are we slow-moing anything for some sort of weird effect?
The slow-mo is important because that told me it was edited, probably by somebody that wasn't him, but maybe him. But somebody somewhere along the lines had to listen to this thing while doing this editing for him for emphasis and said, yeah, this is a good idea.
Now let's run this.
It wasn't like you were caught in a weird moment where you're just in your feels. You take to Instagram Live, you record yourself
vent for a sec.
For 30 seconds. No. This was like maybe you tried the first time. You're like, let me do one more take. then you do this one, then you send it to someone, they do the edit, then you're like, this is perfect, let's post it, which makes it that much more strange.
So again, I don't know who has the belt or what belt we're getting, or someone's coming with the belt. I don't understand any of it. And again, it's not meant for me.
I understand 85% of it, I think.
That's awesome.
You got the analogy of the toy.
I don't. No, let me just finish real quick, and then I'll tag you back in. What I can't do is Brandon Ayuk shared his thoughts over the weekend in a reasonable post, and people are going, he's expressing frustration. Are you sure? You see what I'm saying? Like, if a player goes, listen, guys, just want to get my word out there, just let you guys know, it's not always what it seems. A lot of stuff I can't talk about just yet, but just know that the truth will come out, and I can't wait to play football again. Even if you said it in like a young person way, that would be reasonable. This is not like a press conference. Even I was annoyed when Terry McLaurin at Eastern Motors, Your Jobs, Your Credit, gave that impromptu presser. But at least he was speaking. See what I'm saying? Like, he was addressing points, and there was no analogy of little boys and taking your ball and going somewhere else and the belt coming. It was hey, these are my feelings. This is how I'm expressing it. Whether I like that or not, at least I could have something to respond to. I cannot believe people are just going, allow me to retort to this, or let me just treat this like a legitimate missive or a press release or something that was a normal thing to be able to discuss. It's blathering nonsense is what it is to me. Now, if you understood it, you speak Ayuk, that's great. You can translate for me.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of speaking Ayuk necessary here. There's a couple things I don't get we could talk about. But for the most part, he used an analogy that I thought was fairly apt and made some sense, which was the Niners are a kid that doesn't want to play with the toy. The Commanders are another kid that wants the toy. Ayuk's the toy. In his mind, the Commanders want him. The Niners won't let the Commanders have them. And so now when the Commanders are trying to play with Ayuk, the Niners are not letting them, and now they want the toy. That's the analogy. The running from the belt thing, he is pretending like or saying that the 49ers don't want him to be on another team because they are afraid of how good he's going to be and that he's going to whoop them. Don't run from the belt. Like, I'm coming for you. I'm going to put up 175 on you. You know it and I know it. So I get all that. I don't understand when he kept saying ass boy, little ass boy. I don't know what that's about. That's the 49ers again in the analogy, but it loses me when you're just, instead of saying, sticking with the analogy, he's like lil ass boying them. I don't know why. And then he kept saying allegedly over and over. That was his way of saying what they're telling you he's not buying or isn't necessarily the truth, I suppose. So I picked up on what he was suggesting in most of this, but I can't listen to it without kind of laughing out loud because it is just a strange thing. But we can open up the phones for people on this next, 800-636-1067. I want to know what you think Adam Peters thinks when he hears this, when he watches this video. And if you're Adam Peters and you're thinking about bringing BA into DC and you see this, does that change how you feel at all? Or is it just, he's an eclectic guy who's in a weird place and it's been strange for a year, and so this is par for the course, but nothing to worry about? I mean, why do you want to sign yourself up for a diva wide receiver who's potentially going to be posting weird, vague thing on social media after another? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Brandon Ayuk has broken his silence in weird metaphoric posting on Instagram, where the 49ers don't want to play with the toy, but don't want the Commanders to play with the toy. And he's coming at them with the belt, and they're afraid of the belt. He's also posted in his underwear in front of his mirror with his pants hanging low. It was a busy weekend for Brandon Ayuk, but he does look like he's in great shape, which I'll give him.
I suppose that's something.
I'm waiting for like a football video or some kind of video where he's running a route. And I only say that because I saw on his Instagram when I was here doing my reconnaissance work, he used to post these all the time during the offseason. So it does make me wonder. Remember when last week Malik Neighbors played in a charity softball game and he was running down to first and the video came out and he looked awful?
Oh, yeah. He was doing some kind of dodgeball thing where it was like a ball came at him and he couldn't get out of the way, like some 5-year-old was throwing it.
It makes me wonder if Ayuk's not posting videos of him routing people up and running routes and practicing because maybe the videos would show that he's not completely recovered. I don't know. But if he's just choosing not to do that, that's odd. But instead, he did take to social media to post about wanting to be a Commander, wearing some Commander's gear. What do you think Adam Peters thought about those videos is the question.
If you're going to preach, get the brotherhood bell ready. You're going to preach brotherhood, community, togetherness, all the things that you say. It took a ding last year when we did the Terry McLaurin dance, right? Now, whether you were right or wrong in those negotiations, I happen to think they were right. That's fine. But you go through all this stuff, that doesn't look like the thing you're preaching to me. It just doesn't. I don't know how to say it better than that.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can scream about culture. Culture, and then go get a guy that is currently in one of the bigger disputes we've seen between player and team, and in fairly inexplicable fashion. Let's go to the phones. Rob's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Rob? How are you? Rob,
hello?
What's up? You're on the radio. Go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much. If I'm Adam Peters, I'm thinking, like, I already got a log jam in the wide receiver room because, I mean, we got Williams, McLaurin, Burke, and then you're going to still have McCaffrey, Lane. And I think Jaden, he's friends with Brandon, but he's also friends with Diame. You know, Diame did a 72 Hours in L.A. video with Jaden on YouTube, so they're close friends too. So you add Ayuk, I think he creates a bottleneck with that McLaurin-Williams position, and just hurts growth in general. And then you're already adding the bad culture and a new offensive coordinator and a quarterback trying to bounce. It's just so many, already things in the equation. And I don't see where he really adds something unique where we're still trying to figure out what we have in the room. And
the only thing I'll say is, and I appreciate the call, it sounds to me like you're higher on the receiver room than a lot of people are. I think there's plenty of people that would look at this room and say, Brandon Ayuk's better than most of these guys.
Yeah, you see the word logjam only in the sense that there's a bunch of the same kind of guy trying to get through one opening. There's a logjam with, like, in my view, the 4th receiver spot or the 5th receiver spot. There's 5 guys that could do it, and none of them are all that appealing. So the need for an upgrade is still there.
Let's go to Brent in Haymarket on G&D. What's up, Brent?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I don't understand the problem. If I'm Adam Peters, I'm bringing him in. I'm seeing if he can still play football. You're talking about a brotherhood. A brotherhood is a family. We all got some crazy people in our family. You need some crazy on your team every now and then. This is not a knitting circle. It's football.
Well, if they're productive,
these guys that
he's been hurt. He hasn't played in 2 years.
I'll do John Riggins. We can do some Sonny Jurgensen type stuff. You can do the Hogs because those guys kicked ass. Are you sure that dude can play and be a character? That's what I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Bring him in.
Right.
See if he can run. See if he can cut. If he can do all those things, talk to him and tell him, if you're going to be a distraction, if I think you're going to be a distraction, I'm not going to sign you. But if the guy comes in and he's saying, I'm just doing all this because I want to get on your squad, if he can play football, who cares how crazy he is?
Well, I do. I'll answer that. I care. Because if you're a significant distraction, then it can do harm to the organization, to the team. If he's getting in trouble, if he gets upset that he gets benched or is deactivated or is inactive one day and he's driving by your stadium at 100 miles an hour on, Route 50 or whatever, flipping off, Northwest Stadium, that's not a great look, right? That now all of a sudden the radio station's talking about that instead of football in week 4 ahead of a big game. So you got to make sure he can walk the straight and narrow here. Here's what I don't know. I'm not telling you I would not sign him if I was Adam Peters, but I would need to see and hear a lot of things that publicly we are not seeing or hearing, right? I would need to have a sit down with him, a conversation with his agent where they go, he's working out 6 days a week for these number of hours. He's running routes. Here's the video of that. I want that intel. In addition to, oh, by the way, I need to know that he really wants it and that he really cares. This is the only posts we've seen from him since basically he rolled out of rehab and told the 49ers to kick rocks and left $40 million on the table. $40 million on the table last year. That's what we got so far, is him in front of a mirror wearing a hat with shirtless and, him talking about don't run from the belt and calling the Niners. What was the phrase?
Little ass boy.
Little ass boy.
A little ass boy.
Let me have a video where you go, I'm still the best receiver in the world. I'm going to go for 1,500 yards. I'm going to the Hall of Fame one day. I love football. I need to know that he loves football. That's what I want. I know he hates the Niners. I know he's in a dispute with them. I know he's mad at them. I get that. That doesn't put Triscuit crackers in my stomach. I don't care about them. I care about you and Jaden Daniels and my team and my thing. So how much do you love this game? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Brandon Ayuk finally breaking his silence on social media this weekend. This is The Fan. Grant and Danny, brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate admin, they do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. So schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Mention the show to get a great discount. That's KMLawyers.com. Right now we're talking Brandon Ayuk. What a weekend he had on social media.
Couple pictures, which, is what it is, and then a video that people seem to be just taking like he made like a firm statement or read something or just spoke reasonably. It sounded like a bizarre set of analogies where he was somehow a victim of something, and I don't know who the little ass boy is or whatever he was talking about. Just seems to be nonsense to me.
I think there are two types of people, and I don't know which one of these Adam Peters will be, right? But there is someone who will watch this video or see this content, and they will be less interested in bringing in Brandon Ayuk. My hand went up. That's me. Now,
I didn't have much interest to lose, by the way.
I was a 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'm a half of 1 out of 10 now, right? Then there are people who will watch this video or see these pictures, and they'll go, this is not important. I don't care about this. I care about football. We just had a caller. Can he make catches? Can he score touchdowns? Can he make the team better? I'm not worried about his social media account or what he thinks or says about the San Francisco 49ers. But while I think Adam Peters might be more the second one, because if you're interested in bringing in Brandon Ayuk before this, there's already a lot of obstacles you've cleared and hurdles that you've jumped over to get there. You don't care about the fact that he left $40 million on the table. Nobody's ever done that. You don't care about the fact that he kind of rolled out on rehab. You don't care about there's like a lot of prologue here that you're looking past. So this video with, this metaphor he's doing with the Niners, these pictures in the mirror in the bathroom, they shouldn't really bother you that much, right? So maybe Adam Peters is in that camp. But I guess what I then wonder is, for people, and we can get deeper into this as the show goes on, is there anything that would make you feel differently? Reasonably. I'm not saying something terrible, but is there a video he could post or a thing you could hear? Or have you just decided maybe you don't really care at all how bad of a teammate or how ugly the 49ers thing went? Some people are like this. I don't care about your last relationship. You cheated. You did something terrible. You were the worst girlfriend in the history of the world. That was you and that guy. I'm different. We're going to have a different relationship. Think about the Michael Winger comment from a couple weeks ago. What a player was with another team doesn't mean that's what he's going to be here. We can have a different culture, a different building, a different room, and get something different out of that player. Maybe that's how people feel. Let's go to Lance, who's in Annapolis. What's up, Lance?
Yeah, hey, guys. I'm in the camp of signing him. I think Jaden Daniels, if we can trust, I think he's a pro's pro. If he feels as if he's got what it takes still, then I would say sign him. I think every team has a dog, and most dogs on that team generally tend to have, if they're a little bit off, like Ayuk. I think risk versus reward, because if he turns out, it could be a really, really good wide receiver room from what we currently have. I know there's a lot of risk, but I think it's risk versus reward. I would take them.
Lance, you just said the part that we probably don't talk enough about on the show, in fairness, because I'm out and Danny's out, which is to say, if you just focus on the reward part of it, there is a juice here that could make the squeeze worth it. We're focusing on the what could go wrong. He hasn't played in 2 years. And frankly, we're probably the safer bet to be right. There's a 70-some% chance, just based on all of the information, take his name out of it. A year and a half of not playing, the way that he fell out of favor with San Francisco, the oddities of the offseason, including the legal troubles now where you're, have a warrant out for your arrest last week, everything that's going on. Generally, that does not lead to he's going to come in here and just put up 973 yards on 61 catches.
Like, if you promised me, I'm not even talking about 22 where he went for 1,008, or 23 where he went for 1,342 and 7, the year that got him paid. If you promised me 2021 before his real, full, honest-to-God breakout, 56 catches, 826 yards, but, more reasonable for these terms, call it 55 catches, 700 yards, I'd go, sign it. I don't care about anything else. Sign him. For me, it's a health thing, this knee injury where he didn't rehab, allegedly, as far as we know, and hasn't played in a year and a half. Then you add in this seasoning, this spice, or whatever the hell this stuff is, I now have no interest. But I can deal with characters. I don't need you to be a Boy Scout. I need you to be eligible. So as long as you're not getting suspended, that's fine by me. You could say mean words or be weird on the internet. I don't care about any of that stuff. To me, I don't know that he can play, and everybody seems very comfortable just to go, 2 years ago, he was excellent.
I think one of my most important things is I need you to care about the well-being of the team as much as the well-being of your numbers and career. And I have no reason to believe that that would be the case with him based on his actions in San Francisco. Steve's in Rockville. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. What's going on? First-time caller. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, dude.
Thanks for making the call. We appreciate you, buddy.
Real quick, I think he's just total junk. I mean, he has taken his 140-mile-an-hour Ferrari right down Antonio Brown Expressway. He is going full steam. He's just ridiculous. I think even before the last speeding ticket and this grant, I was probably a 0-10 in terms of wanting him. I mean, if you can get him for $1 with a ton of incentives, sure. And then last thought on this, a caveat. I'm actually a Packer fan. I've lived here for 16 years. I'm very much, I keep in touch with all, obviously, DC area sports, thanks to you guys. But you guys want to sign him, I'm okay with it, as long as it's not my team.
The Packers always need receiver help. Why don't we send him up north to Wisconsin? Work with Jordan Love. Might work out. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you. I get the comps to Antonio Brown. I stopped short of that because Brown's bad is just so much worse than Ayuk's bad. So there's got to be a better comparison. But he's on diva receiver lane, driving, and he just turned left onto pain in the ass way, and then he's going to turn left again
on Insubordination Boulevard.
Right. I mean, it's just like it's one thing when you already have paid this guy the huge contract and he's on your team and you got to deal with it and cope. This is signing up for it. It's such a big difference, man. Like, do you know how many teams have tried to get out of deals with guys that have gotten hurt and maybe not completely been themselves because of the actions that are like Ayuk's, and the Commanders would be going, actually, yeah, let's do this.
This looks good. Let's get it.
I want to preview the World Cup, Danny, because it is coming in hot this week. The United States of America takes to the field, the pitch, I believe. We're going to
Thank you very much, sir.
Fully World Cup guys this week on Grant and Danny on Friday for their first game. So I reached out to my buddies over at Sirius XM's football channel, and they hooked us up with Jack Collins, who's across the pond right now, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. So, Jack, I got to tell you, you're on in D.C. with Grant and Danny. Thank you for a few minutes, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you, boys. I appreciate you having me on. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're getting real warmed up now.
Well, we're fired up. So here's what I was going to tell you. We're not really soccer guys, okay? Danny's got kids that play soccer. He's a little more into it year-round than I am. But we're not watching D.C. United. We're not going out to MLS games. But like most people, for the World Cup, we get all in. We get super excited. We'll either be at a watering hole watching the games, or my kids are really jacked up to watch them at home. So we're kicking off our coverage this week with some insight from you, kind of getting us in the mood here. But we're, I would say, soccer casual to non-soccer guys mostly, who this week become soccer marks for the next few months.
Well, it's good to have everyone on board, is what I would say. The more the merrier, the bigger the better, and this is shaping up to be the biggest of all time. So very, very excited.
So let's get into the U.S.'s draw, this group that they are in with Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. How do you see their chances to get out of the group phase? It didn't look too bad on paper.
No, it doesn't look too bad on paper, and I think that the performances in the last two games, the kind of send-off games against Germany this weekend, which they lost, but put up a very, very good fight against a very decent German side, and a win over Senegal, who are African champions currently. So I think that that's kind of raised the mood. It's been a bit of an up and down couple of years under Mauricio Pochettino, who came in as a very highly regarded manager in the club game, had done well here in England in the Premier League, had managed across Europe. And I think that there was a real sense of excitement, but he talked about tearing down the kind of culture that was there and building a new one where people weren't guaranteed of places. It led to a bit of upheaval. There was some real down periods over the last couple of years, but I think that we've got to the World Cup here, and we're now thinking about this US side in a much more positive light. And look, when your big players start standing up and performing, that always helps.
And I think that the manager has got everyone bought into the concept of what this team is, how they're going to play. He's got a real blend of youth and experience. It feels like they're set up now in a way that is going to be a team that go out on the front foot, that try and attack, who are going to, wow the neutral, I suppose, as much as anything else. And I think that's a great thing for soccer in the States, in that people are watching these games who maybe aren't locked in all the time, seeing a US side that is fun to watch, who are willing to take players on, who are willing to go for goal. I think all of that is going to help in terms of building those relationships and building the sport up in its own sense. But look, this is not an easy group, but it could have been a whole lot worse, I think, is the flip side of it. So if you're looking at it from how this is going to play out, Turkey are probably the best side in this group. They play a really fun, front-footed style of football. They're also quite vulnerable. They have defensive issues of their own that I think that the US can potentially exploit on home soil. And the other two teams in Paraguay and Australia are going to sit back and defend, and they are not going to really fancy doing anything particularly special. They're not particularly fun teams to watch. They are incredibly effective at what they do. Paraguay in particular, which makes it a tricky opener. But I think that generally, if you're looking at this in the kind of way of what does this group look like, the US, I would be deeply disappointed if this US team didn't get through the group stage, if they didn't have a crack on that final day of winning against Turkey and potentially winning this group. I think that would be a disappointment. So as much as the cycle has been difficult, and as much as on paper this group looks like it could have been a lot harder, there's a lot of hard work to be done now, but I think it's very much in the realms of possibility as to where this side are to go and maybe not even just get out of this group, but potentially go and win it.
You can hear Jack Collins throughout the World Cup tournament on Sirius XM FC 157. He's joined us here on Grant and Danny in D.C. 48 teams compete in this thing, so I guess I got a couple-part question for you. Realistically, where would you slot the United States of America in like a world rankings right now, reasonably, in your opinion, of the 48 teams? How high could they reasonably put? How low before you'd say, okay, that's crazy? And then also, you kind of got into this, but in terms of like what would be awesome for them, what would be a disaster for them in terms of results in this World Cup, how would you label that?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So I think that if you put them in the rankings of teams at this World Cup, I'd probably have them about somewhere between that range of 12 to 16, right? Depending on how well it gels, what it looks like. Hopefully they don't freeze on home soil. This is the biggest game, or the biggest set of games that this group of players are ever going to play. You get a home World Cup once in a lifetime if you're incredibly lucky. And so to be able to go out there and play in front of your home fans, that's a big opportunity, a massive kind of moment for US soccer, but also it's quite scary, I imagine, walking out in front of it and thinking, wow, this is it. This is what I've been working for my whole career. So I think if you put them in a list, in an order of where everyone is right now, I think somewhere in that 12 to 16 range, probably closer to the 16. So you're kind of looking at it in terms of, okay, how does that affect them in terms of where they could go, what it would look like as a good World Cup? The truth is that because a host nation always gets to be a top seed, if you will, in the groups, they are on paper given a potentially better opportunity to progress. I think bombing out in the group stages would be an absolute disaster, right? Like that's the lowest that can happen. The US going out in the group stages would be incredibly difficult to swallow for everyone associated with the program. There was kind of 2022, 4 years ago, they did well, they got through the group, but that was seen as a kind of precursor. They kind of went into that and gone, okay, this is good. We can show what we're capable of doing, but ultimately we're building for 4 years' time when this is on home soil. So to go out on the group stage would be an unmitigated disaster. I think to reach the round of 16 is about par for the course, to borrow a golf phrase. And then anything beyond that, I think, is success. But on top of that, I think it's about the way that they go about this. If the US went out to a top-ranked European nation, a Spain and England, a Belgium, any of those teams, I think that there's probably more of an acceptance of it. If the US were to go out to a team who were similarly kind of in that same bracket, in that middle kind of tier, just shy of the elite, I think that would potentially be seen as a disappointment. So a round of 16 exit, I think, is par. around a quarterfinal would be a huge, huge step in the right direction. Anything beyond that, and I think we're in dreamland.
Yeah, first time in a couple decades to go that far to potentially a quarterfinal. Jack, this was the so-called golden generation, and for a lot of us that I follow Team USA, I wouldn't say hardcore, but definitely follow it. And there's a lot of really good players that play internationally for some top clubs, be it Pulisic and Weston McKennie and other guys kind of around the world. But it feels like they don't have the same, when they play in that USA jersey, same synergy that maybe some of the other top clubs have, whether it's style of play or maybe redundant skill set or the overlap there, because there's a bunch of really exciting players, but only 11 guys on the pitch at a time, right? Everyone from Gio Reyna, Ricardo Pepi, and Sebastian Berhalter coming off the bench. That's kind of the point here. Is they're exciting too, but they're not part of that first 11 because there's another number of guys that have kind of the same skill set. How do you see the talent at this point for the so-called golden generation? But more importantly, maybe how do you see them playing together for this World Cup?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say this, the kind of synergy between a team, even with teams with a greater kind of pool of talent to pull from, is not always a given, right? Like I've watched France, who are probably the most talented team in world football, man for man, implode on themselves because they can't stop infighting, or that everyone wants to play the same position, or everyone wants to score the goals. Seen Portugal, my wife's Portuguese, and that is a team that doesn't play to the sum of its parts because of certain elements in the equation that don't always add up. And maybe that changes this time round. It feels like it's getting better. But I think that the idea that you're talking about with the US and everyone being on exactly the same wavelengths is something that Pochettino has tried to change over the last couple of years since he's been in charge. And that resulted in some very, very painful moments where there were big names being left out of the team or not coming to certain camps or all of those different elements. And he had to kind of put it all back together. I do think that we're starting to see it. And I think we're starting to see a team that looks like the generation that it was promised to be. Now, there's still plenty of work to be done with it. And I think that, the fact that I'm a Fulham fan, Tim Ream being in this team makes my heart swell, right? Like, I love that guy so much. But also the fact that he is still there at 37 years old probably speaks to a lack of emerging talent in certain areas. And look, traditionally, right, the US have always been really strong in bringing through goalkeepers. We've had this incredible line of American goalkeepers that have been there all the way through. Tim Howard and Brad Friedel and Casey Keller, all of those guys were like top of the game, top, absolutely kind of best in class. And this time around, for the first time in a long, long time, it's felt like the goalkeeper shirt for the US has been an open battle. So when you kind of go through these phases, and with this golden generation, I think in particular, if you want to call it that, is that there was a lot of players who came through, your Weston McKennies, your Christian Pulisic, as we say, someone like a Flo Balogun declaring. All of those different elements in the equation are really good and really useful, and I think they all work really well together. But it feels like it's tilted the other way. From a team that was very defensively minded, perhaps back in '94 and the years that followed that, the success stories that came in the World Cup's post, they always felt like the US were like, okay, we defend first, and then we utilize a Landon Donovan or a Clint Dempsey or someone of that ilk to provide the magic moment. But ultimately, we're going to be tough to beat. I think the reason that there is so much criticism of this generation with the US in particular is that actually they feel like an attack-first unit. And for a team that has kind of made itself in the modern era at the very least on being very kind of hard to beat, very hard to score goals against, it's a bit of a culture shift that sort of maybe doesn't go down as well with the older fans of the sport or the older fans of the US who are like, no, my team bleeds for me. My team dies for me on the pitch. This is not the same kind of team. It is a more talented team. It is a team that is more geared towards, right, we want to go and put the opposition under pressure rather than necessarily suffering and taking our moments. And I think that's been a hard transition for those who kind of witnessed it in '94 or saw that team in 2006 or 2010. So making those balances is, I think, important. But I think that we are seeing that synergy that you talk about start to pull through a whole lot more in recent weeks. And perhaps the fact is that this is a 4-year cycle. You get these World Cups, obviously, once every 4 years. As I say, you get a home one every once in a kind of generation if you're incredibly lucky. And for, I think, this group of players, this is it. This is the Everest they've been climbing towards. If they can put it together at this point, I think that maybe changes the picture in terms of how they're perceived.
Jack Collins is with us, Sirius XM Football Channel. They'll have every match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup over on Sirius XM. Before we let you go, we've been talking U.S. men's national team. Bigger picture, I can look up the odds, and I see here Spain, France, England, Portugal in that order, most likely to win this thing. Give me an idea of the teams that you think are coming together at the right time to actually do the unthinkable here and kind of finish this tournament off at the top.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Spain and France are the two front runners in that for a very, very good reason. They are two squads, the envy of the world in so many different ways, and both have players capable of changing it on a sixpence, right, on a dime. They have world beaters in almost every position. They're stacked 2 or 3 deep in almost every position. I think that if one of those two doesn't win it, that would be a big old shock, I think, generally. And whilst you can talk about that next rung down, which includes, I think, England, as you say, Portugal, probably Argentina as holders as well, and a Brazil side who are a bit of a wild card, and we're not completely sure about right now. Carlo Ancelotti, one of the greatest managers to ever kind of manage within the game of football, at the helm of a Brazil side who don't look like the Brazil of old. And I know that, for so many people watching the World Cup, they immediately think to Brazil, those famous yellow shirts, the entire atmosphere, the samba football. It's been missing for about a decade. And perhaps it's this moment for them to kind of reclaim their title as the kings of the international game. It would be a bit of a shock, I think, for them to come through and pull it out. But I think that when you look at Spain and France, I always talk about France and I say this, the only team that can ever beat France is France. Right? Like, they can beat themselves, and if you everything pulls together on the pitch, they are almost impossible to get the better of. And it takes these kind of miraculous things like the penalty shootout in 2022 or something like that ultimately gets the better of them. If they pull it all together, their last World Cup under their current manager, Deschamps, who's been there since 2014, just before that, the World Cup in 2014, if they can pull it together under him one last time, I think they're going to be very, very difficult to knock off a perch. But Spain probably play the most beautiful football. And I think by the time we get to the end of this, Spain might well be the neutrals' favourite to go and win it. So I'd say one of those two, very much for good reason, at the top of the betting odds.
Jack, tremendous with us, man. Great information. Appreciate the time. Enjoy the cup.
Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate for having me.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. There's Jack Collins, Sirius XM football channel, and they'll have all your coverage over there. Appreciate them getting him for us. Danny, Friday night, United States gets it going.
Made me feel a little bit better, honestly, because he said it very well. The results have been uneven, and that's a kind way to put it, over the last year, kind of leading up to this. Beating Senegal the way they did, they weren't as good as Germany this past, whatever it was, Saturday, Sunday, I can't remember the days, they all run together. Didn't defend particularly well, but they've held their own against some really good opponents. Belgium, who's the top 5 country in the world as well. They lost to them, but were competitive, lost to Portugal, but again, another excellent club. So I'm hopeful. I'm nervous, though, just about that. If you get that first game, you don't get a win, because that can happen. Paraguay's going to park the bus and defend. If you draw, then all of a sudden it puts some pressure on you, et cetera, and then the pressure mounts. If they could just go out and get a win on Friday, it'd be a nice breathe easy moment for the USA side. I'm looking forward to it, though. I love it.
9 o'clock local time, they kick off on Friday night against Paraguay. And then it's not for a week after that when they're playing Australia. The following Friday, June 19th, that's going to be a 3 o'clock in the afternoon game during our show. So we'll be able to keep people abreast of what's going on for that one. But we will have World Cup coverage for you on G&D and on The Fan as we get closer and closer to the Americans getting started. Next on Grant and Danny, this Brendan Sorsby story in college football is unbelievable. He gets in trouble for gambling, isn't allowed to play football this year. There's now an injunction where he might be allowed to be playing football this year, basically because a judge in Texas is going, it would not be very nice to him if he didn't get to play football this year. Even though he gambled, he broke the rules. The rules were known. Wild story. We'll get to it next.
It's brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. For the first time since 1999, an NBA Finals game will be played in New York tonight. The Knicks lead the Spurs 2-0 and take the series to the Garden, where tonight's game tips at 8:30. Average ticket price for Game 3 sits around $8,000. The DC Defenders of the UFL have a chance to become back-to-back champions on Saturday. They beat the top-seeded Orlando Storm yesterday to advance to the championship game. It'll be the Defenders versus the Louisville Kings at 3 p.m. at Audi Field for the title. The Nats back in action against the Giants, starting the back end of its road trip tonight at 9:45. You can hear first pitch right then on The Fan. Nats are 33-33, coming off a series win where they outscored the Diamondbacks 20-2 over the first two games. Jesse Doherty joins the boys to discuss at 5 p.m. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. This Brendan Sorsby story is crazy. So he's the Texas Tech quarterback. He's one of the star quarterbacks in college football. In fact, expectations are that he'll be a first rounder, maybe a first half the first rounder. And he was one of the most sought after players in the transfer portal. He was ruled ineligible by the NCAA after it was discovered he had wagered approximately $90,000 on professional and college sports over 4 years. The craziest part of it is, while he was at Indiana, this is before Indiana with Cignetti turned it around and became great. This was a previous regime and a bad Indiana team. He put 40 bets in involving Indiana football, his own team, when he was a freshman, not playing with the Hoosiers in 2022. So the NCAA does this investigation. They find these 40 bets and hundreds of others, $90,000 worth of sports betting. All of it breaks the rules of when he could and couldn't bet on sports and what he was and wasn't allowed to bet on. The NCAA denied his appeal for reinstatement on Friday afternoon last week. So we went into the weekend, Danny, knowing he was not going to be playing college football. That it looks like he is headed for the secondary draft, where the problematic, troubled player who got kicked off of the NCAA ranks and out of the college game, Jeremy Jarman, remember back in the day, in the supplemental draft, was taken. Doesn't mean you can't have an NFL career, but you've cost yourself millions of dollars, and them's the break. Sorry about it. You can't play college football this year. Until today. How about this story? A Texas judge granted Sorsby a preliminary injunction today that prevents the NCAA from punishing him for violating its rules on sports gambling. He has been granted this injunction against the NCAA by a judge from Lubbock, Texas. Again, this is the quarterback of Texas Tech. Even after the transfer quarterback was declared ineligible for wagering on college sports again on Friday in his appeal to the NCAA, this judge named Ken Curry has ruled that Sorsby's attorneys were able to demonstrate that the quarterback, the player, the kid, Sorsby, will suffer, quote, probable, imminent, and irreparable injury if he is unable to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. So they're arguing this is going to do great damage to his career.
Well, you remember the guy that defended the murderer was saying, if you put him in prison, this will do a lot of damage to him. This will be bad for him.
This is one of the wilder sports stories I can remember in a long time.
Yeah, where'd you say the judge was from?
Lubbock, Texas.
Do you know where Texas Tech is? You'll never guess.
There's a reason I brought it up.
Yeah.
Lubbock, Texas.
Lubbock, Texas.
You basically get your Texas Tech fan judge to come in here and issue the injunction. Now, there are greater travesties taking place in terms of, cover-ups and shadiness going on in the world at this point. Like, if you want to find some not fair stuff, I can point to some stuff for you.
Sure.
But as far as sports go, my God, man, the rule is you can't bet. Not only did he bet $90,000 worth of bets, he bet on his own football team.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he bet on them to win or lose. I've never heard that he's only ever bet on them to win. I just know he made 40 bets on the games that his team was playing in. I'm assuming he didn't bet on them to lose, but they lost a lot then. Maybe he did. I haven't read that he hasn't. If someone's got information on that, send that to me at Grant Paulson on social media. But can you imagine a world, this one, where the rules are the rules? They're so obvious. You know that you're breaking them. You break them anyway because you're this star quarterback and you've probably broken rules a lot over the years. And you get caught, and the NCAA goes, pretty black and white here, man. Sorry, you're about to get Shaka Tony'd. That's a deep cut for those of you that don't remember. The edge rusher for Washington that got kicked out of the NFL for a year. And you know what ruined his career? You know what didn't happen?
Did the lawyer get to argue? It would be a really bad injury?
Some judge came in and said, it's going to be harder for him to have a career.
I'm a lifelong Skins fan, and this will hurt his case.
Nope. That didn't happen. Nobody saved his bacon. But Sorsby was going to be out, not able to play. His attorney said, here's what should happen. This is going to ruin his career. Let's suspend him for 2 games at the start of the year, bring him back for week 3, and he'll get to play this season. And this judge goes, I like that. This judge from Lubbock, Texas says, yeah, I like that better. So unless something else happens here, this is where we are now, Danny. He will be playing college football despite violating the rules because the punishment for breaking the rules, according to this judge in Lubbock, Texas, will be damaging to the guy who did the crime, in quotes.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, it's usually how punishments work, right? It's like, I'm not going to enjoy this. Yeah, that's damaging, so you get out of it.
Where was this judge during my childhood?
Seriously.
You don't clean your room, we don't go to King's Dominion.
That's an arbitrary rule. It's capricious. I'm taking your ass to court, Dennis.
You know what would be less fun for my childhood? If we don't get to go to King's Dominion.
Well, here's my takeaway from this, and you've got the right ones as well, but this again, it's like a kangaroo court. Let's say you and I and everyone on the show has a set of rules that we agreed to. Like if you show up after 146, you got to pay $5 into the pot. And Strober goes, enough of that crap. We ain't doing that no more. And I challenge. And we go to court, and the court's like, yeah, you guys have no authority to enforce rules on Strober. That's what this is to me. It's more, yes, I know what it looks like. It's Lubbock, Texas Tech fan. And there's probably some of that too, being like, he's going to get to play because that's going to be injurious to his future. I looked that up in the legal book. But the real story here to me is the NCAA just cannot win in court, and they're going away. It's basically the NCAA only existed because every school, conference, etc., bought into the idea that it should exist. You follow me? If everyone subscribes to the rules of the kangaroo court, you could enforce some of those rules. The way it used to work was, let's say Grant Paulson University, you practice for 24 hours a week instead of 20. You would have the compliance officer would discover it, raise their hand and say, dearest NCAA, we have offended. We are sorry. Please don't punish us. We're going to self-punish. Is that enough? And if the NCAA said yes, nothing else would happen. If they said no, the punishment was twice as bad. And that's how we all lived. We just kind of lived in this fairy tale and sort of pretended. Everyone has realized the NCAA simply cannot win in court, especially when players are paid because they're employees. So there's no collective bargaining. There's no CBA. There's no enforcement. There's no contract. Like, this is such a Wild West open-ended system that in order to be subject to the NCAA, you've got to have this old model of forced amateurism and nobody gets to step outside and we're going to self-enforce. That's not the case anymore. It's all the NCAA does now is show up to court and lose and put on a basketball tournament.
Why, if I'm a player watching this happen in Lubbock, do I say, I'm not going to bet on sports. It's not worth it. Why not? This guy bet 40 times on the game he was playing in.
Oh, yeah.
Why wouldn't I just bet on the games I'm playing in? Surely, somewhere in Baton Rouge, there's a judge who will acquit, who will vote to acquit. Surely there's a judge who goes to LSU games who's a big fan of mine because I'm going to run for 1,000 yards this year.
Yeah, I go to Michigan, and I bet on Michigan games. You'll never guess where the judge is going to be from.
I saw a tweet from someone who said, if I'm LSU, I'm bringing in Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, and Jamar Chase during their bye week to play for the Tigers this year. Oh, it's against the rules? That's okay. Hey, season ticket holder judge over there in Baton Rouge.
Bayou Billy Judge.
Give us an injunction. We need 72 hours of this thing being up in the air. And in the meantime, They go play a football game for us, and let's whoop up on someone to help us get to the national championship.
You joke, but we're approaching that, by the way.
Of course we are. Now, I don't think it's ever going to be that because those guys have too much to lose. But we already have had guys that used to play come back and play.
Uh-huh.
We've had the 40-year-old freshman. Like, we're doing some of this stuff. We've had the guy who was in the other sport who came back to give it a whirl. Like, yeah, it's a slippery slope for all this stuff. But I just can't fathom people seeing this story and thinking that justice is done. Like, this is a good thing that this guy is able and eligible to play now. Generally, I'm for the second chance, totally. I don't want his career ruined. But it wasn't like he bet 9 times on pickleball. He didn't bet 4 times on the World Cup 4 years ago. He bet 90 grand and 40 times on the team he played on's games. This is so much worse than just finding out he was a dude betting on racquetball in Germany or something. And immediately everyone goes, oh, well, okay. That's pretty bad, man. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to play this
Sorry, tough break. What's that?
The judge goes, wait, hold on. I'll be out there. I just got to take off my Sorsby jersey.
Like, whoa there. I say, whoa there. I have Texas Tech undergarments on.
Hang it in my closet. Put on my, what do they wear, gown?
My judicial robes, sir.
My robes. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Let me put my Sorsby jersey over here, put the robe on, go out there, slam the gavel. You are eligible to play. Go back, put my jersey on, head on out to the bar to have a pop.
I know we're in court here, but I have this red and black face paint on from my Texas Tech spring game. Could anybody have some soap?
The double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Beltway Blitz. And we're also giving away tickets to the barbecue battle. We've got a 4-pack of tickets to the 34th annual Giant BBQ battle. You got to be listening to Grant and Danny. That is about 10 minutes away ahead of our Beltway Blitz. Right now, time for our double play.
In the wake of Yellowstone, Taylor Sheridan pretty much just walked on water, and they were like, do you have a project? Could you just write it down and we'll just start making it? Landman has been pretty successful. Marshall's, which I think is a spinoff as well. Casey Dutton's character, I think, is now Marshall. That's on Network TV, CBS. I watched the first episode of Dutton Ranch. That's your Cole Hauser as Rip, Kelly Riley as Beth Dutton. I've only one episode in, only had time for one over the weekend. And I'm right back in it. I'm in the Yellowstone universe again. It's really good. I mean, again, I have no idea where the show goes or how many episodes are out to this point, but I was able to catch up on the first one. It's a few years later. Their young ward is now a few years older. That's kind of their semi-adopted son. No spoilers if you haven't seen Yellowstone, but it's really, really good. And however, whatever that formula is of can they go 1 week without like a crazy fire or misadventure or something incredibly like life-threatening, life-altering, whatever? The answer is no, but I'm still in. It's so anti-cop drama, hospital drama, formulaic nonsense. And I know now that it's gotten to the point that it's big enough that it's its own formula, but I am in. Find me this stuff where they're out in the middle of nowhere, riding on horses, stomping on snake heads, and kicking ass. I'm all in. I want tough talk and cursing and Rip winning fights. And I love it.
I already knew this, but I confirmed it pretty hard yesterday. I'm good on pools in the summer, out and about, like all day long. Just a public pool with the sun beating down on you couldn't be less for me, I don't think. I ended up sitting in the shade, which was nice, talking to a buddy like under a umbrella.
Under the Sam shade.
Our wives and kids were in the pool. But two things. One, pools are for skinny people. We'll start with that. Public pools. Like if I'm going to my parents' house and it's just me and the kids or whatever, I'll jump in and we'll play and we'll have a good old time. But if I'm just out there with a bunch of strangers and people like floating up to me, Band-Aid next to me in the water for some reason, I am good on that. On top of that, it's the sun that's the problem. So if you're not in the water, which is like the refreshing, nice part.
Sure.
I'm never going to be in the water at that public pool with 50 people around. It's for you, not for me, that I'm going to keep this shirt on. Now I'm just sitting out in the heat. So I'm missing out on the best part. It's like going to the beach, but I can't go down into the waves and let them crash on me. So what am I really doing? I'm just sitting here baking. I think I'm probably out on pool for the rest of the summer. I think I got my time going with my kids in.
It's not even June 15th, dude.
It's over, which is tough for them. I will take them occasionally and like sit under the umbrella far away and they can run over to me if they need me. But hopefully that'll be a mom activity. Her brother likes taking them, which is kind of nice. There's a lot of places I'm happy to take them, namely a movie theater. But there's others. I'll take them to other places too. A pool is a real big ass.
Man, that is unrelatable to me. That is the epicenter.
You're a public pool guy?
100%. That is the epicenter of what we're doing. That's the plan pretty much every day. It's the only thing that we can get everyone to do. It's the time waster, relaxation, conversation epicenter is getting it out of the water during break time. Can I have something from the snack bar? Begrudgingly, yes. Have more sugar, have more sodas, but whatever, we're out of the house doing something positive. It's the only thing we can agree on. The pool, man, it's the hub.
Well, the pool is definitely the hub for the family as well because everybody always wants to go, the kids and everything. You're in shape, so I guess that's better.
Ish.
You don't have a problem taking your shirt off in front of people. So that's number one. Number two, you love being out in the sun, wearing really fancy sunglasses. That's one of your favorite things to do. I don't think I've ever seen you not wearing sunglasses during the day. It's actually weird you don't do a show with them like Linnell.
Well, if we're outside, I'll wear them. The inside, that's ridiculous, and you could tell him I said that. But outside, when it's hot and the sun's out, yeah, I got fair eyes. What do you want me to do?
No,
I have light blue eyes.
I'm not upset at you.
You seem to be.
No, nobody's ever been more of a like.
Listen, I'm a fair-skinned, light-eyed person. I'm taking care of my eyes. I put the sunglasses on. That's not crazy.
Like if I was gonna ever write an SNL sketch,
yeah,
it'd be you just having 9 pairs of sunglasses that you walk around with. You're like dropping and picking up.
All right.
Like you're just the most sunglasses guy I've ever met. The most mad I've ever seen Danny is like when we're driving somewhere and I don't know why I'm in your car in this hypothetical a couple times.
Yeah, yeah.
And you just like scream a curse word. I'm like, what's wrong? And you're like, I didn't bring my sunglasses.
I forgot them.
And I'm like, dude, we're going to be walking inside for 9 seconds.
But what if we're outside? There it is.
True.
Yeah, and then I don't have them.
But
And now
between
what?
getting to wear sunglasses and you know, I guess you kind of like sunlight because you are also playing pickleball all the time.
Yeah,
so
but
maybe you like being outside. I don't.
Well, being outside's great, but if I'm in control, so here's the difference. If I'm outside just sweating and I have to be there, like if we're watching something I don't care about or the air's not moving, like if I can go in the pool, delightful. If I'm sweating because I'm exercising in addition to being in the heat, fine. That's all good, but it's like if I'm in work clothes and I'm sweating, that sucks.
It's easier for me. Am I at a Nats game? If the answer is no, I want to be in air conditioning. That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Those are my summer activities. Are the Nats? Is James Wood about to hit a bolt? Is C.J. Abrams on deck? If the answer to those two questions is no,
then
is Curtis Mead up in a big spot? Might, and this is a maybe, Jorbit Bebas improved to 3 for 27 with runners in scoring
Well, he's on
position.
fire. He started 0 for 24.
He did. He was 0 for 25, and then he was 2 for 2 on Friday night. Although one was against a position player. So what do I do with that exactly?
Listen, it counts.
Does it?
That's a big one in that good column.
That's baseball, man. 0 for 25 and then 2 for 2 in one game.
I just like to pass when I'm still good on the old Jorbit Vivas experience. Whenever anybody's ready to say no more, I'll be there.
So my pool, your Jorbit Bebas.
Yeah. If you give up pools, I'll give up Jorbit Vivas. I'm willing to do that.
That's a trade?
I will do that.
We're going blitzing next on Grant and Danny. We got those barbecue battle passes for somebody on the Fan.
And those Nationals continue their West Coast stretch against the San Francisco Giants tonight. They sit at an even 500. Try to get back above that mark against the second worst team in the National League. Jesse Doherty joins the guys to discuss more at 5. The World Cup week is finally here. Begins on Thursday afternoon. You'll have to wait until Friday night for the U.S. men's national team to kick off against Paraguay at 9 p.m. Eastern. The game will be played out in L.A. at SoFi Stadium. For the first time since 1999, an NBA Finals game will be played in New York tonight. The Knicks lead the Spurs 2-0 in the series as it swings back to the Garden in NYC with tip time at 8:30. The DC Defenders of the UFL have a chance to become back-to-back champions on Saturday against the Louisville Kings at Audi Field. They beat the top-seeded Orlando Storm yesterday to advance to that championship game. Texas Tech star Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026, even after the transfer quarterback was declared ineligible for wagering on college sports. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the 34th Annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 27th and 28th on Pennsylvania Avenue. Enjoy incredible barbecue, live music, celebrity chefs, free food samples. That sounds fun. Contests and more. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. Teams in town you care the most about. We start you off on the gridiron. Chris Russell of the Chris Russell Radio Network joins us now. Rooster Radio.
Yeah, Rooster Radio Network, baby. Always live.
I could be wrong. I believe you've gone to one of these giant barbecue battles because we've talked about it.
I have not.
Really? Did you go to one of the other summer ones or something? I thought... I was looking into buying a big green egg, and they sold them at one of these, and I thought you were telling me you'd been at one before. Maybe I'm making that up.
Not at the one here, because it always falls on a tough weekend. Either it's 100 degrees, or I'm out of town, because, that's kind of the time where you do a little traveling or whatever. I am planning, actually, on going to this one.
Let's go. The Rini Radio Network.
We've done it. It's so much fun. Everyone's so nice. You just eat delicious food.
Maybe I could do a podcast there that nobody will listen to.
You should absolutely do a pod. We actually saw Russell today screaming downstairs at people about barbecue, and we're like, we got a thing for you.
I was warming up.
You got to get out to this barbecue.
That's right.
Speaking of people saying wacky things into a microphone, Brandon Ayuk was on social media this weekend. What'd you think, Rini?
Well, the first thing I said today was he should have pulled up his pants for the one picture, right? I mean, can you please pull up your pants and look like a normal, civilized human being while you're wearing a Washington Commanders hat as a member of the San Francisco 49ers organization? And I know what he's doing. Obviously, he's trolling. He didn't do anything illegal. He didn't do anything immoral, illogical, but that's his whole gig. The gig is, he's talking about the gig is up, belt to ass. The gig is up, man. Come forward. Show us something you're doing out on a high school field getting ready to play football. Show us something that you're doing to show up for 49ers training camp so that they can't continue to put you on the reserve did not report list. Show us something that means something.
He's certainly not pulling up his pants and doing the Rockaway, right? There's
thank you.
There's no lean back with him.
That's a great pull.
Thank you.
Artist in question is?
No idea.
Yeah, looking for Fat Joe. Who is Fat Joe? Would have accepted Fat Joe there. Here's my question. In general, and let me finish this. Most people, when they hear team doesn't really want to deal with the media, their reaction is something like good or screw the media or whatever. Very easy to say.
Mm-hmm.
Here's kind of the point I would like to raise. If the team is not interested in Brandon Ayuk, how simple a solve would this be, right? You can leak it to whoever the hell you want at any time, whether it's someone local, whether it's the Schefter, whoever. Just say, yeah, the team's not really that interested. Why aren't they doing that? And I know they don't really want to play the game in general, and that's their right. That's fine, but it leads to a lot of questions. Right.
So I don't have a good answer as to why they're not doing it now, other than maybe they just want to retain all their options, including Brandon Ayuk for whatever reason they have, which I hate. But I think it could also potentially lower the price, or at least keep the ask or whatever of Stephon Diggs in control, if that's what you're really thinking. The other thing is that I thought, well, maybe that's still to come, right? I mean, I don't know about you guys, I could just see, like, I don't know, July 15th or whatever, when Danny's out for a day.
That's the day.
Adam Schefter comes in at noon.
I just learned that a deal's been negotiated. Up Danny's Tookus. It's happening.
So maybe it's still to come.
But they could have ended
You like
months
that, huh?
of speculation.
You like that bit, huh?
Yeah, but they could have ended the speculation forever ago.
I know. They could have.
I will say, and I've said this on the air a lot, they really don't care that much about helping shape the discussion.
Yeah, no.
That is just
No.
not something Adam Peters
And that's not
is interested in.
really their job. You'd like
Well,
it.
it's what smart teams do, though. Because there's no added benefit to having a lot of people advocating for things opposite what you're doing.
Right. The only thing that I could think of is, A, they are still genuinely interested in at least a meeting or a workout or whatever,
So that's
however
the
this
question.
process.
Do you think they're going to sign him?
I think ultimately they want to sign him, and I hate that. I think ultimately they will sign him because they can't resist making Jaden happy. They can't resist taking a shot that he's the old Brandon Ayuk. It's going to fail miserably. And by the way, I hope I don't want, like I said this earlier. I don't want, if this is about making Jaden Daniels happy, please make him upset. Please don't do this. You see where I'm getting at? Don't do this. Like, you already brought in Rashad White. You already brought in another receiver. You already brought in Chika Okonkwo. Please don't do this if this is about making sure that Jaden's in a good headspace, because they fired Cliff one day after Mommy tweeted out that they love Cliff.
In 2014.
And they benched him at the end of last year.
12 years ago, there was an embattled receiver available, Deshaun Jackson. And a radio show host in Washington, D.C.
One man.
Wanted nothing to do with the then Redskins signing
Said
Deshaun
he
Jackson.
was out.
He said, dare I quote, "If they sign him, I'll quit."
A wager for a lifetime.
And that radio show host had to quit after they signed Deshaun Jackson in a publicity stunt where then his program director pretended to bring him back. That man sitting in this room with us, it's Chris Russell.
It's Chris Russell's music.
In fairness to me, that was like 15 minutes after like a New Jersey newspaper dropped that he was part of a gang and accused of all sorts of unsavory criminal behavior.
Right.
And then, of course, I said that to Tommy Lavero and Kevin Sheehan. And then 20 minutes later, I got a text from somebody inside the building saying, oh, by the way, we're going out to try and sign Deshaun Jackson. I was like, oh, my God. Shoot me now.
You're
Where's
like,
my ice
please
pick?
don't. So my question is,
Yeah.
on a scale of 1 to Deshaun Jackson, like, where is your anger toward Brandon Ayuk signing?
Oh, it's like triple what it was for Deshaun Jackson.
Triple?
Yeah,
Triple.
I want
triple
nothing
Lindy.
to. I want nothing to do with this
So
clown.
will you quit if they sign him?
No, I'm not that dumb. Who
Will
would
you
do
shave your
something like
head?
that?
You did that for a bet before,
I'm
too.
not that dumb either. There's a picture of me that you haven't broken through playing baseball somehow on the wall of me with a shaved
What was
head.
the shaved head bit for?
Because they won. They didn't win 9 games or 8 games or something.
That's what it was.
Under
If they
Bruce.
win less than
Yeah, and
9
I got
games,
lucky.
yeah.
I got lucky because the hot water wasn't working downstairs in the performance studio. Otherwise, I would have been completely shaved. Instead, I was just military shaved.
It would have been like a Bic.
Right.
Razor.
Like
to
exactly. And instead, I still had some hair.
But you're not going to quit if they sign
I am
Ayuk.
not gonna quit.
But seriously, you feel as passionately that this is a bad idea.
I feel terrible about it, awful about it. I think it'll ruin the team. I don't buy into
Ruin
this.
the team.
I think
Relax.
I don't buy into this. Well, you know, if he acts up, you just cut him because you got to bring him in. You got to onboard him. You got to ask a million questions to every other player because he's only going to be made available once. When he's made available once, he's going to talk in cryptic, weird cryptocurrency terms like whatever he was doing over the weekend, and he's probably going to wear like a St. Louis Rams hat, and this is going to be a disaster.
I like cryptocurrency terms.
I love that too. You're the best, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, boys.
We will see you.
Love you.
Let's put on the most handsome guest there ever was. Our pal Nick Ashew joins us, and I could smell his sweet scent through the phone. Nick, before we talk about the finals, the draft is coming up. I feel like there's no buzz all of a sudden. This was the buzziest draft ever. The Wiz had the number 1 pick. I want more spotlight. I want more attention on me and my thing. Give me a 30,000-foot view of the draft right now. What are you feeling?
You know, it's funny. I was saying this on a show the other day. I was like, it does feel like it's gotten a little bit quiet recently. Also, it's very hard for me to follow Roosters, so this is a tough assignment for me, and that's Psychopath. So it's good that this is the assignment I was given now. I actually had a conversation with a couple of people today that are pretty close to the whole Wizards plan and the draft that's going on, and they are apparently doing a lot of digging and a lot of research, if you will, on Darren Peterson. So from what I'm gathering, they are still seriously considering drafting him, and it's number 1 overall because I asked specifically if it was about a trade or if it was about taking him number 1, and it sounds like they are at least looking at him as someone potentially number 1 overall still for this team. Here's the thing that's going on right now with the whole number 1 overall pick and really just these top 3 picks specifically. Let's take 4 even out of it right now. Is that there's a ton of hype around AJ Debonsa, and that's the public conversation that's going on, and rightfully so. He's a talented dude. But behind the scenes, there is a lot more love for Darren Peterson and Cameron Boozer and their upside and their potential as future NBA players, too. So I'm not saying the Wizards are going to go Cameron Boozer, but what I am saying is they are still doing a lot of sniffing around Darren Peterson for that number 1 pick.
Nicholas, I love Boozer, too, and I feel like he's getting lost in the sauce here because everyone looks at the athleticism of Caleb Wilson and obviously the Peterson-Debonsa question. I feel like we're going overboard, though. Right? Because the analytics guys love Boozer. Again, I'm a Boozer fan. Any other year, he'd be number 1 probably. But this is not any other year. It's this year. Where are you at on that in that kind of dialogue? Is somebody advocating for something?
Well, listen, the one thing is we do know there's a lot of noise this time of year. It's lying season, and a lot of that stuff gets out there. You're right in terms of the athleticism where he's compared to some of the other guys there. But, you can have a great NBA career, be a fundamentally sound player. He's a great facilitator, and he can do a lot of things offensively, great rebounder, all of those things, without being like a high-flying, super athletic player. He's still quick. He's got quick feet. He's got a lot of that's still there. In a lot of drafts, Cameron Boozer would be the number 1 overall pick. The reality of this draft, though, is dude, you got 4 guys in the top 4 that could likely be number 1 overall picks in most drafts. So it's there's a lot of nitpicking going on here. And the question really becomes, specifically for the Wizards, is who is the guy that you're most comfortable taking? And on top of that, who is the guy that then you can look at and say, are we willing to take maybe a little more risk if we think there's higher upside with somebody like Darren Peterson? Because a lot of people look at the Bonsa and say, that's the guy you could sleep at night if you draft him. Great. But does he have the highest upside? And I can tell you this, there is a lot more of that killer instinct, and as people have described it, that Mamba mentality with Darren Peterson, despite the cramping. Nobody is worried about that anymore. It's that Darren Peterson has more of a killer instinct with him than somebody like AJ Debonsa.
Nick Ashew of 106.7, The Fan and Odyssey fame on our Beltway Blitz. Game 3 tonight, Knicks and Spurs, NBA Finals. Did not have the Knicks up 2-0 in my office pool, but here we are. Do you still give the Spurs a legit chance in this series?
I think they have a chance in this series to win a game, but it just feels like they're so beaten down and just mentally and physically exhausted at this point. Look, the Spurs are a team that jumped the line. I mean, most teams that make the big jump already that they did in terms of win total, right? They won 34 games last year, or whatever it was. I think it was 34. 62 this year. Usually those are the teams that lose in the second round. They're young, lack the playoff experience, but you know that they're going to get that way. That's what the Thunder even did. They lost in the second round the first year. They won 57 games, 1 seed in the West, all that before they won the title. Spurs have surpassed all of those expectations, and it just feels like now when you watch them, they have these moments where you see the flashes, and then Wemby looks exhausted. Wemby looks mentally drained, and the Knicks are doing a great job of making his life miserable defensively, but also making it tough on the Spurs to actually figure out what they're going to do with Wemby defensively. Is he going to guard Karl-Anthony Towns on the perimeter? Are they going to use him as a free safety like they like to along the baseline, but then Cat stretching the floor, and he's playing well, and it's opening up the lane if he goes out on the perimeter. So there's so many of these things that are making it more complicated for the Spurs right now. And you got to think about it, too. I mean, the Spurs blew a 14-point lead in Game 1. They came back and almost won Game 2 after being down, but then still lose. Brain fart late, Wemby with the turnover, all of these things. These are the mental mistakes that really start to hurt young teams because they just start thinking about it, and they haven't been in this position before. And even though the Knicks haven't been in the finals with this group, that's a lot of guys with a lot of playoff experience, and you're seeing that experience coming through in this series now.
Nick, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
See you guys.
Let's chat together about some Washington Nationals baseball, please.
All-Star Game voting has begun.
That crept up on you, didn't it?
James Wood should start in the All-Star Game. This will be his second All-Star Game. He's going to be on the team. That goes without saying. But will he actually start for the first time? Here are categories where James Wood leads the league. You ready for this?
Go.
Runs scored, 57. Nobody else has more than 45. Walks, 55. Nobody else has more than 46. WRC plus, 160. Jordan Walker, Corbin Carroll behind him. OPS, 936. Corbin Carroll second, 928. WOBA, 403. Nobody else over 400. On base percentage, 406. Brian Reynolds, 391 is second. Home runs, 17. And extra base hits, he is second in this category, unfortunately. 32, one behind Corbin Carroll. That is among National League outfielders. He should start in the All-Star game. So Nats fans, do your job. Send this man to Philadelphia to patrol the outfield in the Phillies ballpark for the National League.
He should be a starting outfielder in the National League All-Star game. I think that's pretty fair. Like him, Kyle Schwarber, Andy Pages has been incredible for the Dodgers. A couple other guys are having banner first halves. You touched on Corbin Carroll as well. But
Schwarber just DH. You don't even need him to be in the outfield.
That's true. I think of him as an outfielder because that's probably what he's listed as. But yeah, you're right. DH. Just DH him. But James Wood should be out there. He is having a spectacular first half. The couple of hot streaks that he's enjoyed have carried him. And this is kind of what you see from stars, right? We've had those nice weeks or months or whatever for James Wood, and then he's gone kind of into funks and they've been prolonged, as happens to a lot of young hitters, CJ Abrams and company. I think this coaching staff can't get enough credit here. Not just with James Wood, who's a prodigious talent, but keeping everybody from having those, really long extended troughs, those long valleys where you can't get right, you couldn't hit your way out of a paper bag. Those are going to happen. Major League Baseball is too hard, pitching is too good. But you don't get yourself out for weeks and months at a time. And that's not happening right now. The adjustments are being made. The tweaks are there. Guys are remaining locked in. It's been fantastic. And Wood is every bit of as deserving as anybody else in baseball.
I see his season a little bit different. I don't necessarily think he's gone into extended ruts or any kind of like funks. He's had a week at a time where you're like, 3 for 25.
That's what I said. It's like he hasn't had those terrible valleys.
Gotcha. I thought you were saying, it sounded like you were saying he's been streaky. I think he's been incredibly consistent. Had a 1,000 OPS in April, had a 980 OPS in May. First 2 months of this season have been fantastic. But yeah, he's had a week here or there where he's cool and he strikes out or what have you, and then he gets right back after it. But to be sitting here right now is arguably the best outfielder in the National League and one of the best hitters in all of baseball. People forget he's 23 years old. I don't know how many conversations I've had in the last year and a half or so arguing with Nats fans on Twitter about, but he strikes out, though, as if that matters at all. It's hilarious to me. Cool. Good luck caring about that. I'll be the one caring about him leading the league in every category and being the envy of the sport. But yeah, he is a superstar, man. He's outperforming Juan Soto in a lot of metrics, who he was one of 5 guys coming back to replace here. Juan Soto is going to be a Hall of Famer, and he's on his way on having a trajectory in his career to being one of the great players in league history. But James Wood, he is Juan Soto-esque. He is that kind of talent. He is that kind of player. They're different in that Soto's an on-base machine who's going to draw walks and never expand the zone or chase and doesn't strike out a lot. James Wood is 6'7" and has the longest arms in the sport. They're longer than Aaron Judge's, so clearly he's going to have holes in his swing and he's going to swing and miss. That's just how science and bodies work. Having said that, he's got more power than Juan Soto does, and at his age has gotten to more power than Juan Soto did. But it's incredible, man, to see what he's turned into. And CJ Abrams should also start in the All-Star game. He hit his 14th home run at the Diamondbacks in the finale in the loss to Arizona yesterday. And we've talked a lot about the possibility of him as a trade chip. He's going to be a multi-time All-Star after this season and continues to thrive as one of the better offensive infielders in all of the sport.
He's having a great first half, too. Now, if Elly De La Cruz is healthy, he's on the injured list now, he'll probably end up getting the nod as a fan favorite, as somebody that's more recognized than first-round draft pick in fantasy circles. But he and Abrams' numbers are nearly identical, and probably a lot of it favors Abrams, to be honest with you, in terms of some of the impact. But, yeah, these are both worthy candidates, which is awesome. I mean, there have been All-Stars here, guys that have been justified in going, of course. But you look at a Josiah Gray who goes and you kind of go, yeah, his fielding independent pitching tells you that he's not really an all-star. But he's at the time, whatever it was, he's got a 6-2 record with a 3.5. That's good enough. But you kind of knew it was smoke and mirrors. It ain't with these two guys. This is bona fide. This is legit top of the level offense.
I promise you, though, in Philly and in Boston and in New York and in Cincinnati and in St. Louis, they're voting for their guys. So let's make sure we do the same.
Agreed.
For Wood and Abrams here. Comparing him to De La Cruz, by the way, Abrams 2 more homers, 12 more runs batted in. 6 points higher in batting average, about 30 points higher in on-base percentage, and De La Cruz an 855 OPS. CJ's got a 915 OPS, so he's had a decidedly better season. But you're right. I mean, it's a popularity contest.
Yes.
And I would also bet on CJ not getting the start. But my point is, he has been the best offensive shortstop in the league. James Wood has been one of the 3 best outfielders in the league. And both hopefully get the nod in Philadelphia next month. We're about a month away from the All-Star festivities, which, to your point, is crazy that they jumped up on us like that. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, I want to talk about the Commanders' defense, how much money they've spent on it, where that ranks among other NFL teams. We'll do that next on G&D.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The breaking news today is that Texas Tech star Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback, has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. That's even after the transfer quarterback was declared ineligible for wagering on college sports. The team said he'd be expected to miss the first couple games of the year. In the NBA, the Knicks take a 2-0 lead back home to the Garden tonight. It'll be the first NBA Finals game in New York City since 1999. It tips at 8:30. The Nationals continue their West Coast stretch tonight in San Francisco against the Giants. They sit at an even 500, try to get back above that mark against the second worst team in the National League. World Cup week finally here. Begins on Thursday afternoon. The U.S. men's national team kicks off against Paraguay at 9 p.m. Eastern on Friday. The game is played out in L.A. at SoFi Stadium. And American football around the corner as well. The Commanders return to their third round of OTAs tomorrow. Santana Moss told reporters today that Jaden Daniels, his frame has stood out to him, saying, quote, he added some muscle on his arms. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-777-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. I think this is super weird of the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I wish this wasn't happening, but maybe I'm misreading this. I don't know. And if this is for charity or something, I guess you could make it all worth it. But I'm searching for the word charity here, and I'm not seeing it. Do you remember when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce went to the Eastern Conference Finals and sat courtside?
Yeah.
So this was like a week and a half ago.
Right, okay.
Kelsey's chugging beers. Everyone's making a big deal about their big public appearance. You remember this?
Okay, yep.
The Cleveland Cavaliers are apparently auctioning off the seat that Taylor Swift sat in at the game. Doesn't that sound gross and weird?
Yep.
Like the team is doing it. I could see a weird person stealing the chair and then doing it themselves.
Right.
According to listings
my
on the
mind went to a
Realist-
really dark place there.
Right. The courtside seat that the superstar singer-songwriter Taylor Swift sat in during Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and the Cavaliers has been listed for auction. Swift attended the game with her fiancé, Travis Kelce. Here we go. Is one of the most recognized and influential artists of her generation. The occupant of this chair has earned worldwide acclaim through a career defined by commercial success, critical recognition, and multiple Grammy Award victories. The bidding description on the site reads, her attendance reflects the cultural reach of the NBA playoffs, yada, yada, yada. The listing says the chair includes a gold OVD since an authenticator was present to witness Swift's use of the seat at Game 3.
What a job that is, by the way. Yep, she's right there. And now it's like for real.
Since Friday, the chair has received multiple bids. It began with a $100 bid, and as of Saturday afternoon, has earned 17 bids to reach $800.
Username, my parents' basement, 77.
There's no chance a normal person's auction is trying to get this seat.
Like, so there's twofold, categories. One, the Swift fan people, the Swifties, such as it is, who like they would take her toenail clippings, her dirty socks, like an eyelash that fell out, a coffee cup,
weird
whatever.
in its own right, but
yeah,
obsessive fans that are not creeps.
Right. That has existed.
But what about the creep?
Yeah, I was going to say, be it Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, Madonna, and anybody under the sun, they've got those super fans. Second category. Does it still smell? Like that gross, disgusting monster?
That's disgusting.
How do you stop that guy from bidding?
I don't think they want to stop that guy.
Yeah, I think they're encouraging it.
When you put a chair up for auction. I also can't believe, this is a weird thing to say, because I think it's so dumb that they're auctioning this chair. It's only at $800. Shouldn't it be higher than that? I mean, I almost spent $500 on a Joe Theismann autographed picture at a charity of a golf tournament I was at on Friday. Just, donating to charity, helping my buddy out, getting something cool for my basement. It's $800 for the chair Taylor Swift sat in. Which, if you're bidding on this, you're a weirdo. But
leave it there. Yeah.
I don't know, man. It seems like 800. Like, what are we doing here?
What would you have guessed it was going to go for?
I don't know. 12. Someone's weird enough to pay a lot of money for it. Like, to me, if you're, how do I want to say this? If you're the Cleveland Cavaliers,
yeah,
and you're going through the oddity of putting the chair she sat in up for auction, you better get a damn good return on that.
Because if you don't, it looks
awful.
so.
It's like we've had this conversation, you and I, about what's the thing you do?
What do you mean?
The thing where people ask you to say happy birthday to their kid.
Oh, Cameo.
Cameo.
Yeah.
So like you've tried to get me to do Cameo a long time ago, and I'm like, it's just not worth it to me. And you're like, you don't have to do anything.
It's the easiest thing to do in the world.
But you're not making a lot of money.
No.
You're making a little tiny bit of money.
Sure.
And there is a shame to it that is not worth it to me.
Wow. Yeah.
So like it's super embarrassing to me to like purport myself as a celebrity and do this thing where if somebody wants me to send them a video, they know how to get in touch with me on Instagram. I'll do it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But to charge them $25 just feels gross and weird, I think.
Okay.
My point to you has always been, now, I won't be as respectful if I could make $50,000 doing it.
Sure.
But to make $400 a year.
Yeah, like a real celebrity who does it and makes tens of thousands.
Right. Real celebrity is the key.
Yeah. Which I am not.
You and I doing this, and I don't what do you charge? $30?
I can't even remember. But it's like that, yeah.
$30 to read someone's fantasy football stats back to them.
So like I do, they'll have me do like the entire fantasy football draft order with an impression.
Right. I love it.
So it's like, hey, there's my $50 or whatever the number is, and that's that.
And go sign up and get Danny to do it. It's a cool thing, and you should be doing it. It's a me thing. I can't get over the hurdle of like I'm gonna. Now, if I get fired in 5 minutes, I need money, and I'll do whatever I can do. Like
Cameo.com/Grant.
If you need me to come wash your feet, I'll do that too. $20. That's going to happen.
Grant's foot washing is a silly business.
But in the meantime, I'm not starting a Patreon for $5 or whatever I'm saying.
Yeah.
Where was I going with that? Oh,
if you sell it and it doesn't get you any money, you look like a cheapskate.
If the Cavs sell it and it gets $900, what losers they are.
Yeah.
Because A, you're selling a chair that a woman sat in. You creep, you weirdo. I think the team looks like a creep.
If it, as you said, if it's for charity, that's one thing.
They're not selling the.
But if they're like, we got to try to re-sign James Harden, let's get some cash, and they're looking for some money, and they get $800,
right,
for a chair.
They're not selling the pen she used to sign an autograph. They're not selling the, let's see, like a picture of her and a player. They're selling the thing she sat on for a while.
You're right, actually,
That's
about this.
Really creepy to me.
Creepy, yes, but also looks pathetic.
Are they selling the Travis Kelce one?
No, but that's my point. It's like it makes
it's pathetic.
Like let's say you were in the most rural town in North Dakota, and Taylor Swift came to your local municipal hall, sat in a chair for a while, and you go, "We're going to sell this chair off to auction to raise money for the local youth auxiliary or the local Optimist Club or whatever," right? And you go, "Okay, fine," and you get your money. You're a pretty major city with a major arena, a professional sports team. It looks so podunk. It looks so like small time. Like, this is the mural we have for the one time somebody visited, and that was the only time, and it was great. It looks so small to sell the chair that she sat in for a game.
It looks small, and it looks embarrassing.
Yeah.
And it is pathetic.
Especially if you don't get much money for it. Unless it's for charity, in which case it's fine.
You're an NBA team.
Yeah.
You're a billion-dollar
LeBron
company.
James played there, for God's sakes, twice.
Again, where is the money going to? I have to imagine this is some endeavor that they do, like an end-of-year clean-out or whatever, at the end of the season where they do a bunch of shoes or whatever, and it's got to go to a charity. It still looks weird, and it doesn't say that anywhere here. There's no mention of charity here. It doesn't say that they have this annual event or that there's a ton of things you can bid on. It just mentions the chair. It reads like
nothing else for sale.
Taylor Swift came in, sat down. Some guy ran over and goes, "Hey, boss, we could get some money if we auction this thing."
Where's the authenticator? Go grab him. The authenticator, by the way. Who's the authenticator? What job is that?
$800. That is more embarrassing than doing it.
For an NBA franchise.
Like, and what do? You just hand that, you get cash, you Venmo it, and you just hand it over to the owner? Here's your $800, man.
Mr. Gilbert, there you go.
We got rid of the chair. So I don't know what my bigger issue is.
No, it's.
Do you think my being weirded out is too much?
No, because the person bidding, whoever you are
That's
bidding
the thing.
on it,
There is
what
a
are you doing?
Creep with his hands down his pants,
Grant.
trying to, get this chair.
Trying to remake her in the aggregate.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Because again, my daughter loves Taylor Swift, is
Right.
obsessed.
Mm-hmm.
Anything I could ever get that Taylor Swift wore, or this is the video, this is this is the scarf, she would be beside herself if I got it for her, right? Do you know how little emotion there would be if I said she sat in this chair once at a basketball game? You're not getting this for a Swiftie. You're not getting this for some 9-year-old girl whose hero is Taylor Swift.
You're just doing Peter the Pervert a favor? Is what you're saying?
This guy's probably bidding on some other stuff this week that's coming in the mail too, that I don't want to talk about on the radio program.
Oh man,
It just seems so strange.
it is odd, and
It
especially
does
there's
say
no
here, I
are there
just
other
found
auction
this.
items.
So I just saw that chair, as well as a chair that notable Knicks fan Ben Stiller sat in, is also up for bidding. If Taylor Swift's getting 800, that chair right now is at like 150. I mean, should we get it for the station? What if we did? What if we just spent $225
On the Stiller chair?
and just have people walk in and they're like, "Why is there a New York Knicks cushy chair right here?" It's like, "Oh, Ben Stiller sat in that chair."
And then what happened? That's it. That's the end of the story.
So I guess that's the two items.
So the Cavs are selling that too?
Yes.
What?
Ben Stiller
What do they
sat
do?
in the chair.
Do they need cash that bad?
I don't know. This is my point. It's pathetic and embarrassing.
It looks so stupid.
Or they need to do a better job getting the word on exactly what
Or
this
explaining what it's for.
I have a friend in radio. They have what they call a garage sale every year. They do it for charity. It's in Kansas City it's actually for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, which you and I have
It's
been
awesome.
to. One of my favorite things we've ever done is going and taking a tour of it with my buddy Bob Kendrick. But they do this thing every year where they just grab stuff around the station or stuff that, like bobbleheads that got sent over by the Nats that didn't get taken home, or, they'll have something funny from their show. Here's the T-shirt Danny wore that time or whatever.
Right.
And they'll just do it. People will call in, bid. They'll get $50 here, $100 here. They'll go to local companies, and you can get a dinner at our buddy's restaurant or whatever. And they raise a few $1,000s. They give it to Bob for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. The garage sale. Cool idea. Are the Cavs doing a garage sale at the end of every year, and this is like one of 52 items? I feel a little bit better about that.
Then that makes sense.
Even knowing that Ben Stiller's chair is also there makes the idea slightly less creepy to me. It's not a weirdo guy that's like,
Different subset of bidders, though, I bet.
Taylor Swift sat on this chair.
Yeah.
I get to use a different voice when I say Taylor Swift sat on this chair and Ben Stiller sat on this chair.
Yeah.
Still weird, but a little bit less.
Yeah,
weird.
one guy likes Meet the Parents a lot. The other guy lives with his parents a lot.
Steve in Warrenton. You like cats, Greg? What's up, Steve?
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Fan. I was just gonna say it hurts the Cavs' chance of her ever coming back to a game. Like, you don't see the Knicks auctioning off their chairs or anything. Like, they've been there before. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's
Yes.
so true, by the
Yeah,
way.
like, could you imagine the Lakers being like, this is the Jack Nicholson chair. You can buy it now. Like, no.
Okay, I'm going to say something that's like ridiculous, and I'll hear this back tomorrow, and I'll be like, oh, you're an idiot. It feels like a violation a little bit. Like, I sat in that chair, and now you're auctioning it off. That feels gross if I'm Taylor Swift. Like, I don't want to... Can't I just ever go anywhere and just go with my boyfriend to watch a basketball game? Do you have to auction my seat and, You're
trying to profit off the fact that I sat in your chair.
It just feels weird. Be bigger than that. You're the GD Cleveland Cavaliers, man.
Yeah.
LeBron won you a title once.
That's what I come back to.
It's not a high school basketball team.
You're not in Bismarck, Dakota. You know what I mean? Like, it is a major city with a championship. You're the conference finals, for God's sakes.
17 bids. I've been killing it. What if we found out like Di Domenico or Strober was one of the 17 bids? Or
know that Toby loves his sports memorabilia.
That's true. Is Tobes one of the bids on the Taylor Swift chair? I don't think he is.
Do we know for sure?
I think we know for sure. Now, if it was a Sabrina Carpenter chair, Toby might have made a bid. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
A little bit different. Jesse Doherty on the Nats. I popped Darius there. 5 o'clock. You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? G&D for our pals at Window Nation. Oh, it was miserable on Sunday. How hot were you? Be honest. How hot were you in your home? It was
very
humid
hot.
and disgusting. If that AC is working overtime, could be those worn out windows, broken seals, old frames that lets the cold air escape. And with summer really getting started, it's here, man. It's only going to get hotter. And act now before your energy bills skyrocket. It was miserable outside on Sunday. We were nice, cool, and comfortable in the Hooray House. That's because the pros at Window Nation did for us what they'll do for you. Energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price.
Yeah, Window Nation, buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale is a great offering. There is no reason not to take advantage. Buy 4, get 4 free. Your energy bills get lower, your house gets prettier. What is not to like? I trust Window Nation. A+ rating, Better Business Bureau, 50-point inspection every window before it leaves factory, 20 more point inspection when it's installed. Your new windows get installed in a day or less. You're not getting bothered at your house. 96% customer satisfaction rating.
Hurry, sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or dial 866-90Nation.
KB on Twitter popped me. He hit me up at Grant Paulson. He said, I'm seriously debating bidding on the chair. If I win it, I'll donate it to you and your daughter. So you have to see it and hear about it all the time. That would be such a problem. Can you imagine?
Yes.
Weird Cleveland Cavaliers chair in my basement. We're like, what is that? And then I have to like begrudgingly like lower my head and be like,
well, you see.
Taylor Swift sat there one time with Travis Kelce.
Oh, for a long time? Nope. One night playoff game. Some guy named Steve sat there before.
So my daughter would think it was the coolest thing in the world and like sit in it. And she'd be like, oh my gosh, no way.
It's Taylor Swift chair.
And she would tell people every time they came to our house, which would be super embarrassing. But otherwise would forget about it 99.9% of the time. But she'd be super excited in that initial moment for sure. Is Taylor Swift involved? Then she's in.
Then she's in.
That's kind of the extent of it, I would say. Do you see where the Commanders rank among team spending on defense? Most expensive defenses for 2026. The Washington Commanders come in at number 6 in the NFL. $193 million spent on the Steelers defense is one. They're a perennial non-contender at this point. Haven't won a playoff game in, a decade? The Ravens, who to their credit are a Super Bowl contender every year, just about. Number 2 at $187 million. They have the tandem of really good defense in terms of spending and MVP quarterback, which is the dream. I found this one interesting. The Bears, with head coach Ben Johnson, spend $178 million on their defense, third most in the NFL.
So, real quick, there's a couple other teams that fit this bill as well. I would have thought, without looking at it, I didn't know the Steelers and Ravens were up that high, just intuitively. I go, oh, rookie quarterback, or rookie deal quarterback, so your offense won't be as expensive as it will be in a handful of years. So maybe the idea is that's where kind of your free agency bill goes. So maybe you could see some spending there.
But you would think that if you have a rookie deal quarterback and it benefits the defense, it also benefits the offense.
Sure, yeah.
I'm spending on wide receivers. I'm spending on an offensive line. In fact, I would even say if I've got a rookie deal quarterback, we talk about this with Jaden Daniels, you argue this all the time, you're better to spend on the things that directly help him than the indirect help of the defense. So, I don't know. I still think Caleb Williams, rookie deal, Ben Johnson being a second-year head coach, the Bears being that high is strange. Also, a lot of times, based on who you hire as your head coach, it tells you what the ownership and front office levels want the team to take the shape of. In other words, I would never, ever, 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 ever hire a defensive-minded head coach. Just not what I would do. Now, I'd miss out on some really good ones, obviously, like DeMeco Ryans as an example, which is a shame.
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald is a beast. That's an awesome addition. Super Bowl champion, looks like he could be the next great coach in the league. But I'm always, 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 always going to hire the offensive-minded head coach to pair with my quarterback to call the plays, to be the savant of the play callers in the league. See Kyle Shanahan, Ben Johnson, what have you. But because of that, I'm also likely to spend more on the offensive weapons than the defense, right? The Bears are kind of zigging. The Giants at $175 million, fourth, makes sense. What did you do? You went out and you got John Harbaugh. What does he believe in? Special teams, defense, running the ball, and we'll 17-14 people. Okay. The Patriots have a defensive-minded coach in Mike Vrabel. Their defense dragged them to the Super Bowl while Drake May was struggling late in the playoffs last year. $169 million. And then at number 6, the Washington Commanders at $166 million. So only Pittsburgh. You think Steelers, you think defense.
Yes.
Still curtain, right? Ravens, 2000 Ravens, always been a defensive organization. Have the benefit of having the MVP quarterback, I suppose. That kind of makes a lot of things right on offense. Bears is weird. Giants, I would say defensive-minded head coach, special teams. Patriots, defensive-minded head coach. And then the Commanders, the Seahawks, defensive-minded head coaches. Titans, defensive-minded head coaches. So that kind of is the thing.
Yeah.
This ownership group went and got Dan Quinn. We shouldn't be surprised when they also then are saying, let's go get an edge. Let's go get another edge. Let's go get a linebacker. Let's go get a safety. Let's go get another edge. Let's go get a D tackle. That's what they've done. But I just find it really interesting, Danny, that they're in the top 6 now in defensive spending with Daniels here on his rookie deal.
And even to break that down further, the third in the league in terms of interior defensive line spending, see Payne, Duran is a guy that's really elevating that. And they're, I believe, 5th in edge spending. So Odafe Owe will do that and add a couple other guys to supplement it. That's
Caleb
really
Chase on one-year deal.
And Chase on too. That's really where they've spent when it comes to bolstering that defense this year. I know they've added other pieces, but where it's a pretty penny, where it's a premium spot, are those front seven type on ball pressure generators, at least in theory. That's where they are. So that list surprised me, to be honest with you. I knew they had a big spending spree this offseason. I was there. We were all there. We chronicled it. Of the 10 signings, whatever the number was, all but one was on defense. Chigakonkwo, and then I guess you count Rashad White. But everybody else was a defender, an impact defender to try to create some havoc.
They are demanding at the highest levels that Dan Quinn fixes this defense this year. It's so obvious in free agency, and I would say to a lesser extent, but the draft as well. Warren Sharp put out a stat, which this is not relative or relevant to the conversation, but it is an interesting aside today, where he said years without a defensive shutout. Last year, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Seahawks, Texans, Eagles, Vikings against Washington, and the Panthers all shut teams out. A year before that, the Broncos and Packers had done it. 2 years before that, the Browns, Dolphins, Bucks, Cowboys, Jags, Chargers, and Saints had done it. Essentially, all but 8 of the teams in the NFL in the last 4 years have shut somebody out.
Yeah, there are a few that have gone a long time. Like the Cardinals have gone 8 years without one. That's an eternity. Detroit hadn't been a very good defense. 7 years without a shutout.
The Bengals, 11 years without a shutout.
Yeah.
Other than the team with the longest drought, every single team in the league has pitched a shutout in the last 16 years, except for the Washington Commanders, who have gone 34 years without shutting a team out.
34 years.
So again, just within the last 4 seasons, about 20 teams have had a shutout. Then, if you get through within the last 8 years, it's like 24 teams. The rest in the 11 to 16 year range ago have all had a shutout, except for Washington at 34 years without hanging a goose egg. They're trying to change it.
Yep.
And when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, you lead with defense. That's the tip of the spear. This ownership group clearly thinks defense wins championships. That's what they're trying to do, and it worked last year for Seattle.
Well, or at least make it not the worst anymore, right? I mean, the emphasis is clear. You cannot be the worst.
I think that goes without saying, but I just know from the conversations I've had that they want this to be a defensive-led org. I think it was obvious when you hired Quinn. It was obvious when you spend 10 to your 13 key free agent additions are on defense. We'll see if it works. Because they're zigging when everyone's zagging, but obviously last year with Seattle winning the title, you can point to that and say, see, it works. New England did it. Seahawks did it. Why not? Why can't we do the same thing? Jesse Doherty, longtime Nats beat writer, left the beat, did other things. Well, he's back now in D.C. writing about the Nats. His first big column was on Paul Taboni and his new front office that has this team at 500. Nobody thought they'd be at 500 in the middle of June. We'll ask Jesse about that next on Grant and Danny.
And those Nationals continue their West Coast stretch tonight in San Francisco against the Giants. 44 games have passed since these two teams last faced off, and they've gone in two different directions since the Giants took 2 of 3 from the Nats in Washington. The Nationals 23-21 since then. The Giants are 18-26 since then. Game 1 of the series tonight at 9:45 on the Fan. In the NBA, the Knicks take a 2-0 lead back home to the Garden. It'll be the first time the NBA Finals comes to New York City since 1999. It tips at 8:30, and tickets are averaging $8,000 for Game 3. Introducing Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid canned cocktail inspired by your favorite classic sports drink flavors. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
The lefty rocks and fires, and a fly ball well hit to left for Cruz. Back to the wall is Troy looking up, and there it goes. It is deep and long gone, about 10 rows into the seats. A shot for Dylan Cruz, his second homer of the year, and a key insurance run home. Nationals 3, Diamondbacks 1.
Back live on Grant and Danny in the nation's capital, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I want to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome onto the show our buddy Jesse Doherty. It's been a while since we've had him on the show, and even longer since we've had him on the show to talk about the Washington Nationals, his old beat. But he's back in D.C. I saw him in the press box last week. He is back covering the Nats as well. So, Jesse, tell us first about the new gig and how much you'll be around Nats Park moving forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, what year is it? But I'm really happy to hear your guys' voices. So I'm at Notice. It's been a politics-only outlet in D.C. for a few years now, but they're expanding into sports, into more D.C. coverage, into D.C. politics coverage. A certain news outlet that used to employ me has scaled back in that area. So they saw an opening, and I'm super excited. I'll be around the Nats a good bit. I have a couple other beats to juggle too, college sports, some stuff on Congress and sports. So kind of a mash together of everything I covered at the Washington Post. So it's but it's really fun, and it was great to see you, Grant, in the press box. It felt like old times.
I was gonna say, man, looking over, I was like, Jesse Doherty.
Jesse Doherty's music?
Nothing. A lot has changed on the field, and pretty much everything has changed in the front office and coaching staff. You probably don't know anybody anymore, but nothing's changed in that press box. The ice cream machine works, I would say, more often now, probably about 85% of the time. It's been a good year for the ice cream machine. Food is kind of in the same place. So there's nothing you've got to figure out. You've been there plenty. But I want to talk about your first story, which was the column that you dropped on the Nats and Paul Taboni's staff, and this idea that Taboni really hasn't thought a ton about the past, or even had a quote in here, which I found interesting about, not having a lot of thought about what fans have been through, because he's trying to do this thing the right way, whatever that means. Give me an idea of the idea for the column, and then what you found with your reporting.
Yeah, I appreciate you laying it out. I talked to Paul last Monday. It was my first time meeting him. We sat down for about 40 minutes in the dugout, and at one point, you guys have talked to him and heard him now. Like, he says to me, "This is going to sound bad." ... And I learned right away with talking to him that he's not the kind of person who says a lot of things that sound bad. Right? He's very well spoken. He's very smart. He's even on the answers where I felt like he was veering off course, he would slow down and get himself on track in a pretty artful way. And then he says this quote that I put at the top of my story and kind of wrote the whole column on, which is that he hasn't really spent any time thinking about what fans have gone through. Now, I think of that as two ways. If I try to go through a fan lens, and now as someone who's writing about, I think, the fan experience and what this team owes people who support it, I think on one hand, if you're someone who really cares about this build back up of the Nationals, and I'm going to not say rebuild because Paul doesn't say rebuild. I'm going to say they're building the team back up for now. If you care about that, then you kind of want a dispassionate approach. You don't want him hitting, the turbo button just because the team has been bad for a half decade. really, really bad, worse than any team but the Rockies. But on the other hand, like, I think whether it's in the ownership group, whether it's on the business side, like, you'd want someone in those upper echelons of the organization to understand that while this is new for Paul Taboni and his group, it's not new to fans. They've been at this for a long time, waiting for this team to get back to what it was. So I think on one hand, there's like a logical baseball plan, and there's also something that might be dissonant with how the actual average person experiences the team.
So, Jesse, it's fair, I think, for fans who have lived through it. I mean, this regime, this front office, Paul Taboni and company, they're not responsible for it. They're here to do the new thing, and they should be judged accordingly. But I can understand a fan's reticence to maybe just buy that hook, line, and sinker, because kind of the other shoe that may or may not drop is learner, expenditure. Are they going to pay when it's time to pay? I don't know the answer to that as someone that lives this thing. You know what I mean? I'm there too, and I have no idea how it's going to go when they kind of turn in their work and some of these prospects are here in the show ready to win and they could use some help. Will they get it? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, no, it's a great point because, and I wrote in the story that I think Paul Taboni does deserve a chance to ask for patience because he's new.
Yeah.
And frankly, because the team's playing well, right? They're right around 500. They are most runs scored in baseball. But at the same time, like, if you're asking for my patience again, and we're in 2026, and in 2021, 2022, and 2023, and so on, I was told the baseball's going to look bad, but it's going to be okay because in 3 or 4 years now, we're going to compete. Now, the checks due, right? Like, it's 3 or 4 years, at least from the first time we started hearing that from the organization. And no matter what voice it is, or no matter who's in charge or who's tasked with running the team, if you show up to Nats Park in this year and it feels similar to it did, 5 years ago, like, you're going to start to get frustrated. And so the best thing the front office right now has going for it in terms of having a grace period is that the team's playing really well. And that's a credit, I think, to both their staff they put in place, the front office, the process, because they took, frankly, the same players that were around in the last few years and they've made them a lot better. And that's a huge credit to them. But I think you're totally right. If you're going to ask for patience without the guarantee that there's going to be spending, like, that's hard to keep doing. So I'll be curious to see how often that sort of idea comes up and how many years or months even they try to sort of frame that, because eventually it's going to be, if we don't have any hard evidence that this thing's going to actually start looking like it did in 2018, 2019 in terms of payroll, then what are we being patient for?
Jesse Doherty with us on Grant and Danny. I do feel like there is more confidence that the Nats got this right and more confidence in Taboni from this fan base right now than there was even 3-4 months ago because of how the team has played at the major league level, even though I don't think that should be the metric at all. Like, to me, what's happened at the minor league level is incredible. And that's where I feel like, my goodness, these guys are going to be rock stars. If they could do this with this group, what can they do with some money and some veterans and a committed ownership, whether this group decides to do that or they sell this thing after the work stoppage or whatever. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on that, just how well this has gone and how much more obvious it is maybe that this pivot to the R&D, the analytics, the data, the technology, all the things they've invested in was the right play.
Yeah, it's such a good point, because I think that in worse years or when there's less of a plan in place, kind of having someone with the team divert your attention to the minor leagues felt kind of like exactly that, a diversion, right? Well, you don't want me to think about the majors because the product's so bad. When you're both scoring runs at the clip they are and then also having the success in the minors that you're talking about, with all these prospects and the way they're progressing, with guys jumping levels left and right, with, frankly, the record being really good. I mean, it's not about winning in the minors, but if you're winning more often than you're losing, you're playing good baseball, and that's good. Like, I think you're totally right that, like, it can be both true that this feels overly familiar for DC fans who have been told for a while to think about the minors, but that in this year, 2026, it has a lot more validity because the results are really, really popping. I mean, you put it, you stated it right on the head, Grant. Like, it's like every day there's something you could put your thumb on and say, wow, this guy's really improving, or look at this video, or look at this stretch this guy's on. Like, I think, again, like, it's okay to recognize that this feels like, pulling your leg, in the past, but in this year, I think this group deserves, at least for the time being, and for a good honeymoon period, to present that and it be genuine, because right now the results are speaking for themselves.
Jesse Doherty with us here on G&D. So another takeaway I pulled out, and you can tell me if I got this wrong, Jesse, but It was that, hey, what's happening at the big league level is nice, and we're having fun. We're all having a good time. I'm having fun. I know a lot of fans are too. But for Taboni, they've still got a plan in place and some fun, or if they were 10 games worse than we all thought they'd be, I don't know how that would be possible, but bear with me, that wouldn't alter the plan either. That was sort of one of the takeaways I had, and I'm wondering how that might manifest itself as this season progresses in terms of trading folks or promoting guys to the minor leagues, etc. Was that your thought as well, and how might that manifest?
Yeah, it was, and I think something he laid out, which I plan to kind of explore more, maybe in a future story, was that if you're tracking toward 100 losses, the deadline's pretty clear, or 100 wins rather. And if you're tracking toward 60 wins, the deadline's pretty clear. And I said to him, well, right now you're tracking toward 80 wins. And he laughed. And it was kind of like, well, I'm glad the deadline's not today, right? Because that's a really confusing spot to be in. On one hand, and this is going to sound like a GM answer, like the schedule kind of guides you toward what to do. And there's 2 more months until teams typically tell fans how they view their roster, which is we're going to add to it. We're going to add a little bit. We're going to subtract from it. We're going to sort of do things on the margins. We're going to make some really, really big moves one way or the other. He doesn't have to do that right now, but I do think that what he was describing is that, like, that quote about him as a young Giants fan, which is timely because he's there tonight to see, the Nationals play his hometown team, is really important. And I think something I'm going to go back to a lot, which is like he would not have been satisfied as a young fan had the Giants just signed a couple big name veterans who felt good and exciting in the moment because they were almost ready or seemingly ready. He would have wanted them to wait until they were definitely ready and to make those additions, because if the result at the end was in 3 or 4 years, they're back at the same spot, then he would not have been happy. Now, I think one element of that is maybe a young fan who grows up to be a baseball executive views the game differently than the average young fan, right? He's in his shoes because he's probably really been into the sort of behind the scenes roster building machinations. But I think that sounds like how he's going to guide this team. And he's thinking of himself as a baseball fan and what he would have wanted from the team when he was growing up. And I think that's a fascinating look into his brain, drawing both from his personal experience from the other side, from the stands, and then combining it now with sort of how he views roster building in 2026.
The column is on notice. The Nats past doesn't matter to Paul Taboni. That's a good thing. It's really well written by Jesse Doherty. You should check it out if you're a Nats fan. Hey, I wanted to ask you really quickly, and you probably know where I'm going because I brought this up to you like 10 times recently. But your story on A.J. Debonsa, and frankly, it was more about his dad, really. Ace Debonsa was one of the most interesting things I read last calendar year. Whenever you dropped that in the Washington Post, and how many times have I brought this up to you, Dave?
Like literally 15 times. You got to read this thing.
He is Ace Debonsa, not AJ, is a fascinating guy. And if you have not read this, you guys should look this up. And I don't know how the Post works anymore, if they even have their old stories, because they detonated one of the great sports pages in the history of the world. So I'm not sure how people can find it. Maybe I'll look for a link and I'll post it on Twitter. But you basically rode around with him and just like hung out with Ace Debonsa for a couple of days. And this is how I met AJ Debonsa originally, before this basketball season, not even thinking he'd be a Wizard. But what did you take away from that? How much time did you actually spend around AJ? What do you think of him as a player, a kid, and just kind of take me into that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my first takeaway is that I just hung for a job for 5 months and could have used you as my agent talking like this. So if we could go back in time, we could set that up. It was really fun. I was out in Provo for 3 days, which is in this day and age, I said this to you, Grant, the other day, is like sort of a rare amount of unfiltered access. I mean, I was in the car with them. I was at dinner with the family. I was in their Airbnb near BYU's campus. AJ, Ace, and I and a photographer went to lunch together. I picked up AJ's younger sister from school with the dad. And, Ace, as I hope is reflected in the story, and if anyone does find it, I hope you'll see this, like, he is a talker, and he says what's on his mind, and he does not really care what anyone thinks about what he says. And in a lot of ways, I think he is like an old school parent in discipline and an old school parent in sort of being very entrenched in like the way he wants his kid's career to go. But then he's also the modern parent in that he's doing a lot of the business dealings of the NIL era. He's in every meeting. AJ is not sort of hired a traditional agent to run this process. I mean, his dad has really controlled a lot of it along with the manager. So they're a really interesting test case. As far as being around AJ, I was around him a lot. He was very quiet in that setting. I mean, I get the sense that around teammates and around coaches, he is pretty talkative. I also got the sense that around his dad, he maybe is a little bit quieter and lets his dad do the talking in a lot of especially because I was there to profile Ace first and foremost, not AJ. That was sort of the idea of the article, was the modern sports parent, especially in this big money, crazy NIL era. So it was fascinating. I mean, I know now he's very much in line to potentially be a DC athlete. I would love that because I think he's a fascinating character, as is the whole family. And I think, as a storyteller and someone who's now covering this area again, it would be really, really fun to dig in more. But that was one of the more unique and sort of complex reporting experiences I've had, especially on the college beat, where access is so filtered down and so filtered through PR folks and managers and agents now with the NIL era.
He just seemed like such a character to me.
He said, just come.
Yeah,
totally.
Totally. I'm not comping him to LeVar Ball. Was that the Ball dad? Like in the same way of running the family, but like a character who got some enjoyment out of the whole process, it felt like, and kind of liked being in the mix. And it's interesting. You talked about the story itself as, the modern day parent during these NIL days. There was a time years and years ago, Danny, where you and I would see parents and we'd be like, this doesn't feel great.
Like, uh-oh.
The whole thing has changed now.
The world's
it's
different,
almost like you have to rewire your head a little bit because, I mean, you cover this in the story, Jesse, but like if you have a kid who's as talented as AJ and they're playing on the best teams, these national showcases from childhood on, like you're so involved and there's so much money being poured into it. It does feel different than like when me and Danny were kids and our parents were watching us play in the rec leagues and didn't really have a whole lot of say in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And I'll tell you this, like every coach I talked to, and I talked to so many people who coached AJ from grade school on, were pretty unequivocal. Like Ace doesn't really meddle in basketball. And I think the parent you're talking about a lot of the time would be on the side of the court being like, put my son in more pick and rolls or play him at the 4 because he's, not a center, he's a 4. And Ace is not doing that. She trusted Kevin Young at BYU from what I heard. He was very hands off at the high schools, even when he was unhappy sometimes with basketball. But he will tell you if he doesn't think the social media team is tweeting his kid enough, or if the Nike and Red Bull deliverables for his NIL deal are not being incorporated in the college's social media strategy. Like that's what he cares about. So he's a businessman and he's learned a ton about this NIL world through various managers and people who've either been on their side currently or they've been discarded by the family now because it hasn't worked out for whatever reason. I get into that in the story too, but he's not a basketball dad in that sense, or he's sort of going to come at your strategy or tell you his kid needs to play more. He's more likely to say, get him out because he's not hustling. I mean, he's, like I say, he's a classic disciplinarian in that way too. So it's a fascinating case all around.
Jesse, I'm going to sneak one in too. I want to pick your brain with your experience as well, covering college sports and every court case the NCAA seems to lose, which is everyone they get into. I know everyone's going to make their jokes, appropriately so, about a 9-year retired Texas judge in Lubbock ruling in favor of a Texas Tech player being able to play with the gambling thing. But to me, the larger pullout is the NCAA, once this NIL world happened, they just aren't going to win any more court cases. And what even is the NCAA, bro, at this point? Where are we now? Yeah. Where's it going here?
Yeah, first takeaway is all politics are local, right? So that's, you don't want to go into a Lubbock courthouse with this one if you're the NCAA. But yeah, it's a great question. I think, what's going to happen this week, you're going to see it all over Capitol Hill and Twitter, and the NCAA is going to really push for congressional intervention based on this. And basically whatever the most sort of chaotic thing of the moment is used as leverage for congressional help, which they've been seeking for a long time. They spent millions and millions and millions and millions of lobbying dollars trying to get a bill that still does not exist and is currently being discussed in the Senate. What I'll say real quick is that the reason why professional sports leagues are able to put their rules in place and eligibility with gambling is because they have collective bargaining agreements. Now, this could be a whole other episode. I'm not sure how many people would even, like it, but we could talk for hours about why that's tricky and why unionizing is hard in college and employment and all these things. But people often say that college sports are professionalizing. And what I always say is they're actually way more chaotic and they're way more lawless in a lot of ways than pro sports because of the lack of a union and collective bargaining. Now, it's not a stump for it, but you're going to hear a lot that the only solution this week is to go to Congress and get a bill. And the sort of reality is that the NBA, NFL, MLB, all those leagues aren't able to do this because Congress wrote a bill in the last 5 to 10 years. They're able to do it because of their collective bargaining agreements with the players. So.
The story today that Danny was referencing, where you've got one of the most popular quarterbacks in America who violates a rule, and the clear punishment is you're not going to get to play. The NCAA, as recently as Friday, and their appeal says, yeah, you're not playing. And now this dude comes out of retirement, takes his Sorsby jersey off, hangs it in the closet, throws on his
goes full Foghorn Leghorn on it.
Throws on his judge outfit, goes out there and says, "You're playing, baby. Let's go." What do they say at Texas Tech? What's their beat state? What is their? I don't even know what it is. Like, what's their War Eagle? And so he yells
Tech?
that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And then he walks out of the room. I mean, there might be more to it than that, but that's what it feels like from here. It's just like ridiculous. This guy bet 40 times on the team he played for, and it doesn't matter. So why would anyone care about betting now? I'll do whatever I want. I just need to call up the judge in Baton Rouge who's wearing the LSU gear and say I need to play Saturday.
Yeah. Well, it's a great point, Grant, too, because you wonder like how these schools or how the NCAA could actually like help, 18 to 22-year-old men not slip into gambling because, the average college athlete is obviously in a really, really prime age to be susceptible to probably really, tough behavior on this stuff. And one of the ways they could do that is to be able to enforce their rules when you get banned from the thing you love and the thing you hope to make a career out of when you do it. So like, I'm not necessarily in favor of like one person being made a huge example of, but you can make a really credible argument that like that would help a lot others in the future if they're able to do that too. Because, this is a class of, young man, not to sound old, I'm only 31, but a class of young men that like is this stuff shoved in their face constantly. So I get why they're doing it, but it's like now the NCAA is sort of powerless to have any sort of say over eligibility in this, and that's wild. We're in wild times when it comes to college sports.
Jesse, we kept you too long, buddy. Really appreciate it. Reading a Jesse Doherty piece on the Nationals was like slipping into a warm bath, my friend. It was nice to do, and I'm happy to do it again, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot more coming. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Well, and you got the added bonus of thinking about Danny slipping.
A lot
into
of water
a
displacement.
warm
You know what I
bath.
mean? There's some candles there, some Enya.
Very nice. Jesse Doherty, boys and girls. I think he hung up while we were talking about that. He's like,
enough of that from these
I
clowns.
don't need to hear
I didn't
anymore
miss him that bad.
about that. Brandon Ayuk on social media all weekend long. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. The breaking news today, Texas Tech star quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA that could clear the way for him to play for the Red Raiders in 2026. It's even after the transfer quarterback was declared ineligible for wagering on college sports. The team said he'd be expected to miss the first 2 games of the year. The Nationals continue their time on the West Coast tonight in San Francisco against the Giants. Last time these two teams met, the Giants took 2 of 3. Since then, the Nationals are 23-21, and the Giants are 18-26. Game 1 of the series is tonight at 9:45 on the Fan. In the NBA, the Knicks take a 2-0 lead back home to the Garden. It'll be the first NBA Finals game in NYC since 1999, and it tips at 8:30. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Support people with disabilities in your community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Brandon Ayuk broke his silence via social media this weekend. Started his social media binge on Instagram with a shirtless photo in a Commander's hat, pants down around his knees. Luckily, his boxers were on. That was fun. So we got that. And then there were some other weird pictures where he was having like practice footballs and Commander's gear. Sending the message that he wants to be a Commander pretty obvious.
About as subtle as a jackhammer there, yeah.
And then he sent out this strange video about his relationship with the San Francisco 49ers. This was Brandon Ayuk on Sunday morning.
We dealing with, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court. But they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, you don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they're like, oh yeah, this Liddy. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared. They scared. The truth is, they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, that allegedly. But what they not gonna say is, BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable. It's coming. Stop running. Stop being a female dog. Stop being a little cat. And stop running from the belt.
I mean, it is funny in its ridiculousness. It is. Like in a world where he's not potentially signing here,
Yeah.
we don't have to be the next team to deal
Isn't that
with
funny? It's someone else's problem. Wait, it's mine.
He actually gave this to someone, and like they had a meeting where he's like, edit it so that it slows me down and my voice is real deep when I'm saying female dog. Like think about that little meeting that they had at some point.
There's a production meeting.
Or whoever his editor is who put that together. I kind of wondered for a while when we heard from him how he would present himself, and he chose the worst possible path. You could either be reasonable, normal, come off very sane and business savvy and just look ahead into the future. Hey, what you guys have heard about me, it's not true. I'm a great teammate. I can't wait to be a great teammate. I can't wait to play somewhere this year. I'm in excellent shape. I've been working out. And the road to 1,000 yards and helping a team win 11 games starts today. It was not that. It was a angry, vitriolic, anti-49ers, like veiled, odd villain in a Bond film missive. You know what I mean?
They're
Like,
female dogs. They're little ass boys and kids with a toy. Everything, again, so weird and bizarre. Just drives me crazy that it's like people are addressing it like it's just a regular interaction. But
it's, to me, it's the part where he's in this dispute. He's in this really bad breakup. The whole conversation is it worth bringing this person in? So I'll use my own. Call me Brandon Ayuk. I'm Brendan Paulson.
BA over there.
I'm going to use a metaphor and analogy. I'm not going to say ass boy, little ass boy, but I'm going to use an analogy. We're debating if we should just say, let's give this person another chance. Let's move along. Let's assume that what's past is past and they can move on and they're not still in this weird toxicity part of their life. And then the first thing they do is to argue and scream and yell about the relationship that they're trying to get out of. Check, please. I'm good.
I'm all set here.
Never mind. It's like you sit down on the first date and you're thinking, all right, let's not bring up the last relationship that I know they just got out of. And all they want to do is talk about it. His first video is the Niners this, the Niners that, the Niners the Niners. No. We're not talking about the Niners. What about the hat? What about the Commanders hat? What about the Commanders football? Use your words. Let's say the thing. You're ready to play. You're looking forward to the future. It was just a bad look for him, as most things have been this whole offseason. I was already out. I'm the most out you can possibly be at this point. I think he's coming here, and that's fine. It is what it is. If he catches passes, it'll be no different than him or De'Ami Brown doing it. I'll go like this. But this is just a person who is unserious. And I think that them signing him is telling to me. I would like to think that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and these people that preach the brotherhood and the culture and more culture.
The culture club.
I'd like to think that they'll go, nah, we're good. And if they don't, that's their prerogative. They don't have to. But it's informative to me. I'm taking notes.
Fair play. I think it's well put. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I have said I have zero interest, and I do. I still have zero interest, both from a medical point of view, whatever this is point of view. He hadn't played in 2 years. But at the end of the day, if it really and truly is just a flyer where it's a 1-year deal, everything's, up front, they can cut him with no cost. If you find the most pleasant deal possible, I suppose I can get down with it. In other words, won't be any skin off my nose. Thinking back to the old ways, Snyder back in the day would be chomping at the bit to sign this guy to a multi-year deal, to stick it to somebody because he's still mad at Kyle for some reason or whatever, and he would love to do it, and that would be kind of the move. Then they'd be trying to get out of it after 7 minutes when they realized, oh my God, we bought a lemon. So if he's here on a flyer, I have no problem with flyers for anybody. I'm pro-flyer. I'm Shane Gostisbehere with the Flyers. I'm all in on flyers. It's the frustration I have is twofold. One, this is the plan. This is the secret lever. We may not have gotten Alec Pierce, which, by the way, would have cost too much. We didn't do a lot at receiver. We drafted a slot guy. Wait till you see him. But this is our ta-da. Here's the unveiling. The aristocrats. That's not exciting to me. If he's part of the furniture, one of the 15th receiver gets a shot at training camp, just like, Treylon Burks will, just like Van Jefferson will, fine, whatever, shuffle up and deal. But if this is the plan, we're going to reunite Peters and Jaden with their buddy from San Fran. Just you wait, secret weapon time. Wrong. Nope, way better players were available all along.
I just keep waiting for him to do anything to earn the benefit of the doubt. Earn the opportunity. Earn it. It doesn't take much. Show me that you care. Show me you like football. Show me that you are training. Put out a video where you're sweating in a gym. Do anything other than be mostly naked in front of a mirror or call the Niners little bitch boy or whatever he called them. I don't even remember what it was at this point. Anything. Say words. He has, at every single turn, he wakes up every morning and goes, should I show people that I care about football today? He always answers no. Every day. Every single day he answers, nope, not today. But maybe I'll be half naked in front of my mirror. And I think it's just two camps. They're not changing. There's one camp where people are like, I want this guy on the team. No matter what he does, doesn't matter. They still want him on the team. There's another camp like me where I don't really want him on the team. And I'll see this video and I won't like it. I think you probably are just dug in. I don't know. It's like the night before the election when CNN has those 9 people in Pittsburgh that are sitting there and they're like, and what did you think in the debate when he said this? And they're like, well, I liked that part. And they're like, I noticed that your meter went up when he said this about healthcare. It's like, wait a second. These two people have been yelling at each other for 4 years. We're 2 days before election. You don't know which one of them you like more? Who are these people? Who are these people?
The undecided people. I'm always amazed at.
It's always amazing. And on Brandon Ayuk, I don't know if there's someone that just goes, I'm
on the fence.
I'm not really sure. But you saw the video. You saw the pictures. Do you think they're going to give him a shot? Yes or no? It's possible that they've already decided internally they don't want him to be on the team, and they just haven't leaked that we're all assuming something that will never happen. Do you think the Commanders will give Aiyuk an opportunity, and should they? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.